Now, this is where the VOD begins.
Yeah. Okay, welcome. It's finally here. We're a little bit actually this is about the time we do it every year.
Yeah.
It's been a long year. There were lots of anime, and it's time. It's time for us to rate them and compile them all into lists because
It's time for us to judge them.
we're all list fetishists. Also, welcome Mark.
Hello.
The honorary fifth member of the Nut Bar podcast, who doesn't actually podcast, but he does show up for this, the most important thing.
Yes.
Well, we're getting ahead of ourselves. We should do our little introductions.
Yeah, just in case for some reason the three
for the
people
of the future.
True.
You know, I'm sure the VOD will get hundreds of views. I know it. I feel it in my bones.
Let's start with name and what your anime of the year last year was.
Oh,
I
shit.
think.
What was mine? I don't even remember.
I remember.
Oh, I remember now. Okay, go
How
on.
do you not know? Okay, so I'll start, and I'm Chris, and my anime of the year last year was Bouts the Rock.
I'm Logan. My anime of the year last year was very controversially Mob Psycho 100.
Hey, what's up, y'all? My name's Juan. I go by Tex-Mex online. My anime of the year last year was Made in Abyss Season 2.
And I'm Tim, and
Oh, I guess I have the name. I guess if Mark wants to be
Yeah, the
last, I need to
names.
move him. Hold on. Yeah.
Live editing.
Don't worry about it. Okay, go.
Okay.
go Mark.
No, it's you. I moved you
you.
back.
Go ahead.
Oh damn. Okay, again, and I'm Tim, and my video last year was Bocchi the Rock.
I'm Mark. I haven't checked, but I believe it was Bocchi the Rock.
It was Bocchi.
Yes, it was a
I
very
look up-
little known anime, very underground.
Yes. I look up, I crane my head, and I see a Bocchi the Rock poster right here.
It's reminding you of your decision.
Yes.
So there we go. We're going to go through. We have a bunch of different categories across character, genre, music, miscellaneous, and production, as well as some overall words at the very end. We're going to be here for a while. Strap in. Our goal is to not be as long-winded as we were last year. Who knows?
It is currently 6 p.m. If it reaches midnight, I will shoot myself live on stream.
Oh, well, then we have a great incentive. So stick around until then.
I want to live, so let's hope we don't reach that.
I think I want to make it to the front page of Livestream Fail. So anyway, we'll get started. First is going to be our best in character categories, and we're going to start with best protagonist. The best lead character in an anime. So I guess we just one by one this. I'm a little rusty.
Yeah.
All right. I'm going in. It's Thorfinn.
Wow.
This was very tough for me, but I'm giving it to Gayest from Pluto.
I too give it to Thorfinn.
Hell yeah.
Break the mode.
Oh, another Gazette.
Oh,
All right.
split.
Does Mark have one, or we good to move?
I'm giving it to Gayest.
Excellent.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
All right. This was pretty close. Gazik is my number 2.
This was-
So
Yeah, I was like,
Number
Thorfinn
two.
was my number 2. That was how I felt. It's like it was neck and neck between those two, and nobody else was really in contention.
yeah.
Let's talk about these two fellas here. Just like a little bit.
So I think that the reason I didn't pick Gazich is that while he is a fantastic protagonist, I think the show does a really good job of balancing the perspectives of multiple different characters.
Right.
Whereas I think Thorfinn really is the soul of Vinland Season 2, and so that's kind of what put it over the edge for me. Season 2 is a character study about Thorfinn, and watching him develop and his journey on the farm is just excellent. It's excellent TV all the way through, and I was really impressed. He ended up being one of the most memorable characters in any anime this year, and I thought this was a pretty easy lock for me.
Yeah, seeing
and
his growth throughout the season was awesome. Like a kid who essentially went through war and like dealing with that PTSD as an adult, like that is like insane character development. Logan?
For me, what kind of drove it over the edge was not necessarily just Gazish struggling, because Gazish also did struggle with the cruel realities of war. This is a very cruel realities of war category this year.
True.
But I really liked that as a robot, he kind of had the chance to struggle with his own memory. Like, he wasn't sure for most of the show if he had his memories erased, and that's something that they kind of foreshadow even in the first episode when he's talking to that widow, like, oh, would you like to have your memories of your dead husband erased? And she's like, no, that would be very sad. And that's just a cool theme that gets to run through the entire show right up until the end when we finally figure out what it was that was taken from him. And I just that was a really compelling character arc to me. And also, there's just something really nice about a character who, like, in the original work showed up for exactly a page, being the best character in a later adaptation of that work. So
It's like 3 pages, but yeah, I enjoyed it. Like, Thorfinn had incredible character growth this season, probably like the best we see for a while, and I really love that. But Gushit had a lot of like interesting and like complexity throughout the whole season, where like he, not just the memory, but he was struggling to find who he was a person along. We were right with him through the ride, and for me, like, I didn't realize how much I appreciate like Gush as a character until like post Gush in the show, where I felt like the show was really just like kind of missing something, and it like really emphasized that, like, oh, he was a really cool part of the show, despite the show being such a like a wide cast of character and being covering from a lot of people with different point of view. He was really kind of like the glue that kind of like pushes through the series.
Very well written.
Oh.
Mark. Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just going to talk about that point with him being the glue that pretty much establishes every scene. Not every scene. That establishes quite a large portion of the scenes.
Mm-hmm.
And like, well, we see most of the show from not most of the show, much of the show from his perspective.
Yeah.
And it, well, what I was mean to say has mostly been said. He's sort of the glue, and the last episode, I was almost thinking, but where's he sick?
Miss my boy.
Yeah.
Any honorable mentions we want to shout out?
Akira from Zom 100, I think, is a really, really compelling main character.
Mm-hmm.
He's probably my main one.
Okay.
I want to shout out Aijo Rentaro from Hyakano, the 100 Girlfriends That Really, Really Love You. Mm-hmm. That man is the Rizzler. I've hands down to him. I also want to shout out Aya Rindo in Undead Girl
she's
Murder
on my
Force.
list.
Yeah. Any other shout outs?
Nothing particular comes to mind.
Okay.
Not really. I think these two are just like head and shoulder above.
Yeah, they kind of.
They really are. These
top
two.
Of the thing. All right. Best antagonist. For every protagonist, there's also an antagonist. This was kind of tricky this year. I feel like there was a lot of anime that didn't have direct villains. Yeah. So I had to find one that made sense, but I think mine was pretty easy at the end of the day.
Mm-hmm. Interesting that you would choose Dr. Abula from Pluto when I just chose Pluto from Pluto.
See, we can have we maybe to talk about that because I thought about this.
I also chose Pluto from Pluto.
We're gonna have an interesting talk about that.
Tim, which Pluto character are you going with?
Mine was a show that you guys did not watch. So
from
interesting.
Bungo. Okay, sure.
Okay.
Really?
Okay. Yeah.
So season 5.
4 and 5.
Both aired this year. All right, me and Mark are right. No.
I mean, so technically, yes. He is the.
I started talking last time. Someone else can start.
The problem I have with Dr. Bula being the main antagonist is that he himself didn't even know he was the main antagonist the entire time.
I think that's what makes him compelling. Actually,
it feels
that's pretty interesting.
He's a compelling character, but I wouldn't say he's a compelling antagonist if he's not even like aware of the thing he's doing.
Because he's just as much of a victim of the situation. I think it makes him a great villain.
Everyone in Pluto is the victim.
Sure.
Even like Dr. Blue is the victim, Pluto's the victim of their own, hatred and war situation. So this was just a year where like no one really felt like an antagonist this season. And
Maybe the antagonist, George Kush.
And I really had to go like scraping until I found Bungo. I was like, yeah. So my guy, you guys, none of you guys have seen.
Yeah, you go give us a rundown really quick because we don't know.
But he's just your like classic like anti-hero, and I love myself a good anti-hero like villain. So that's why he got my vote.
I think the reason I didn't pick Pluto is because I think that Pluto is more of a force than an actual antagonist with motivations, because he's kind of at the end of the day he is being used and to channel his rage to do all of these things by somebody else. And so I'd rather pick the one who was orchestrating that than Pluto himself, who ends up being redeemed at the end as well. I don't think Pluto at his core wants to be bad. So that's why I almost don't want to consider him.
This category is best antagonist and not best villain. Because like he's not.
But I don't even know if Pluto is the main antagonist of Pluto, which is a funny sentence to say. So
I don't know if he's the main antagonist, but I personally I liked that he was kind of. You could watch him struggling against, what Dr. Abula was making him do throughout the show. Like there was the scene with Gazish down in the tunnels where you just see his eyes in there, and there's some like vague, palpable fear to it.
Yeah.
Or like the obviously the big scene with Uran and the flowers early on in the show when we first for realsies meet him. But that's just what I like about Pluto, is that he is in his own way kind of a force of nature, but he's trying to struggle against that, and you get to see that in his arc. And that's why I gave it to him.
I think at the end of the day, we basically all have the same answer, except for Tim, which is funny.
Cosmic sort of way, yes.
I think the teddy bear is the true villain of Pluto.
Oh, I was actually going to make the joke that the United States government is the real villain of Pluto, or the Thracia government.
Yeah.
Completely different. This is a fantasy world.
There's no relation.
Why are you confusing it?
Okay, other quick shout outs. I have Toji specifically from Hidden Inventory. I think is one of the most compelling villains in all of Jujutsu Kaisen. Really enjoyed him. I have Prospera Mercury, who at least for most of Gundam, I would say the very end was maybe a little goofy, but I think she really nails that sort of Gendo Ikari style. Ooh, what's she doing? She's scheming. Those are my main ones.
My other shout outs are Ibarra in Dr. Stone New World. I think
he's great.
Pretty cool. Like just like that old man to like rival Senku. And Makito in Jujutsu Kaisen season 2. I know Chris he'll go down on it a little bit, but like I really like the character arc.
I think his ending was great, for the record. Yeah. I just have never been as big of a fan.
Any other shout outs? Eren Yeager, he did nothing wrong.
Yeah, shut up. Yeah, okay, cool. We can move on.
Let's go.
All right, next up is our first belt category. Logan, do you like to explain how our belt matches work real quick while I go get water?
Yes, wonderful. Okay, so for some of our categories, we are going to be agreeing upon a consensus pick. We're all going to have our nominees, and we're all going to say who our choice for best boy is, for example. But then at the end, we are going to vote, and we're going to choose who the best boy of 2023 is. And then, at the end of the night, the best boy of 2023 will go up against the best boy of 2022 in the World Heavyweight Boys Champion. And that's going to happen for a couple of categories, this one and the next one, actually. And I'll just be bringing those up as they go along.
We should probably put them like in the title slide. Now that I think about it, like we should put like best boy belt contender or whatever like that.
That's fine.
Yeah, maybe.
We're doing it. We're going over it with our mouths right now. Okay.
Yeah.
So, we might as well get started. This was a good year. There are lots of boys.
A lot of good boys
this
year.
is a really kind of a tough decision for me, and
shout outs. What ones we got to that?
I love this is going to be the first moment of the fact that I am allowed to give this award is deeply hilarious to me. I'm going to be giving it to Lucas Lee from Scott Pilgrim Takes Off.
Yourself.
Logan.
I'm still kind of going back and forth on this one because it feels a little weird to give it to Thorfinn, but this is the most that he's felt like a good boy in a while too.
Just making sure you didn't give it to. That's the reason that I didn't give Thorfinn. I try to avoid my best protagonist and best boy and girl being the same. So yeah,
Well,
but you did get
Logan,
stitched.
You got Thorfinn. I got Einar.
Good.
That also great choice.
Also a great choice. Very high on my list too.
I'm gonna diversify a bit here, and add Rintaro.
Oh
You
my
know what?
God.
Fair. Absolutely fair.
Is that the
The Rizmaster.
Rizmaster? Okay,
Rizmaster.
sure. Do you have one,
Ah.
Mark?
Well, only one person here will know, but
I know.
Yeah,
Ichiko
Tim knows too.
Kiyotaro.
okay. Oh yeah, you're right.
True,
People
true, true.
here will know.
From what show?
From
Bokuyama.
Yoko Bokuyama.
Bokuyama.
Dangers in my heart.
I mean, I know that
Oh,
one
sure.
too.
Like from the
Fair
manga.
choice.
He's great.
Mhm.
Damn.
I'm more excited about their season 2 interactions.
All
So
right.
come back in
It
2025.
is a complete split. Everyone has chosen
Well,
somebody
but
else.
we have to get into
So-
the weeds a little bit, yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yes. First we'll do that. Sorry.
Sure.
Does anyone else?
I'll go first this time since we'll just go down the list, alternate. So
Okay.
Einar, what a great boy this man is. This man, he started off as a slave, and he felt nothing but guilt becoming a slave because like he was the one that survived right from his family,
Yeah.
and he meets Thorfinn. They become best friends, and they are the best bros of all time. And then Einar himself, an absolute bro. He has a crush on that other girl, right?
Yeah.
I can't remember her name right now. And like you
Arneid.
Ariad?
Arneid.
Arneid. They you root so hard for him to like get together with her, and then like you see the story progress, and it's so heartbreaking. I wish nothing but the best for my boy Einar. Tim, what you got for Rintaro?
Rentaro's just the bestest boy. What can you say? He's got the 6 girlfriends, and you
For
think
now.
that
Counting.
gotta take care of 6 girls, such a hassle. But no, he's just a generally great guy who actually loves each one of them and gives each of them the care and love that they all deserve. Just all around a good boy.
Absolutely. Mark, you got any words for Ichikawa?
Well, Ichikawa is at the start. He is, the Edge Master. But
Edge
this
Lord?
is all, yes, the Edge Lord. He is putting up he goes. It becomes clear that this is just. It becomes clear that this is just a little edgy phase, and he's just a middle schooler going through middle school, as we all did.
Yeah.
And his the development he goes through is just phenomenal.
Yeah. For both of them, but him especially throughout season 1. It's
Right,
pretty incredible.
Right. In the manga, the perspective is like partly between him and partly from Yamamoto's perspective, but for the anime they decided to go all on his perspective.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's interesting. Yeah. The show is very much told from his gaze, and I think that they employ that in a lot of really interesting ways, even if it can be a little bit, I would say, horny but like in a middle school way, not like in a lecherous adult gaze kind of way. It's just, it very much feels like it's what a middle schooler would be looking at or thinking about or joking about. It's pretty endearing.
Yep.
Okay, I'm gonna go now. All right, look. Maybe are y'all just afraid? Are y'all just afraid to give Scott Pilgrim awards? It counts. You're allowed to do it. Look, I fucking loved Lucas Lee in the original, and they made him 10 times better in this show. This version of him is easily the best it's ever been before. What a great fucking character. He just killed the scene every single time he was on. Like 10 out of 10. No major notes. I love Lucas
He's
Lee.
voiced by the Gojo voice actor in the song.
That's really funny. Hell yeah. Logan?
This was a big kind of mellowing out year for Thorfinn. Obviously, as he learned to put his the violent ways behind him, I suppose. And I think in a lot of ways it was kind of cute to see him and Einar. Einar was also on my short list. I just gave it to Thorfinn. Just like, you know, get together, start a farm together, go through their Stardew Valley phase. It was just really, it's really nice to see that happen. Even if you know at the end that it's going to break down somehow, it's nice to see that happen for someone who had such a hard season 1 of his life.
Yeah, for real.
Yeah, so that's why I gave it to Thorfinn.
Okay.
Man, we're in our mid-20 seasons.
Shout out. Oh, no, wait. What?
What?
Well, we have to. You have to decide
yeah.
the
We
actual
have to,
best
no, we
way to
shout
do
outs.
this. So-
I think these shout outs will help.
Oh, right. Okay. Go ahead and do shout outs.
Oh, maybe they won't because they're on this list. I also have Kenichiro from Zom 100, who I think is great, and then Sugaru from Undead Girl. Both excellent boys.
I have a lot of shout outs here. I'll make them quick. Shima Sosuke from Skip to Loafer.
Yes, love him.
Gwel J. Turk, otherwise known as Bob.
Bob, yep.
In Gundam Witch from Mercury Season 2. Helk from Helk.
Helk, sure.
What a great boy that man is. And Pickle, the caveman boy from Hanma.
Oh my god,
Baki,
I forgot that
Son of
fucking.
Ogre Season 2.
Forgot Baki
This
counts.
Dude, Baki counts for this year.
Oh my
Insane.
gosh.
All right, you guys did watch Baki.
Not
I
me.
did.
Juan did, but
Me and Jamie did.
okay. We have to consolidate.
I
So-
think what we do usually is everyone votes. But
Yeah,
you can
we
vote for your
put
own.
vote for your second favorite. So, yeah,
All right. 3, 2,
vote with your
1,
letter.
go.
Okay, Thorfinn sweep. Not
You know what?
very.
I'm
on
okay with that.
Thorfinn.
I'm totally okay with that.
I'm totally.
I just feel like he
okay with
makes
that.
the most
Wonderful.
sense here. All right.
Wonderful.
Orphan was my number 2. It was like neck to neck.
I only
between-
didn't pick him because he was my best protagonist. So
Yeah, me too.
so there you go. All right, nice and easy. All right, this is what actually ends relationships. So, let's do the opposite. Best girl. I would request that my friends not make fun of me. No, I did not pick her last year. That's why I'm doing it this year.
I am
I
genuinely
mean, this
surprised.
was more her season, so it makes sense.
I did
I'm just
Power
surprised
last
that
year.
You didn't pick her.
Yeah,
last
I
year.
picked
that's
Power.
fair.
Yeah.
Who?
it's
It's
what's
Vermilio.
it? Vermilio
from
from Helk.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay. Gotcha. I'm gonna be a little normie here because she was very popular this year.
Sure.
Fascinating. Not a very long-term best girl, huh?
Hey, she made her mark.
She did.
You cannot deny that.
From. Oh,
That's the main girl. She was
Yeah,
very
main
high
girl.
on my list.
Mark, you got a best
What
girl?
do I do? Oh no.
Do you not have a best girl? It's okay if you don't.
I'm gonna go with
Oh wow, 2 votes
Also
for Vermilio.
Vermilio.
Does that mean she's
Don't
gonna
worry.
win?
Yeah.
Wait, she
Oh,
just
look.
wins off of that.
well, what are you talking about, guys? This is
A different
Completely
girl.
different character.
This is a
Again,
five-on-five.
going
Wait,
at
wait.
management. Yeah.
Yeah, completely different. They don't-
Logan, I know this is not the order. I'm really surprised that you picked her out of all of the women.
No, she's
it
great.
was a struggle this year. There were some good girls. Honestly, part of the problem is that it felt like there weren't that many like excellent girls in my favorite shows. Like Pluto has exactly one female character.
Yeah, not a great one.
And what's it called? Vinland Saga is a big sausage fest and all that. And I was just kind of thinking, you know who I was happy to see every week is Vermilio. I think that she does a really
Quote,
solid
unquote, every
Tsukomi
week.
act.
Whatever.
Yeah, well, look, I think she does a really solid Tsukomi act against Helk. I thought the show was really funny. I thought she was a fun character. And I also just like that, like, she is approximately as good as Helk, and then they're just like both out there in the wilderness showing up and randomly kicking everybody's ass.
True.
Like the final boss just appears in the first level of the game or whatever.
Mhm.
They're a New Game Plus. That's what they are.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'll go next. Hoshino Ai, while her screen time was uh, not a lot, she very much has like that. She's a character that's so important to the show that like she is mentioned pretty much every single episode. Like her influence is spread everywhere. Like Hoshino Ai is not necessarily one of a kind, but like in the universe, a one of a kind idol, you know, and she really left her mark on me. Her end of the episode one, I've seen it 3 times and I've cried all 3 times. So it takes a lot for me to cry. It really does. So I have to give it to her for that.
It's a pretty brutal scene. I don't blame you for picking her, to be honest, even though she doesn't show up a ton. Tim, you want to talk about
My
Yeah, I
God.
mean,
Izumi?
the whole cast in general, I mean, the whole show in general does a really great job of developing all these characters, and it's really great to see how Mitsumi has like grown throughout the show, but not just her, but like how she like impacts people around her and helps them grow as well. And she's just, just a really great rookie girl in general.
Yeah. I've one of my favorite MCs for a slice of life high school show in a while. I think that she's great. Big fan.
All right, well, why don't you tell us about your Chris?
What about Mark?
Your simp. Do you have anything
Do you
else
say about Vermilio, who's
Vermilio?
not Anne for management?
Yeah, what
I
sets them
think
apart?
I'll wait for. Well, for this time around, I figured
What the hell is?
for this time around, my role here is a bit deflated from last time. So this is my tiebreaker vote.
I see.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll wait for shoutouts though.
Okay. I'm picking Yor because I would have picked her last year, but Chainsaw Man happened, and so I felt obligated to pick Power. And this, like I think Juan said earlier, was literally her season. I think it had some of the best episodes focused on her in general, and she's been one of my favorite anime characters, like since I started reading the manga. Definitely up there on the overall waifu tier list as well. So I had to finally pick her. Too bad she's gonna lose to Anne from management. Do we have shout outs? My main shout out is Ayarindo, who I came very close to picking.
Ayarinda from the
She's the
Underground
undead
Multiverse.
girl in Undead Girl.
head.
Yeah.
Yeah. Any other shout outs for you,
Shoutouts
Chris?
are all.
I had Mitsumi was number 3.
right.
So
Oh yeah.
Anna, I guess is my runner up.
Yeah.
Anna from
Bokuyaiba.
Bokuyaba.
Okay.
My shoutouts are all from Bokuyaba. Go ahead.
Akane,
Go ahead.
level 90,
Yeah.
999.
Oh, the main girl? Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty good. My main shout outs are Beatrix Amerhouse from Zom 100.
Yeah,
She
she's
was
great.
on my
in
list.
the OP for so long, and then when we finally got her, she delivers. AI Nano from Hyakano. She was easily my favorite, and the name pun gets me. She's like the robot stoic girl, and her name is AI Nano.
Yeah.
All the goods are puns. I hope you know that.
I know, but like hers is like so blatant for me. And I also want to shout out Eiko Hozuki from Dark Gathering, the most normal girl ever of all time.
True.
She's so normal.
Okay. Does that mean that
Why would you think she's anything else?
okay. Does that mean that that
Vermilio
Anne wins?
I mean,
Okay, well,
I don't know.
what's your,
I don't
what's your
know.
guys'
I feel
what's your
like
guys'
it's a-
second. Okay, hold on. Shut up. I'm the promoter here. What's you guys' second choice?
Go ahead.
Go ahead and make your votes.
Okay.
Mine would be this one. But
let me go to the tab.
Oops.
Juan forgot who he was.
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
And then
there's moment. I don't. What's it called? It would probably, I guess, be Yor from this list.
See,
So
this
I guess
feels like
I think that we
cheating.
can go ahead and safely give it to Yor here.
Is that how? But I feel bad. Y'all both. There was 2 votes for the other girl, and only.
Yeah, but Mark
You know
did
what?
it mainly to break the tie, which is why I feel like that's kind of like cheating the system.
Does
if
Mark
Mark's
feel
gonna be
okay with
like-
this as the result?
All right.
I like Vermilio, but I like Yor a little bit more.
I did. I mean, I
This
watched
is
one episode of. I happened to watch one episode of the Spy Family season, and she did. She did stand out. Pretty
Did you
well.
watch the butt episode, right? Where she got shot.
Oh, the episode 1.
The butt episode is
Oh.
probably her second best.
I guess
episode this season.
I guess I watched 2 episodes.
Oh, okay. Well, we got to make a decision. We can't stay here
let-
I'll go
forever.
with this.
Let's do Yor.
Okay, thank God.
Let's just do Yor.
Deserved. Okay. God bless.
Let's give it to the
Oh, we have to write
normie
this down.
seasonal meme waifu.
Kill yourself.
Whoa, hey. YouTube, that's not what he said. He said.
This
Well,
is
we're like
Twitch.
30
You can
minutes
say
in.
anything what you.
I mean, we're uploading the VOD to
Free
YouTube.
rent
and-
doesn't count until next
No.
season.
Yeah,
Nope,
no.
next
Nope.
year.
Yeah.
All right. Moving on. Is worst character a belt?
No.
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 Okay.
No,
Yeah.
it's
That's
not.
what.
That's
Okay.
just
So we used to have 2. We used to have worst boy and worst girl on the. For the sake of time crunching and consolidation, we have decided to only do worst character. So this is just the worst, stinkiest character. Whether they're good and you love to hate them, or they're bad and you want them dead, whoever you want. And mine is more of the latter. Yeah. Without further ado, it's Kyoko Hori from Horimiya.
Oh, Horimiya.
that is a very you answer.
All right.
I don't think I know anyone who hates Hori more than Chris.
I'll talk about it later.
All right. I was having trouble with this category until fortunately Chris reminded me of the worst character in anything ever
Oh,
last
God.
night.
You're welcome.
Oh,
Man, that blonde nun. I don't remember her name either, but like.
I think
Like
it's just-
Sicily or something.
it's
Sicily.
that whole town. It's not even
that
just
whole
her.
that whole arc was.
She's the worst of it.
Yeah.
She's there so much and she's not funny at all. And anyway, we can get into it. Juan.
Well, there was a little show this year called Inokoi-san's Dog.
Oh yeah.
And Inokoi-san, she was.
What?
Well, I'll get into it more once we talk about it, but like.
You
Fuck,
watched this. You
dude.
didn't have to watch this. You could have just not watched this.
I
bad
felt like no
show.
obligation to watch it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bro Club.
I'll talk more about her later.
Yeah.
Tim?
Mine is a character who single-handedly lowered my score 2 points.
Wow.
Oh yeah. Wait, didn't
Yeah.
he win last year for you?
Uh,
No, I think
eligible last year?
no, Flosh is who you
No,
picked
no,
last year.
it aired this year. I went to be on the podcast.
Both seasons
before.
were this year?
Yes.
Oh, never mind then.
Part 1 was January
There we go.
2023.
Okay.
All right. I was struggling until about 5 seconds ago, but let's
Did
see.
it remind you?
What's his name?
Oh.
Huh? I don't know. I remember. The fellow from Helk. There you go. That guy.
The villain? The king?
He's
Which guy
that
from Helk?
guy. I mean, this guy is. I mean, he's.
Oh yeah, he's
villain,
the dude
and-
with the long hair. Who
He's
does all
the like the
magic
long
stuff.
purple hair.
He's-
Yeah.
Oh, him.
He's the extremely villainy villain.
Yeah.
He's the
Oh,
most
that
villainous
guy, yeah.
villain.
If Chris does any
And,
post
well, I
anything for
mean,
the pod.
you're supposed to hate him,
Mm-hmm.
and I do, but not.
Just
But
this
I.
guy.
There we go.
But not in a. But I think that an antagonist, the Antagonist Awards, suited Dr. Abdullah better.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
This
Okay.
guy is just a straightforward dude. Yeah.
I don't know, man. I thought that Horimiya piece was mostly a waste of time, and that every single scene that Hori was in was typically brought down. especially a couple of episodes at the very end. That genuinely made me very upset because I think we were supposed to like sympathize with her, and then by the end of the show, I was just like, oh yeah, I want to be cheering for this couple to be together, even though that she's an abusive piece of shit. And I don't know. I do not understand what people see in this show, and especially not in her. And I am not alone. There's a lot of people that hate her. So I thought she would get better, and then she didn't. She got worse.
See, for you, Hori dragged down something that you already kind of didn't like, you know, for Hori me, a piece you didn't really like the original all that much.
Yeah.
The nun from Konosuba had me convinced for like at least 2 episodes that I just didn't like Konosuba anymore. Like I had outgrown it. I had something. I was like, oh my gosh, was this always this bad? Am I just crazy? Yeah, and I got over that fortunately by the end of the episode, but man,
it was rough. It was a rough patch.
It was a rough patch for Konosuba. Juan, tell us about the dog girl.
Well, this girl really likes dogs, and I mean really. It gets pretty close sometimes, and I'm like, I have never felt more uncomfortable watching an anime than this show. And yet I watched all 12 episodes of them, and oh man, those were some sights that...
It's called perseverance.
I don't know if I want to persevere through anything like that anymore. Yeah, this girl touches dogs. Worst. Just the worst.
Jail.
All right, what made Jonah so bad, Tim? Give us a quick recap. Was he like the slave trader?
That's such a bad take. Sorry, in chat. Go ahead, continue.
I want to hear the second.
They said Miri from Buddy Daddies as worst character.
What? No.
Anyway, we're taking too long. We're taking too long. Go.
We like Mary here.
Yeah, we're Miri supporters. She's
Wait,
cute.
Was someone the kid or the mom?
Yes.
They said the kid in chat.
The
Kid?
Not to roast the chatter. I agree. I think Rudy's probably a more acceptable answer for some people.
Rudius, yeah.
Anyway,
Rudius, yeah.
But he was good this year. He was good this season.
let's get through this. Or if we don't have much more to say, we gotta move on.
We can just move on quickly. You can just go back to the podcast for my 10-minute rant.
True.
Whenever that episode
Tim has
was.
spoken at length. I think Mark talked about Mikros.
I think.
Yeah, he's.
I'll just say I think Mikaros is. I was thinking his discussions of despair and help despairing. They were. I watched a little bit of Precure.
Mm-hmm.
He's exactly a Precure villain.
Wow.
Like the final boss, the final despair boss that all the girls face to rid the world of despair.
I'm not caught up yet.
Okay. Now to move on to a completely different category. Best couple. So these are our best romantic couple. You can fudge this a little bit if you need to, and fan shipping is totally allowed, but within reason. We'll make fun of you if you crack ship. And I figured I kind of had to go with one that was my favorite this year, which is Ganta and Isaki. Yeah, Isaki from Insomniacs After School.
Mm-hmm. I thought long and hard about what my joke answer was going to be for best couple this year, that I realized there was a couple that I actually kind of liked.
The Goose.
From what?
Julie and the Goose?
From Scott
Julie
Pilgrim.
and Gordon
Yeah,
Goose.
Gordon Goose.
Sure. Goose.
Yeah. I also have the same answer as Chris, except I used their other names.
Sure, whatever.
Okay. Sure. I should pull up the show's name.
Maybe that's the ones that they actually used. I couldn't remember.
No, I remember them saying Ganta. I just couldn't remember at the time. But I think they said Marguerite in the show for sure, though.
Yeah.
My answers. I'm putting the show's name because I didn't write it down.
I never put the show name.
I always do because I don't know the names.
Chita from Kubo-san.
Kubo.
Yes.
Isn't Kubo just diet Bokiava? I don't know, man.
No, it's not. Completely different.
Okay.
I mean, they're pretty awesome, but the I mean,
Yeah, I figured this
go
would be
ahead
yours.
and-
Might be
yeah,
mine next year. We'll
it
see.
was pretty easy
True.
choice for me.
They're not
It might
quite.
be.
They're basically together
There's
by the end
one
of season
girl who
1.
I'm betting. Yeah, I mean, there's one girl who will probably win best girl next year.
Mm-hmm.
Next year. Okay.
Okay. Anyone want
It's not Anna.
to speak?
Sure, I'll start. So there are lots of relationships where the girl thinks that maybe she can fix him, and there are lots of relationships where maybe the girl thinks that she can make him worse. But Julie and Gideon Goose is interesting because it feels like she's like trying to unfix him. in a
Yeah, he
number
did
of
get a little
ways.
bit better.
Like he's getting better, and we have to just reel that back in. And that's what I personally liked about it.
Admirable.
Nakami Magari, they're a straight couple, but like goddamn, they are so good. Like there's some of like the best, like I guess they are high schoolers. Some of like the best like high school romance I've seen in a while. Like it feels so natural the way that these two interact and like how they get closer to each other. They're awesome. I love them.
I will piggyback just because I have the same one. I think that their relationship is one of the better like teen romances I've seen written in a really long time. It feels extremely natural. The progression is great. It was very intimate, not like in a sexy sex way, but like in a close proximity kind of way. It was just very pleasant to watch the whole way through. It was fun to cheer for them. It was extremely endearing, very well written, and it just felt real. It felt very real. So I was a big fan.
Yeah. So mine, I'm a big sucker for more like cute and wholesome romances. As like one of my favorite romances, Shikiga Kyurei, and like Kubo-san was like exactly that. It was everything I wanted. I loved the dynamic between them, with them going like back and forth at each other. It was great. Best couple. Mark?
Oh no, I've thought of another thing to die on a hill later.
No.
It's that other show I tried to push on you guys. But anyway, as far as Bokuyaba goes, Bokuyaba is it's their relationship.
Yeah.
There's no show without the relationship, and the author goes into like it feels incredibly natural. It's the like you see like their characters, like both of them develop with the progression of this relationship, and I mean honestly, and you can tell that the author just loves these two characters.
Yeah.
There's like if you try to read the manga, and if you do it through illicit means, you'll see a ton of Twitter extras, like an absurd amount.
Yeah.
You have to skip them in order to keep up the pace of the story proper.
They made a whole OVA
and
animating them.
Right. It is clear that it's the author really likes both of these characters and likes writing stories for them. And I will say that it has the Logan seal of relative non-disapproval.
Oh
There
my
we
gosh,
go.
that is true.
So did Insomnia, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Incredible. Okay. Honorable mentions. I also had Kyotaro and Ana as my number 2, so shout outs. And then Soletta and Minarine from Gundam. They made it work. Good for them.
Yeah. Is it Namco or is it
Bandai?
Yeah, I guess just Bandai in general. Them trying to like suppress that they're gay and married. No, they are. Like the creators, like 100%
Well, I
say
mean,
they got married at the end.
They're holding hands with wedding rings at the end. It's not very subtle.
No, they like censored it in like some shots.
Speaking of gay people, Kazuki and Rei from Buddy Daddies also.
Yeah, I also have them in my short list. Another shout out to Gabimaru and Yui in Jigokuraku. Gabimaru, best wife guy around ever.
I don't know. I feel like the end of that show kind of put a little bit of a damper on my original feelings of him being a wife guy by casting doubt that the wife ever existed, which I wasn't really the biggest fan of. So
I think she's real. But we'll see.
yeah.
And also Rudius and Sylphie at the end of Mushoku Tensei season 2. Great. I love their dynamic.
All right. Anything else?
My original joke answer was gonna be Itadori and that childhood friend of his in that one episode of JJK right before the Shibuya incident.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Remember that? Remember when it was
a good
a
episode.
fun time? Anyway, moving on to best relationship. So this can really be anything, not necessarily limited to romantic, just any relationship between characters.
Yeah, platonic relationship.
So I went with the ultimate bromance of all time, Thorfinn and Einar. Just 10 out of 10.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, good. Juan.
Juan?
This will be probably like my only award for the show this year, other than like an OP&ED, whatever. But Frieren and Fern.
Super not eligible. Incredibly
eligible.
no,
It's not eligible.
completely
What are you talking
ineligible.
Character
I'm
category.
so sorry,
Yeah.
Juan. Character categories have never been eligible for continuing shows.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Yes,
I could've
it's
sworn
There-
listed in
it's-
the rules.
it's
We have
in
the
the
rules
rules.
pinned for a reason.
What?
It's
Well,
always
shit.
it's
Well, I
always
guess I'll go with my second
yeah,
place.
go you have a runner up at least. Save it
Yeah,
for next year. Save it for next year.
Okay then. Fuck me, I guess. I mean, I could do that, but like I'm gonna do this one instead. I'll give it to the other bromance here, Vash and Wolfwood.
A classic. A time
We haven't
tested.
talked about Trigun Senpai like at all yet.
Nah,
which
it
is
hasn't
crazy.
really had much to come up. All right, Thorfinn, Einar sweep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Are you sure you don't want to
Okay,
change?
granted, Thorfinn is my second place, so could have been. You know what? Fuck
Could-
it. I guess
You can
fuck
keep
you,
Ash. No,
again.
it's fine.
It doesn't have
No,
to be a
we
sweep.
need to see. We need to
Be,
see.
be the stand-up.
No, it's just the best part of the TV
Be
show.
the
It's
rebel.
literally
Man.
the best part of the show is watching the relationship. I immediately loved Einar, and I was worried that the show was not going to spend as much time with them together as it did, and was extremely surprised, like pleasantly surprised by the fact that like the entire show is about their relationship. So it is really cool to see.
Yeah, I mean, like that's the whole reason why Einar was like my best boy, and like just seeing their relationship grow and advance, and like how they help each other out, like from their past traumas as well. Like,
Yeah.
it's great.
Ultimate
Yeah, and I
bros.
just love how ride or die they are for each other at the end.
Mhm.
Like Einar's going up there with the Thorfinn to like confront the king of the Danes.
Yeah, absolutely sick.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Not much else to say. We kind of just all did the
Yeah.
same thing.
Yeah.
I also have my runners up. I have the Cage User Squad from Undead Girl. Just love that trio. Love the energy they bring.
Yeah.
What a weird little throuple. And then I have Gojo and Ghetto from Hidden Inventory also.
Oh, that's a couple.
I mean, yeah, but
Those two fucked 100%. They broke up in front of the KFC.
I forgot about that.
Yeah,
Because the
dude,
Twitter account for KFC tweeted about it.
yeah, they did.
not the breakup KFC, bro.
Dude, I remember seeing so many TikToks like after that episode aired, like saying like this is it. This is the place where they broke up. My other shout outs other than Vash and Wolfwood, which by the way, great duo those two are. Lu Guang and Cheng Xiaoxi.
Yeah,
in
another
Link
bromance.
Yeah,
season
always.
2. I think they
Besties.
counted like from the year before. Well, I guess we didn't talk about Link Click.
We were
because
late.
didn't watch
Yeah,
it at
we
that
hadn't
time.
seen it by the time it was eligible. Yeah,
So hey, now we're giving them the proper representation.
true. All right, cool. And next up is best cast. So not to be confused with best relationship. This is just what show we think has the best, like either ensemble cast or whatever. So I think for me the answer is pretty obvious, and this is a little bit. It's not cheating. It's totally eligible, but it is a little bit It feels like cheating because I love these characters already. However, I think their presentation in this show specifically is just brilliant. What a fucking ensemble cast.
Okay.
Yeah, it was tough to not give it to Scott Pilgrim.
Interesting. I went with Vinland. I love those characters.
I do. Skip is very
Skip to
high on
Leopard
my
is also
list.
a great cast.
Guys, is this eligible? I have to check.
Yes, it
Yes,
is.
it is.
Yes, it is.
Okay, there we go.
Hell yeah.
Did you give it to your room before
Get that
though?
representation.
He cares?
Huh?
It's
Yeah,
Mark. He hasn't seen it. Yeah, I was gonna say, let him ride. Okay, we
haven't
have
seen
five
much
different
anime this year.
answers. So let's get going through it.
All right, Vinland Saga season 2. We're introduced to like a whole new cast of characters because pretty much all the Vikings are gone from season 1.
Dead as hell.
Literally, the only returning character is Thorfinn, and I guess Leif Erikson
And
by the
Canute.
end of the show. Oh, and Canute also by the end of the season. And all the the new characters, like the slaves, the slave owners, the Snake and his crew, like those characters were so cool. Like just the way seeing like such like a mature show, you know, with all these like adult characters and like the way they like interact with each other, I think it's really cool.
Mm-hmm.
And then we have Tim with a bunch of high schoolers.
Yeah, they were great. Like I said, I was talking about her earlier with the best group, but like the entire cast grows and help each other out. It was amazing, great, phenomenal cast.
As far as development per capita, Skip to Loafer wins easy this year.
Easy.
It
10 out of
is
10.
one of the most impressively fleshed out. It's not that. It's the amount of characters that get like good amounts of fleshed out screen time is probably like 6 or 7 in Skip to Loafer, but the quality of the development, like every single one of the like her friends, even the like class president character that she looks up to gets a little episode. I am deeply impressed by the characterization in Skip to Loafer.
All right. Now for Iruma, I'll just say that the previous seasons also had an excellent cast, and I may have given it.
I think I
previous
did
season.
also maybe for season 1.
But season three is, I mean, this is the arc that develops every single one of them. So I felt it especially fitting to give it this year. Well, to give it for the fall of 2022.
And winter, both.
And winter 2023.
And then for me, yeah, I think I said this a little bit before. I think what makes Scott Pilgrim Takes Off so good is that it took a movie that really only develops 2 characters and a book that develops like a comic book series that develops a lot more of them, and then spends a lot of time going in depth on some of the characters that kind of got the short end of the stick. So that's most of the Evil X's, like Gideon, Julie, some of these background characters that get a lot more screen time in this show. It just really rounds the whole cast out in a great way. It is a blast all the way through. That is, I think, what makes the show so good. Any honorable mentions?
Well, no, Logan
I was like, I go Pluto.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And for Pluto, I just want to say I think that they did a really good job characterizing a very wide swath of main characters, especially since, they're all kind of connected by the 39th Central Asian War, and seeing how kind of each of them reacts and responds, even up to and including, Dr. Abula and Pluto themselves. The villains, like how they respond to that in different ways and having their own personalities and so forth. And then of course, obviously getting to watch them die one after another is brutal. I really love the cast of this show.
As far as depth, if we went, this feels like I'm saying the same thing as Skip to Loafer, but as far as depth of character per capita, I would give it to Pluto. I think there is a huge amount of characters that are pretty immediately like nuanced and in depth just upon meeting them and learning a little bit about them. I think that what's his name, the mangaka, I can't remember, does a very good job of creating this like lived in world. The monster guy, the one that wrote Pluto.
Yeah.
Kurosawa.
Yeah, I think he did a very good job
Kurosawa.
of making it feel like these people live lives and you're kind of getting a glimpse without having to do much work. It's pretty masterful. Pluto was in my top 5. I also had Undead Girl Murder Farce, who I think is a great cast. I really like the main 3 squad, and I really like the villain squad. They're all very wacky. And then everything else is that I wrote down is on the screen right now, so who cares? Y'all did a good job of filling out the rest of my top 5. Anything else?
We did it.
Cast.
did it.
Let me see what else I got. The Oshinoko cast, the Skip to Loafer cast, Zom 100, and Kano.
Sure.
I love all 10 of those girlfriends, or 6. Sorry,
Not
I'm only
yet.
on 6 right now.
Okay. Moving on to the most important category.
Naturally.
All right.
Creative.
I'm so glad I get to finally give this award. Deserved.
So a little history here. This category used to be my category, and it used to be best cat. And when I give this award, it's always to the best cat.
Who the hell is that?
From Suzume.
Suzume.
Oh, fucking
We
forgot
gotta
about
get in
that.
the habit of writing down the
Yeah, this is why we write shows down.
Pee-wee from Hulk.
Yeah.
Yeah, Pee-wee was
Same.
high up.
Mark, you got one?
Haley.
Sure.
Hey,
To be fair, Pee-wee's my number 2.
Pee-wee.
I just picked Bond and again, I did not pick Bond last year. I picked Pochita. So, and even though last year was the year Bond
You
debuted,
cut Spy Family for Chainsaw Man.
a couple times I kind of had to, yes. And just because this is such a good season of Spy Family, also some great Bond episodes individually in this season, I am more than happy to pick one of the greatest anime dogs of all time. Especially when he's wet. Forma de Aqua.
Don't take that out of context.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh God, Karenina,
Anyone
get
else?
away from Bond. Get away from him.
Yeah, get out of here. Anything else? Any other pets?
Well, Logan, why'd you choose Daijin specifically, besides any other cats this year?
a lot of
Look,
cats
because
this
he's a scrunkly little bastard man.
It's
and,
true.
But he's a scrunkly little bastard man, but he's also not that bad. You know, he's got a heart at the end of the day, and that is just catnip for me. In addition to being an actual cat, which is also catnip for me. So much love to the little guy. He was my profile picture on Discord for like
a while.
3 months or something.
Yeah, for a while. Yeah, and then Pee-wee, he's a little guy.
fucking
He's
love
just a
Pee-wee.
He's the
stupid little
greatest
guy.
character.
Pee-wee is the greatest character in Hulk. It's not even close.
Hulk might be best boy, but Pee-wee is like the best character. Like just straight up.
More shows should have like weird, fucked up little amorphous creatures that just come in and speak in a high-pitched voice.
Yeah,
And steal the ship.
yeah.
Exactly.
All right. Any other shoutouts?
I can't think of anything, honestly. I struggled. I was trying to go deeper in the tank, and all I could think of was Bond and Pee-wee.
The older Pee-wee.
Oh yes, the Pee-wee. Yeah.
Allegedly, we don't know for sure who those people are. No, I'm kidding.
Could be anyone.
Okay, we did it. We got through character. Next up is music. And so we're gonna start with OP and then move on from there. And when are we gonna do the belt? I guess at the end of each section.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll
This
do
is
that,
new.
yeah.
We are starting. OP and ED are now belt categories. This is a new thing we've started this year. Okay, I'm excited. I have my top 15. Contractually, I am only obligated to talk about the top 10. All right, here it is. So number 10, I have Broken Games, the Shangri-La Frontier opening. This one really grew on me, and I was surprised that I put it this high on the list when I was making the list, but I just kind of had to. It's fire. Number 9 is Specials, the second JJK opening. It's excellent. JJK openings are always good. Number 8 is Idol, Oshinoko. I may not be as big of a fan of this song versus some of the other Yoasobi works, but I think as an OP, they do a really good job of setting the vibe. Number 7 is Number 1 from Undead Unluck. This is a cool fucking opening. I really love the Queen Bee song in it. It's got some really nice animation. Number 6, speaking of great animation, is Innocent Arrogance by Tengoku. This has maybe the best... it's up there. It might be some of the prettiest individual animation out of all of these OPs on this list. just a really unique stylized OP that I think works really well for the type of show that it is. Number 5 is Ao no Sumika, which is the hidden inventory opening for the first one in JJK season 2. I like this one better than specials, if I'm going to be honest. I think the action cuts are really cool. I think it does a better job of setting the kind of mood that hidden inventory brings. I just love this. I love the song. It's a banger. It was an immediate favorite when we watched it. Number 4 is the only OP with patch notes on this list, which is Song of the Dead. And if we had, I don't think the original would have made my top 15 when it was just clips from the show. But when we get to the the last couple episodes and we got to see the full OP for the first time, it kind of blew my mind. I was like, oh my God, they fucking made a real OP. I can't believe it. The full one is incredible. The dancing zombies, the energy in the song. It was worth the wait. That's all I'm saying. All right, into the top 3. This is the section that I call the real Kino section, where I think that there is a huge gap between number 3 and 4 and the rest of the list. These are close to interchangeable, and I am a little bit. I don't know. Maybe ask me a different time on another day, and the order of this might be different. Number 3 I have is the Magical Destroyers opening, which is a masterpiece, and I highly recommend anyone who hasn't seen it. It's better than the show that it is attached to it. I really can't replicate the experience of watching it for the first time. I love everything about it. I really like the song, the stylization, and then the absolutely batshit breakdown in the back half is entirely unique. And then number 2 is Vortex, which is the Link Click season 2 opening. Also blew my mind the first time I watched it. One of the coolest first time OP watches ever. The way that it plays forward and then reverses in the back half is incredible. That's cinema right there, baby. But unfortunately, I had to give it to Kurakura, the Spy Family opening, the one that Masaki Yuasa worked on. This one grew on me the more we watched it, and I just had to conclude that I think it is the best Spy Family opening, and also just the best opening of the year. The character animation work is incredible. The little stories that it tells, the sequence with the whole family going from location to location, and they're pouring tea back and forth the entire time is just incredibly fun. Also, big feet, and the song's a banger.
Big feet.
Oh, I also really like the cut at the beginning that has the flashing lights and it has Yor and Twilight fighting. That sequence makes me hype every single time. Okay, I'm done talking about OPs now. This was extremely close and very hard. Mm-hmm. It hurt me to pick. I cannot believe I didn't put Magical Destroyers at number 1. It really, I wanted to, but it was hard. Okay, Logan.
All right. So I'm just gonna kind of breeze through the bottom of my list. I like the High Card OP. It was cool. The Undead Girl Murder Farce OP had some really neat cuts to it. I think it's the OP where they do the thing where the I always forget his name, the ogre guy, is walking through what looks like to be feudal Japan, and then he just walks off like a movie set and into London. And I always thought that was really cool. The Undead Unluck OP is remarkably good. I was really surprised, especially considering I was kind of expecting W to be a kind of a meatheadier show than it actually turned out to be in a lot of ways. And this OP was kind of the first hint of that. I was all big about how I was going to be mean to the OP that everyone in the world loved this year. And then I gave it number 7 on my best OP list anyway. So that's, that's all I got. It's just a really strong way to actually introduce that show. I like the Spy Family OP. I know it's a little bit low on the list, but there's a lot of really fun cuts of animation in it. The ongoing thing with the pouring tea is the funniest thing in the world. It's a good opening. It's just that there are a lot of openings that I really liked in this. The Zom 100 opening, Chris has already talked about it, but I love how vibrant it is. I love how colorful it is. That's the thing that I love about all of Zom 100, really. And the dance looks fun, and the great thing about it is that if like you look in the background while they're doing the dance, the other characters will always be doing something. It's like it's a great OP to like watch and look away from where you're supposed to be looking, because there's always something going on. Specials gets its position at least partially just because it has one of the coolest songs. It took a little bit for it to grow on me, but I grew to really like hearing that each week, because that's one of the ones we actually did watch each week.
You're welcome.
And I also really like the color palette, all the red and everything.
Yeah,
very nice.
looks really cool.
It's a cool OP. This one's really funny because every year I put something on my OP list that I didn't actually watch. And Link Click's OP got the honor this year. I think this is the highest that a show I haven't watched has ever been.
It is
because,
so
like Chris said,
funny.
it's
Real
so
quick,
cool.
It's so funny that you put. Just for the record, he put it this high without knowing the context, which I think the context is part of what makes this. And like Juan and Tim, I'm sure we'll talk about that later. When you know what the references that are being made in the show are in the OP, it hits way harder. And Logan doesn't know that and still put it at number 3.
Yeah. I just have the meathead like, oh, this is a thing about time travel, and they time travel in the OP.
Yeah.
Clap.
Yeah.
And it still got to number 3. It's a really sick piece of animation. I really adored the Tengoku opening. I think that it's very strong. A lot of loose and free animation that just really appealed to me. From the very moment that I saw the breakdown of the Magical Destroyers OP, I knew that it was going to be number 1 on my list.
That's how I felt when I.
This was the fastest and the hardest that I have ever fell in love with something that I was going to give an award. The show has a lot of problems. I think I ultimately like it, but it's hard to recommend to other people. But I would recommend this OP to just anyone who likes music videos. It's such a cool cut of animation. It's awesome. And also the song itself, not half bad. Listen to the extended version. There's like a cool guitar solo in there.
You're making me want to change. You're making me want to change my order, not to number 1, but I kind of want to switch number 2 and number 3 and make Magical Destroyers number 2. We can keep talking about it. I'm sure more people are going to talk about it, but like,
oh, we totally are.
The sequence when they start running and then when he spits the fish out, it's cinema. It's just so well made,
man.
Anyway, okay.
All right, Chris. On mine, I put in animations. By animations, I mean just just hit enter every time I say hit, so that we can go into the next point.
I am so sorry, King.
It didn't work.
No, we don't. That's not how. I'm not.
Well, not in presentation mode.
I'm not in a presentation. It's because we have to edit it. We have to edit it, so I have to be in the screen.
Damn it! I took all that time to add in the animation.
With this much love, I'm so sorry. I wish you had asked me about that.
I was trying to make it a surprise. Whatever. That's on me then.
Yeah.
All right. Number 10, Idol, the Oshinoko OP. I am surprised at myself for having it be this low on my list. Because, like, this is, like, everyone's darling. This OP was talked about for months. Like, it was, like, number 1 on Spotify in America for months. Like, the song is incredible. The animation is great. It's just that, like, I very much prioritize, like, very active visuals. And you'll see that as we go down the list. Number 9, Where Our Blue Is, the second JJK opening. Or the first one, sorry, for season 2. I'm very surprised at myself for this one as well, because this song fucks. It's such a fun song. I think it might be my favorite JJK opening, like even above the first one. Like it's so fun. It really like it makes you think that like the Gojo and Geto are the real main characters of the show, and then you realize, oh no, they're not. It's great. I love them. Number 8. I'm surprised I'm like by myself on this. Shiny Girl, the Shy opening.
It's great. I like the song.
I really love like the visual on this one. Like it's like very colorful. The way I think it's like not necessarily like the breakdown, but like I guess like the climax of the opening where she's like flying around. That kind of animation is really smooth. I liked it a lot. Number 7, 01, the Undead Unluck OP. It's Queen Bee. Queen Bee is like one of my favorite bands now. Every time they do an opening and ending, like they are gonna be ranked high. And man, the whole black and white aesthetic of this OP is so cool, and just like the wacky visuals of it all. And like I think like it's in like near the end where Andy and fuck I forget her name, the main girl. They're like walking upstairs, but then like the camera like shifts around and like they're like upside down. It's so cool. I love that part a lot. Number 6, Paradox, the Vinland Saga second opening. This song, this song alone is probably like my number 1 song of the year for anime openings. This song was like my big like pumping iron at the gym. Like it gets me so motivated, and the lyrics of it as well. Like the whole song is in English.
Yeah.
And like one of the lines is fuck, why am I blanking on it now? Something about revenge, and like it's just it perfectly encapsulates like the whole arc within the song. And then also just like the animation in the opening itself as well is just really cool. There's a shot early in the opening where Thorfinn is like laying on the ground, and then like it like flashes to people like carrying like a straw man. It's so cool. It is one of my favorite cuts of animation.
It's I think it's really interesting. First of all, also sick that Survive Say the Prophet's back to do a Vinland Saga opening. But I think it's interesting that you like that one, because I had Rivers the first opening as my number 11. It was my Mr. 11, not quite making a top 10. I love that OP. I think it's interesting that you went with this one, which I think has a little bit more, I wouldn't say normal visuals, but Rivers is much more abstract and kaleidoscopic. Yeah,
it is.
And that's what I liked about it. Anyway, since I'm not going to get the chance to talk about Rivers, I stuck it in here. I like that one a lot. Go continue.
Number 5, Song of the Dead. Like Chris said, like one of the first openings to ever get patch notes. It was really fun seeing how this show, like, or how this opening evolved over time. And then like once it actually got completed, I'm the only one in the group here that actually like uses TikTok. It became a trend for a while. Like people were actually like, doing the dance from the opening. It was really fun. I like that. And like any song or any opening that like gets a dance to it, like it's great. You got to give it points for that. Number 4, Trickster, the high card opening. I am so surprised at myself that I ranked it this high, but god damn it, this opening is just so fun. It's not fair how much fun this opening is, and then the show itself being so fucking mid. I'm so mad. But like it's just like a perfect shonen opening. Like it just like shows everyone's powers. It's like in a very like abstract visuals. It's very colorful. It's just awesome. And the song itself is also very fun. Number 3, Kura Kura, the Spy Family season 2 opening. Like Chris said, it's Yuasa doing the opening, Otto doing the singing, and it's some famous composer.
Oh yeah, the seatbelts. Yeah, fucking Yoko Kanno and the seatbelts worked on this song too. I didn't even mention that on mine. That's why I'm obligated. If Yuasa and Yoko Kanno are working on something together, those are two of my people in the anime industry, so I'm obligated to put it at number 1. Also, like, Spy Family.
Like it is. You gotta give it props on just like that collaboration alone.
Yeah.
And like I said, like the visuals are just eye candy. They're awesome. Number 2, Magical Destroyers opening. The other two have already said it a lot. Like it grabs your attention immediately when you watch that OP for the first time. I wish we could just like play it on the stream, but like I just need everyone to go watch it in their own time.
Yeah, if you haven't seen this, please. We'll probably talk more about Magical Destroyers at some point on the podcast, but even if you don't watch the show, please watch the opening.
All right, and then my number 1, Vortex, the Link Click season 2 opening. God damn it. Like Chris said earlier, when you know the context for like all the visuals in this opening, they hit hard. Like man, just seeing the teddy bear being like played in the claw machine, and then it becomes Lu Guang, and like him falling upwards, going to the top, and then it going backwards, and it makes sense both ways. It's so fucking cool. I've never seen an opening like that before. It's so fucking cool. I love it when an opening tells a story like that. It's so cool.
Yeah, it blew my fucking mind. Hey Juan, what a sexy top 3. We should make out sometime.
We can.
Come down.
Yeah.
Anyway.
All right, let's go, Tim.
All right.
Mine's gonna be a little bit different. I have a OP overall and OP songs only. I'm only be talking about the top 5 for each of them to make it fair. I would say the only rule I have for the songs only was that anything from the OP overall couldn't make it in there. So
Sure.
just no repeats. So starting at 5 is the Villain Saga Season 2 Opening 1. Like Chris was saying earlier, I think the kaleidoscope, one of the main things I like value highly in openings is how well it like encompasses and represents the show. And I think, although I do love like So I Said the Prophet, the great band, as you see it later, I think the song and visual for the first opening did just a much better, just encompassing the kind of internal trauma that like Thorfinn, and not just Thorfinn, but like Kalut, whatever the fuck his name is.
Yeah, something like that.
We didn't even talk about him at all.
Canute.
There you go.
Kalut.
You guys don't know your history.
I don't know my Viking history. I'm sorry.
Kalut the Great.
Kalula the Great.
Caligula.
Anyway, continue.
Anyways, 4 is gonna be Kurokura Spy Family. I think Chris and Juan have already gushed enough about it, but exactly the same thing. You know, Yuasa, Ado, and Yokotano are just like a golly trio. They could not be any like lower than that just with those names alone. Idol is kind of all over the place for everyone for a variety of reasons. Some's a lot higher than I thought, and some a lot lower than I thought. I think Idol perfectly like encompasses the show, on top of being just like I think Idol's probably my favorite USB song, just because I think there's a really cool tempo shift, and the rap thing in the mid-tone really does well, and I think the visuals
are so good.
And encompasses the show perfectly. Speaking of songs and shows that encompass the show perfectly, Song of the Dead, it's just like that whole energy and vibe, and the whole like the visuals and animation for that perfectly encompasses what I think the whole it just encompasses vibes. It's just, I think you could not do better for an opening for that show. But even though that's like the perfect opening and visual for that show, it's still not as good enough as Vortex, because fucking Vortex, man. Like, Juan just did a whole rant, and I fully agree with everything that everyone has said about Vortex. Like, even Logan, who has not seen a single god thing about the show, put it 3.
I think
great.
It just speaks to the quality of the song.
that means, and you can run your little algorithm. I'm pretty sure
No, I did it. Okay. Already. Don't worry. But yeah.
Okay.
Top 10. I lost my train of thoughts.
Yeah, go to...
Fuck you. Anyways, moving on to the songs
yeah.
only category. So, number 5, it's the other Vinland Saga opening. I really do love South Side Prophet. I think they're like amazing. They were like the perfect band for season 1 to encompass the like turmoil and chaotic energy of that first show. But like for a slower season like season 2, where it's like Vinland Saga, they feel a little bit out of place. And I think the first opening just kind of encompasses the show better. Sash by Yama, unfortunately the visuals were kind of generic. I don't think it made like top 20 on the overall list, but I really do love Yama, and the song was great. I did a Logan here, and I put a song here from a show I did not actually watch.
Yeah.
I put Ray.
Stan Miyavi.
Yeah, so it's Miyavi, and it's Norian. Norian has only done Ultraman stuff, but she is a great. Are you Googling? Okay, cool.
Yes.
She's a great artist, very cool to hang out with, and then her with Miyavi was just like a great, like two gods coming together making a great song. Really fun. And then speaking of, I'm gonna Kanaboon. It was just like,
I love this song also, but for the record,
it is a great song. Unfortunately, the visuals is kind of
they're fine.
Which is
it's fine.
It's average, but like I really love the Kanaboon with that. What took
the Peggy's lead singer. Yeah,
the Peggy's lead singer. I think they're a great combination. I could listen to that song on repeat forever. And my hidden OP number 1 is Leo Erie. From the Karinara opening. She is like a sleeper hit for me. I've been following her for a couple years now, ever since she did the Gayest movie songs, and I've been like, I really love her. I've been like, I also like even her non like anime stuff because I think this is her like second time doing anime stuff. She usually does like dramas or like not, TV stuff. So, but I really like her, so that's why she's on my number one list. Anyways,
Tim, I gotta ask, why is Magical Destroyer so low for you?
so like I said, a big factor of what I do when I take decision for OP overall is like how well the show or song like encompasses and represents the show as a whole.
Mm-hmm.
And for me, like Magical Destroyer got that high purely on like the perks of its visuals, but like as far as like what for me, Magical Destroyer as a show was a mess and a jumble, and I don't fully still really know what they were trying to do with that show. And so that just brought it down a lot, just because I could not really make a good connection between the opening and that compared to what was that show that Mappa did, the trippy one with the like Super Saiyan people? What was that show called? Heian?
Oh yeah, the 8 to 10. Yeah.
8 to 10. That visual was also super trippy to him, but I think it really
did a better job.
the vibe of the show.
Yeah.
While this one just felt like, a 10 out of 10.
I still want to watch.
Video, but like,
I still want to watch the show that the OP of Magical Destroyers promised. Even if Magical Destroyers the anime is not that, I would love to watch it. Either way.
But yeah, that's why it's so. It did really.
Sure.
It made it appeal based on how well and cool the visuals were. But
Mark, I think you said you were not participating in this one. I just want to confirm that.
Yeah, I don't.
Okay.
Right. I will say that I routinely hear Idol.
Yeah, in
the
grocery
supermarket.
stores.
does not surprise me at all.
It's very popular. Okay.
Mark lives in Japan.
What
What
wins?
dream?
I'm pretty sure Vortex wins if I had to eyeball it, but you tell me, Tim.
The top three. Number one is Vortex with 37 points. And then it's a tie for second between Spy Family and Magical Destroyer.
Great top three.
I would like. Oh, what do y'all think? That's my top three that I said were close to interchangeable. I'm never gonna be upset.
I'm hard
voting for
voting
Magical
Link Click.
Destroyers.
Yeah.
Link Click all the way for me.
I think we have to go Link Click.
I'm leaning Magical Destroyers between those two right now. So we're in a bit of a
So now
situation.
it's Mark
Who has not seen either of them? I don't think.
No.
We're not gonna force him to like watch the OPs on stream, are we? Just
Uh,
slow down the entire thing.
No.
No, I think that he should just watch them when he's got some time. We don't have to figure this out right this second. We just have to do it before the championship belts.
Right.
So he could do while we're doing EDs since he's not doing much for like the next 15 minutes.
Apparently you're getting.
Yeah,
hooked.
I'll
You
send
need
you the
links.
videos, Mark.
Yeah.
I'll send you the videos, Mark.
The good news is that.
Wait.
What's up?
I might not have access to them in Japan.
Really?
Oh, right. Recent
I'm-
block. Yeah. I can send you. I'll send you the.
Oh, the Catbox. Moe.
Tim got
Yeah,
Tim has
I'll
links.
send them.
Tim's got hookups. Okay. In that
yeah,
case,
Shooters.
we're gonna move on to ED for now. So put a pin in that for the belt. Okay. With every opening, there also has to be an ending. So I'm gonna go through my list. Number 10 is The Tides, which is the Link Click season 2 ending, not to be confused with the opening, obviously. So this one's really interesting. It's a piece of original animation that has like nothing to do with the narrative objectively. They're like exploring a mansion, but it is really neat. It's a very neat piece of custom animation. And the song is very catchy. So I thought it was a fun time. Number 9 is Happiness of the Dead, the Zom 100 ending. This is a very peppy and punchy little ending song, very catchy, really nails the vibes of Zom in the same kind of way that the OP does. I think it's a little bit more like slightly lower key, but it's a good ending. Number 8 is Squad, the high card ending. I love this one. This is a classic group doing a kind of a little dance. They're all singing in the car and like they're singing the ending song together and doing their own little moves. I think it does a really good job of showcasing all the different characters. I wish that they were better characters and the show was better. But it's still I immediately was in love with this ED the first time I saw it. It's a blast. Number 7, I am a little surprised this isn't higher up on my list, but there are just some heaters above it. The Konosuba Sekai explosion or whatever, the Megumin show. Banger ending. What a great little song. A very, very cute little custom animation to go along with it. Just immediately lovable. Konosuba keeps up the track record of having just 10 out of 10 endings. Really enjoyed this one. Honestly more than the show. Number 6 is Gospelion in A Classic Love. Very similar to the OP. It's very art house. I think that this one actually does, unlike the OP, does get better once you have seen the show and know the full context of the story. I think it actually makes the ending hit a little bit harder emotionally, which is crazy to say that. I really like the style. I like the art, the way that all the characters are drawn. It's just a really cool piece. Great song too. Number 5, Red Birthmark. This one blew me away the first time I saw it. This is the second Gundam Wish from Mercury opening. You're kind of like, it's a pretty song, and you kind of like are ramping up to it, and then you get to the section where Soleda's in the red dress and then starts dancing with the gun bits pieces or whatever. It's really fluid. It's gorgeously animated. Very emotional as well. I think that this is a excellent ending. Number 4 is More Than Words, the second JJK ending. This one is incredible. I love the editing. I love the different shots of Shibuya throughout it and the way it focuses on the main 3 characters. I love this song. This band is becoming one of my favorite bands in Annie songs. They did the opening for the Heike story, Heike Monogatari also, which is another song that I really like. And I've been jamming to this song ever since it came out. Just really, really good. Number 3 is Mephisto, the Oshinoko ending, which I think is one of those endings that gets you really pumped every single, it's like a great stinger. You watched a really intense episode, a really spicy one, and then you hear that song start to cut in and you're like, shit. And it just works perfectly for it. It's got some really neat visuals that goes through the whole cast, and it's just another Queen Bee banger for this year. One of my favorites. Number 2, it's eligible. The Fry Run OP might be a little bit mediocre. The ending is anything but. Just incredible, beautiful. I don't know what I just did. I just fucking made a slide on accident. Okay. Beautiful custom animation. It's like almost like this print style. I don't know how to describe it. But it goes through all these different designs, and then the song is just gorgeous. I am a huge fan of this ending, and it would have probably won if Totome no Ichigeki, the Spy Family Season 2 ending, didn't also come out this year, which you also worked on. What a lovely little song, and it's got some of the best animation. It is full of energy. It encapsulates Spy Family perfectly. Bond plays the bongos. That whole sequence of they're playing instruments is just 10 out of 10. No notes. Give me more of that, please. This one is, I think, after the first time I watched it, I was like, oh my God, that was easily my favorite Spy Family ending. And all of the Spy Family endings have been excellent so far. So to say that is a big thing. This one pretty easily takes my ED of the year. I fucking love that one.
Okay.
All right.
Do we want to do a quick intermission for Mark to
Is he
say
done?
his choice? Yeah.
Maybe I should watch Magical Destroyers.
The anime.
Don't fall for the
was gonna
trap.
say,
The anime is nowhere near as good as the opening.
You can, Mark. I think you might like it a little bit more, but just it's not. It doesn't live up to the promise of what that OP provides. I just want to say that.
Right. I mean, I was impressed by link clicks as well. But I mean, certainly, Magical Destroyers, the OP promises a lot.
It does.
Yeah.
Is that your choice?
Yes.
I'm not sure specifically what it promises, but it promises a lot.
I'm fine with it. It's my number 2, so I'm fine.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Magical
going
sweet
Magical Stories.
baby.
Okay.
All right, Logan, tell us about your EDs.
All right. So my EDs, starting at the bottom with Happiness of the Dead. I'm just kind of gonna breeze through this. I like this. The song
Chris
was a
didn't have
nice
that
song.
in this
I
list at all.
Did it's number 9?
Is it? Oh, it
Yes.
totally is.
Oh.
My bad.
Yeah.
What's it called? Undead Unluck's No Me. I was joking earlier that this ED promises a much classier show than even the surprisingly classy Undead Unluck is. But this is just a really cool ED. It's spelling out a lot of stuff that might, I guess, in the manga have been saved till later. There's a lot of implications in it that I find interesting, and I think it's cool that they put stuff like that in the ED. I wasn't sure that I was going to love More Than Words when I kind of came back around to it, especially since given the speed at which we had to watch some fall anime, we skipped it a lot of the time. But there's a lot of really good stuff to it. Especially given the content of the arc that it's associated with. It was nice to see shots of like normal Shibuya to remind you of what is getting presently destroyed by a giant fireball. I really like Torome no Ichigeki. One thing I do want to say very specifically is that I love that in the scene where they're all playing the instruments, Lloyd just spins his bass around at some point. That's another one where you can just like look at different parts of the screen at all times, and it'll always have something interesting for you to see. Above that is the Frieren ED Bliss. I don't think I love this as much as Chris does. I find some of the animation stiff sometimes,
I feel like that's
but I still
intentional,
quite
but
liked
yeah.
it. It's yes,
like puppetry,
it's
but
probably
it's okay,
intentional,
yeah.
but I still don't necessarily love the way that it looks all the time. But it is an extremely unique ending, something that I'm happy to watch, and it usually fits the tone of the end of Frieren episodes, which is not a thing that EDs always do. These were given to me as separate EDs, and I think I like the special ED a little bit better, the acoustic one that kind of plays during that episode of Tengoku Daimakyo. Also, Tim, I'm sorry I couldn't find the name of this song in English. I don't know what it is.
Which one?
But
The Tengoku
the
ED.
Tengoku ED.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, but these are both really good songs, really strong visuals, and I like them quite a bit. Coming up next, High Cards Squad. Like Chris said, this is just a really fun ED to watch. The animation on all of them singing is really nice, and I think it's cute how they start out in separate cars, and then they slowly just kind of start adding more people into the main car until the gang's all there and they're just all singing. And I wish that High Card was as good as the OP and ED of High Card. Speaking of things that I wish were as good as the OP and ED, Magical Destroyers' Gospelian in A Classic Love is artsy and cool and very unique, and especially that final shot of like all the girls climbing up Otaku Hero, like kind of like a mountain almost. It's really, really something special. And I'm just starting to think that maybe this guy should just direct music videos instead of directing anime. Because I really like the work done on the OP and ED for this. And I thought for a bit that it might actually be a Magical Destroyers sweep on both ED and OP for me. But then I remembered how much I just love the Dr. Stone ED. This is the one that's like sand, the like sand painting one.
Yeah.
Oh, that one, yeah.
Very cool.
And it's very cool to watch. And I think what sets it apart for me is that the song is something that's really me targeted, that kind of like folksy pop music, the super uplifting with the big soaring violins and all that. This felt like the ending was just like aimed specifically to impress me, and it worked.
Nice.
Is that the ED where the guy's like, sometimes I wonder?
No, that's the second one.
Again.
No.
Oh, okay.
No,
This is the first one.
No, that's the Sakina Shindaya.
That one.
It's
Okay,
a pretty
okay.
song. I do like that one.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Logan, where is the Oshinoko ED on yours?
It's lower on the list. I don't know. I
Damn.
wasn't in love
Logan?
with that.
That's crazy.
Do you mean the
Mhm.
other free rent ED?
No, we haven't
What do you
seen that
mean,
yet.
No, Bliss is a special ED that was only in the
Oh,
2-hour broadcast.
You might have this. I think you have the song
Mal was
wrong.
Weird. I meant to pick the normal Fryren ED.
It's
S1
Anytime,
is
Anywhere.
special.
Anytime, anywhere is
Whatever
the
the
one he
real one
means.
is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anytime, anywhere.
I mean,
Alright.
they're both by Melee, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Malay also does a special.
All right,
Anyway,
cool.
go
Then
ahead,
that,
Juan.
that thing that I said instead.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's go with mine. Number 10, The Tides, the Link Click season 2 ending. That song, it's a great way to like sting the end of an episode.
Yeah.
Like the whole rap that he starts with, like it really stings, and like the whole visuals too of like them like exploring a mansion is really cool. I like it a lot, and like them in suits, hot as fuck. Number 9, Gospelian and a Classic Love. I'm surprised at myself for this because I love this song a lot. Like I actually like listen to this like like in my playlist, but when I was doing research for the EDs, I forgot how much of this ED was just like mostly still images, which again, like I prioritize the visuals a lot, so I had to docket some points there, but like I had to keep it in there still, and like just because they're still images doesn't mean like the images don't hit, because like those images hit, and
Yeah.
I really like the very end of it where he's being rolled away by the magical girls like on a hospital
On the
bed.
stretcher, yeah. That's what I
Dude.
was talking about. Well, it's better if you know the context.
If you know the context, that hits. And like the whole song itself, again, like it's so like mellow and like I don't know, it just hits. Number 8, Jump In, the Konosuba Bako no ED. It is extremely colorful. I value EDs that have a lot of like color and like unique art styles, because this is a very unique art style and I like it a lot. It's very fun. And like it's Rei Takahashi and Aki Toyosaki, the voice actors for Megumi and Yun, just having a fun time. It's great. Number 7, Sweet Sign, the Hyakano ED. This is a very cute ED where it's like all the girls in chibi, and like it's just like them getting together for a sleepover. It's very nice. It's very cute. I love the chibi art style. And it's just nice. Again, I love a little opening ending that tells a little story. Number 6, Happiness of the Dead, the Zom 100 ED. Just like the opening, this ending, it's just so fun. I just love seeing them like, what the climax of the song where they're like all running, and like Beatrix fucking Naruto running like the fucking German weeb that she is. I love them. Number 5, Mephisto, the Oshinoko ED. I'm surprised it's this low for me, but like, dude, when those violins like are gearing up, like in the last like couple of minutes of the episode, and then like the drop happens, like it just hits so hard every time, and like the visuals of the ED itself is really cool of Aqua like walking down the stairs. And the whole aesthetic of the ending is really cool. I like it a lot. Number 4, Squad, the high card ED. God damn it! Why is it? This is probably the most fun ED of the entire year, besides number 1. But like, it's so fun to see like these characters, like they're friends. It looks like they're friends. They're singing in the car, they're dancing in the car, and like it like perfectly like encapsulates our personality. God, I wish the show was so much better. It makes me so mad that the show kind of sucks in comparison to the OP and ED. Number 3, Anytime Anywhere, the Sosuna Fryren ED. I did not have this in my list initially, but then we were watching Fryren recently, and I'm like, oh shit, this counts. And fuck, this is really fucking good. Like it's so abstract and pretty. The song is beautiful. It is just a gorgeous song. And that one shot of like the flowers, it's like white flowers, and then like Fryren opens her eyes.
Yeah,
like,
her
it,
face.
Like, slowly becomes her face.
Yeah, it's so cool.
Such a cool shot. Like, it's so cool. Number 2, Red Birthmark, the Wish for Mercury season 2 ED. Now this was a stinger every time an episode ended.
Mhm.
Like, oh, it's just so cool with the lady, the way she's like sings, like, ah, she that a terrible impression,
Yeah, I got it
but
though.
uh, but also like the visuals as well, where it's like Suletta dancing with like what looks to be clones, but like as you like go on, it's a little bit more than clones.
Hmm.
It's a really cool visuals, and then like her and Mirani like dancing at the end too. Like it's so cool. I love it a lot. And then number one, Totome no Chigeki, the Spy Family season 2 ED. Now this is pure fun. It's it's eye candy. Every single thing is moving in the background. It's like kind of like not exactly like a kaleidoscope, or like is it like a rotoscope? I don't know what the actual like term is.
Yeah.
Where like there's just like moving parts, and then like like you zoom in, and then like there's like another moving part. It's really cool. And like what I really like about it is like it's a unique art style, and then at the very end it like zooms out, and it's Anya's drawing, and like she's just showing it to her family. Like it's so cute. I love that. If you have like a unique art style, you get extra points from me. Like I just loved it.
Hell yeah. Good pick, good taste. We're very much in agreement on our music list this year, Juan. I'm realizing.
Yeah, me and you, bud. We'll make out.
Okay.
You copied who?
Exactly. All right, Juan.
I did my list a long time
Or
ago.
Tim.
You shared that homework. I'm gonna do 9 and 1 because I want to talk about One Piece.
All right.
So starting with what left is overall rated song only. Starting with the One Piece, the show that has not had an ending in like I don't know 300 episodes, and they finally did. And when they did, it was a purely like Kino like 10 out of, not 10 out of 10, but like purely Kino. Such a great ending. I don't know why they haven't done an ending. Probably because they have so much like content they got to shove in. They just needed the screen time. But like they finally announced it was hype, and the longer rated ending lived up to the hype. Villain ED2, I think the visuals is a little weak in places, but like when it does hit the end where they have like the kind of mosaic background with Thorfinn fuzz, it kind of hits hard for me. On the opposite for the JJK ending, it was just Gojo and what's his face just vibing, having a good time playing games. It was just like a very like peppy kind of happy thing that kind of contrasted the more kind of darker themes that the first half is kind of alluding to. For the Gundam ending, I think everyone has talked about it a bit to some point. I really love the dancing is a close follow up, but like the whole visuals with the red like robot thing that she's dressed scene is like probably the best scene for me. No Me, I was really contemplating where I wanted to put this song specifically, just because like the visuals all cool, but like as Logan says, it's probably like we're not fully getting the meaning of what's going on in the scene with the whole boat and then the helmets on that. It's just like the meaning of the dimension kind of lost it to me. But I do think it's really cool, and I do really like Karayagi as a singer as well. She does a lot of good songs ever since Vivi, I think like 2 years ago. I forgot when Vivi was, 3 years. Last by Homecoming, it is a more like solemn quieter post, but it really that is what the show kind of is, and I think the visuals with the soundtrack and fits that show perfectly. Spy Family, we all talked about Spy Family, the Vondi. I think I really agree with all that. I will say extra. I really did like the Anya kind of review at the end. That was very cute. The Onimai ending, I haven't talked about Onimai a lot, but this is such a like dynamic, fun, animated scene that was just really. It was just a really fun with how like it was a dance sequence, and they kind of like jerks all these to the dance sequence. It was I don't know how to describe it properly, but it feels it could have been opening, because I would say it was just a lot of like over the top great animation and songs to kind of like get that more half beat slice of life vibe going on for it. And the top one is Mephisto by Queen Bee. I think the song does a lot of heavy lifting for the show. I do love the visuals, don't get me wrong, but it is a little bit weaker. But I think even the weaker visuals, like the whole metaphor with the red string of Faden, everything they do with that ending, kind of like nailed it home for me for that one. And my like honorable mention for the songs only is going to be the Freewind ending. I think it is a gorgeous, beautiful ending that is probably the perfect encompassing the first tone of the show for the first like half before they get to like, well, I'm not going to say because Chris hasn't watched yet.
Yeah, none of
But
us
I think
have.
that the more solemn, emotional, beautiful tone really like encompasses what the vibe of the show is. But I do think the visuals are a bit stiff and weaker sometimes. There are some cool scenes with the eyes and stuff, but I think the disconnect is enough that it didn't make my top 10. But yeah,
Nice.
that's my
Okay, so
ending. I did the calculations already.
what are we doing?
I had to do a quick fix because Logan's misnaming threw me off. We have in first place the Spy Family ending with 32 points. In second place, Mephisto from Oshinoko with 24 points. And then in third place, the Freewind ending Anytime, Anywhere.
I'm pretty happy pushing Spy Family through. I don't know about the rest of y'all.
I'm good with Spy Family.
Yeah, I'm okay with Spy Family. I think I would prefer Freerun, but
I would say Spy Family.
Okay, cool.
Over Freewind.
All right,
Congratulations.
we
I
vote
think,
for
especially
Spy
since
Family.
two of
We
us
don't
had it
have
at
to
number
involve
one,
them.
I feel like it's pretty, yeah.
I mean, like I could have gone with Mephisto as well.
I can go with Mephisto as well. I think the
Yeah,
only
like
one I
some
really
push for it.
didn't want was Freewind, just because I do think the visuals.
I would much rather have, I think Mephisto would be
But
3 on my list.
I'm
of those
okay
two.
with Spy Family.
All right.
Over Mephisto.
Spy Family locked in. Cool.
Gundam did get cucked.
I do love the
Barely
Gundam
edged
one.
out.
Gundam ED is pretty good. It's,
All right.
Logan just didn't have it on his.
Okay.
Oh, hello.
Hey. What's
Hey
up?
Mark.
My mic was low.
I see.
Didn't realize.
I see.
No, I had my gain turned down, forgot to turn it up. Happens all the time. There are a couple I wanted to give a shout out to.
Uh-huh.
There's the Onimai. I mean, I have to say that it feels rather 2000s in its sheer sort of energy. Now there's that. And this is a show that I'm probably not going to mention very much this today, but Tim, did you see My Clueless First Friend?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
Yeah.
That one.
I don't know. I'm not like gonna rate it or anything, but I felt the ED on that deserved mention.
I have to refresh my memory on that one real quick. Oh yes, I do remember this one. It was very abstract and cool.
Right.
I like the staircase. Yeah. Yeah.
Right. It was very evocative.
For sure. Good choice.
All right.
I wanted to give this show a mention before it's unmentioned the rest of the day.
Yeah. Oh, well.
Probably.
Okay. Moving on to best insert song. No big lists for this one. Just the best one. Picking your favorite overall. I feel like a little boring for picking this, but that's okay. Hold on. I have to find it. Where is it?
You won't have it up in your second. Well, I guess you are running the stream as well.
There we go. Okay.
There we go.
Hard to blame you.
What's that?
That is from Magical Destroyers.
Ah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, that's right. I remember that. This is probably going to be the only mention of this show in this award show. The Kamada Nezuko no Uta song.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
And we'll talk about it in a second.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Tim?
1 sec. I gotta find where I put it. Into. Where did I put it? Oh.
For the chatter, United States of whatever is not technically eligible. So our rule.
No, while we're putting that up, United States of whatever would have cleared everything if I were allowed to put it. That was such a sick blast from the past. But since it was like already a song that existed for long
inserts,
time.
we only are doing songs that were made for the show, and that is a song that existed in the past, obviously.
I mean, as far as I knew, I never heard about it before, so it sounded new
What
to
is
me.
Bite Down from?
The Fate.
Oh, sure.
Special.
Okay.
It's a Sawano track.
Makes sense. Okay. Yeah, I had to pick this one. I maybe that was just because it was the easiest one to me, but this is such a funny song to listen to, especially in the context of the show. It's at the very end, and hearing like a musical version that is like speed running through the plot of the Scott Pilgrim movie is incredible. Can almost give this the award alone for the bread's not all that. Bread makes you fat line.
Fat.
It's incredible. Very peak.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I thought that one was very funny. But if I'm given the choice between a set of songs, the like weird howling sad one is always gonna be my pick, and that's what 0423 is for the Magical Destroyers soundtrack. That said, there were a lot of songs that I was kind of surprised by. I very seriously considered giving it to a song from the Mashal soundtrack, and I didn't even really like Mashal all that much. So. Yeah, one other thing I want to shout out that didn't make it in is the Vorpal Blacksmith song from Shangri-La Frontier. When the bunny is singing, it's a neat song. The scene gets a little repetitive. The scene gets a little repetitive after a while, which is why I kind of took it out of contention. But I still think it's really cool that they just like did a whole song breakdown for what was probably like 3 pages or like a page in the manga or something.
Yeah, I mean the whole the torture dance in JoJo, you know.
Yeah, exactly. I'm sure for Shangri-La Frontier fans, that was their torture dance.
Torture pants.
Torture pants.
But yes, I'm surprised that this song like kind of hit me. Like, yeah, like sure, like in the moment, like while we were watching it, we were like just like so like desensitized to the whole season of Demon Slayer at this point. But like as we were like doing the research for this, and like I just like checked out the song, like. This was a very beautiful song, and then like the sequence itself is also like actually very pretty as well. So I just had to give it to this because like it just really caught my attention. And then Bite Down.
Bite Down. It's it's from the Fate special like aired this year. It's a lot of action packed, and it's a sound track, so it does a great job at just like getting you hype and in the mood for like this big fight scene that's coming in. And it's good song too. My runner-ups to shout out real quick was one of the inserts from the Bang Dream to Go. Honestly, big underdog this season, and their song Ukitaba is really just a lot of raw emotions coming through. Big fan of that one. And then the Paradox Live Bay Fly High, I think from episode 1. Really cool performance and great like CGI like performance that kind of like emphasized, raised the level of the performance instead of making it worse.
There are some really good inserts in Kusaria, especially one of the later ones that we just watched, actually. That was pretty cool.
Is that within the first core?
Yes.
Okay.
Does it really have any inserts?
Yeah, and then not really a shout out, but the scene, the Hanja's last fight, that whole song. I know that's not an eligible insert, but it would have probably would have won for me if it was eligible. That scene is
I mean, like that
insane.
scene itself is also very
Yeah.
the shout outs I got is the Serious Steel. That's one of the Mashal songs.
That was the one I was gonna give it to. That song's so sick.
Dude, that song is so sick. Like, I know it's not what's his name? Cool Mantis, the Persona 3 rapper. Something Mantis, like he sounds very similar, but like I just like the rapping style in that. And then the Piayon boot dance from Oshinoko.
Also peak.
God, what a great scene.
Absolutely.
Which Kusuya insert are you talking about, Chris?
Let me go. I have to go pull up your stupid chart. Do you have the link to it?
Because there was only 2, and one was
the one when she's talking to the dude and it's very red in the room is what I was thinking.
Is 12 included this season?
I think so.
It is.
I think that's the one I'm talking about.
Yeah, I think so.
And there was one other, and I've completely blanked, and I've deleted it from my chart. Oh, I like Sign from Oshinoko. That's one of the songs that they perform.
Okay.
Okay, we gotta move on. Okay, this is, I'm not even kidding, the single hardest category I had to pick this entire awards show. Just straight up. I am not even sure I still agree with this. I also kind of have a fake out answer, so we'll see.
Exciting.
Oh, I've lost my place on my chart. Where is this? Here it is. Okay. Here's my fake out answer where I write 2 shows. Go look.
Wow.
Very nice. Here's a Juggernaut.
Hey, Logan, we agree there, bud.
This is why I don't think it should be eligible. This is why I don't think it's fair.
It's totally fine.
I'm
looking at past years and really would not have
Shoutouts.
won any of the years.
Okay, so
I just think that
since I'm the only one that listens,
specifically is a juggernaut in this.
I sat down and listened to over 13 hours of OST.
Me too.
And nothing came close to Blue Giant.
Yeah, I know, and I knew it wasn't going to, which is why I wasn't considering it for this category because I thought I wanted to recognize.
Hey, you know what, Chris? Your cop out answer worked because it was a sweep.
Okay, so then give me the opportunity to talk about some OSTs that were not the movie Blue Giant. So my choice with ended up being Undead Girl because of all of the OSTs that I listened to, I think it was the one that had the most like unique sound that I could immediately identify. Yes, this is Undead Girl. I recognized songs from the show. I remembered those moments. I thought that they did such a good job of like creating those kinds of feelings. It is just a very unique little OST. The reason I have probably Pluto in parentheses is because Pluto was like the last one I listened to, and I was like, "Fuck, man!" I think objectively, this is the best OST of all the shows that I listened to. It is cinematic. It's gorgeous. It sets the moods. It is just so professionally done. My other shout outs are the Magical Destroyers OST, which fucks. It's great.
Yeah, it does.
That one. Go ahead.
And then Scott Pilgrim, which I think Anamanaguchi does a really good job. It's a lot of like video game sounding chiptune beats, but it's great. They did a really good job.
Yeah, I do want to say, while I think that Blue Giant was the better OST, at the end of the day, Magical Destroyers genuinely was winning for me for a while. Like, even considering Blue Giant, I think it was in the lead for some amount of time, which is pretty impressive. And I am not joking when I say that there was a very real chance that Magical Destroyers just swept the entire music category. If you have an interest in, like, I don't even know how to describe the whole soundtrack, but it's a really, really strong soundtrack. It's very unique, and I would recommend.
I love
Blue's
theme. Blue's theme is so good.
A+ stuff.
Yeah, but before we get into Blue Giant, I also want to shout out the Mashal OST. Like, it's just a lot of like hip hop. Like, it's so interesting to play a hip hop OST in like a Harry Potter
knockoff. Yeah.
It's so funny, but like it works.
It works great.
Absolutely works. It's great. I love it. And then also shout out to Vinland Saga season 2. Like that's also like a very
also one of my top ones.
Vinland was very cinematic and very like dramatic with the orchestra, and it was very cool. It just did not fit my vibe of the show. because it
I
was
think it
just
did.
Farmland
Really?
Saga for like most of it, and I
There are
don't
lots
think
of
it's, like-
intense emotional moments in the show.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it just like as an overall like image, like the track was short and small, and most of it was like dramatic, like orchestra, deep, intense
Really?
moments. It
Mhm.
didn't really fit that tone for me, but I do think the scores were very cool.
But like, hey, let's actually talk about Blue Giant. Like,
We'll probably
'cause
gotta talk about it again later. It's
Oh,
a
no.
movie about jazz, so I'm not surprised.
it is some of the best jazz I've
It's
ever
incredible.
listened to. Like,
If I was
holy
counting,
shit.
like, I want to emphasize, if I was counting it, I am imposing a self rule of not letting movies count for OST for my own selfish reasons. If it counted, I would have picked this. Also, shout outs to Joe Hisaishi for making one of the better, like, doing another soundtrack. He's the GOAT. Let's put some respect on his name,
well,
too.
what else did he do?
It's Joe. What do
Boy
you
in the
mean?
Hair.
He's the Miyazaki guy.
Oh, I didn't know that.
You don't know who Joe Hisaishi is?
Well, then again, I also haven't watched like many Miyazaki movies.
That's insane. Yeah, just a beloved musician, probably one of the greatest composers of all time for his work on Miyazaki movies, especially. And I think The Boy and the Heron has a great soundtrack as well. But Blue Giant does clear it, unfortunately, being a music movie about music.
And like that jazz, it hits.
Yeah,
It
I will-
really does. It really makes you feel things.
Yeah, Mark.
What's up, Mark?
I will say, I don't know. For Vinland Saga, I mean, my impression of it was that like over the course of watching it, watching Vinland Saga, was that for the majority of the time, what you're hearing is piano.
Mhm.
Yeah.
It does have a lot of piano.
Yeah.
Piano or
But
nothing.
like most of the soundtrack was like
And I
very
think
heavy
that fits
orchestra.
really well.
I didn't hear a lot of piano soft tones. I can send you the soundtrack later, Mark, if you want to listen to it.
It does have
Yeah,
a lot
I
of
like it.
strings. It
Oh,
was
yes,
good.
but
I
I'm-
liked it a lot.
I'm sure, like in the
I'm
show
talking about
itself,
the,
like
the
they
usage,
they
in, the,
use
the
like
usage in the show.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
I
But
think
then
the
the part
piano
using the same
predominates in the
track
show.
over and over again, which is kind of lame, but okay. Other quick shout outs.
It sounds really good.
Mhm.
Onimai was a surprise.
I think if I were to think about it quicker and just not automatically vote for Blue Giant, it would have been Vinland Saga.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
Onimai was good. Ocean of Code did the thing that Undead Good did for Chris, but there was a lot of iconic soundtracks.
I like the
where could,
Oshinoko one. It
I
was
could
good.
immediately picture the scene that this track was used for,
Mhm.
and it actually had a pretty decent variety of type of OST tracks in there.
Mhm.
It was good. Trigun had this thing where they kept barking in its OST, and it was driving me nuts. I was literally
I kind of
losing my
didn't.
mind.
I kind of skipped through that one. I wasn't as big of a fan. It was okay.
It was the Western vibe was cool, but
He was
was
recorded by a
so mid.
Chainsaw Man fan.
Tengoku's was solid too. It's a Kensuke Ushio soundtrack. I not to be mean to him, but if you've listened to one Kensuke Ushio soundtrack, they all kind of have the same vibe. It's very much that
Like
kind
they're
of
all
thing.
good though.
Yeah, they're great.
beeps and boops.
It sounds a lot like
me.
it
Devil May
sounds
Cry
a
Baby
lot
and
like the
Chainsaw
Japan
Man.
Sinks one, and a lot like Chainsaw Man, and a lot like the show that I like and Mark likes that no one else does. Boogie Pop, and others.
Oh.
Very similar
That
to
was
those.
Kensuke Uchiha.
Yes, I love that OST also.
All right.
right.
I think we're done with music.
We are best in genre.
We are
Moving
very
on.
passionate about our music here.
Yeah, and I
Indeed.
think honestly that's probably still a record time because we cut down a little bit.
Yeah.
All right, moving on. Action was hard for me this year. There weren't that many shows that like counted that I thought were like strong action. I had some trouble nailing down my categories here, but upon deliberation, I feel like the actual answer is fairly obvious.
Yeah. Logan.
Well, now I'm worried that you guys are gonna make fun of me for picking something that doesn't seem like an action.
No, see,
show.
I was saying
Logan, did you not see in the chat the
Tim was
we didn't
saying
really
it didn't
consider
count for me.
action?
I think I ended up moving it to a different category, but I had it originally in action. There's enough fights.
It's
doesn't
like a
count for
fight scene
action.
every episode. It counts.
Well, like
I'm
it's
giving
not,
it to
like,
you.
Focused on it.
I'm giving it to you, Logan.
Anyways,
Thank you,
it's,
Chris.
It's fine. I would-
Jujutsu Kaisen, like,
I would
hands
take
down.
this. I will not accept it in best original anime though, because it is
Whatever.
100% not that.
Logan or Tim.
Damn, interesting.
Oh, is that the?
Would you not consider that more of an adventure fantasy though? I don't know.
It counts as both. It's
Sure.
definitely an action.
There is a lot of action. It's Eminence and Shadow. Yeah.
Eminence and Shadow. That's what it's called. Yeah, don't worry about it, Mark. Don't worry about it. But
Pluto has some action in it. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, people die in Pluto.
All right. Yeah. So I think that when it comes to like both in is it the best action show on my list and also the best actual action as far as the dudes punching each other, I think JJK season 2 is maybe some of the best shonen spectacle of all time, just bar none. So it feels pretty easy to give it this award for me personally. I think it really earns it.
well, Logan, why is Scott Pilgrim over Jujutsu Kaisen for you in terms of action?
Well, for starters, Scott Pilgrim is the better show. I know that you're going to disagree with that.
I would agree, but I don't have Scott Pilgrim in this category.
But yeah, like I said, there are fights, there are good fights, and like I don't necessarily conceive. I don't conceive of this as like this is the best show at action. It is the best action show. Believe me, Jujutsu Kaisen, when we get around to fight scenes, we'll be talking about Jujutsu Kaisen and not Scott Pilgrim. But I think that Scott Pilgrim had a stronger emotional core surrounding its fights than Jujutsu Kaisen did, especially in the back half.
I will agree with that.
And Scott Pilgrim doesn't hang around for too long, and Jujutsu Kaisen hangs around for too long.
Yeah. Well, Jujutsu Kaisen, it has some of the best action I've seen, period. Like, god damn. Like,
That's on period.
Shut the fuck up. I read the manga and damn, I can't wait to see this in anime. And then they fucking delivered above and beyond. Like, it is crazy. Like, and I remember I was worried whenever the director from season 1 wasn't going to come back.
Yeah.
Because like he really made the choreography in season 1, and they still did it. They did it. They still did great choreography without him. So, props, absolute props. Tim, what made you choose Eminence and Shadow?
God, I cannot tell you how much I really, really enjoy watching Eminence and Shadow. It is like popcorn eye candy, guilty pleasure kind of thing. As far as like, I won't say the fights, themselves are like better than JJK or like One Piece or like any other like heavy shonen action show. But as far as like how much enjoyment I got of an action show and like rewatchability, I must have like, this is including season 1 and season 2 as well, because season 1 wasn't done last year. I just have so much fun watching the show. I think they really nailed down the itch of like what makes all the tropes of isekai, and then how to like bring the best out of the most fun out of the show. Definitely a personal favorite of mine this year.
Nice. Any other shout outs that we got?
Yeah, I wanted to give a shout out to Trigun Stampede, which I have as my number 2 slot.
Yep.
I think it has some really, really cool action segments, and it's probably the most visually intense show that Studio Orange has tried to do yet, and I kind of want them to keep making more high octane shit like this. Obviously, finish B-Stars, please. I need that. And if you feel like it, you could maybe remember a certain other show.
Please.
But despite that, I think that this shows that they're kind of just the CGI goats in the industry right now. I thought Jigoku Raku had some cool action segments. Yeah, that's about all I got.
The only one I got to add on top of that is Hamabaki, Son of Ogre season 2. That includes the pickle arc and the father-son arc too. With the fucking, forget the boxing part. I hated that. Well, I hated it at first, and then it got cool. Anyway, Baki is a great action show. Like, if you want like just dumb, mindless action, watch Baki, especially if you get high. Seal of approval for me there.
Okay.
Any other shoutouts? No? All right, let's go. Best drama. Chris?
Okay. Best drama. This one was also tricky.
This one had like a lot more viable answers.
Yeah, drama's always a little up in the air, but I ended up going with Vinland Saga.
Okay.
I am Logan. I'm the auxiliary, Chris.
Hey,
I think we're seeing
no,
some
we're in agreement here.
some trend here.
okay.
We have.
Before we start talking about Vinland Saga, let's do the shoutouts first.
Yeah, we'll do the shoutouts first. Okay, my number 2 is Oshinoko.
Obviously.
And I think that show is, I think, the real epitome of drama as far as it goes. It is dramatic all the way through, and I think it does a really good job of keeping up its narrative tension. I think the writing is really tight. I'm so glad that Akasaka is able to write serious stuff without as much comedy as Kage has. I mean, if you go deep in Kage, you know he's able to do that too, obviously. But I think he's really excelling in this sort of a thriller. It's not really a thriller mystery, but, you know, a more serious topic. The character writing's strong. I've enjoyed it a lot. I'm excited for more of it.
I also want to shout out Witch from Mercury season 2.
I had that in a different category.
It's not as strong in the drama department as season 1 was. It still has the similar political drama in there, and then it just devolved into, like, you know, giant robot fight scene, which, you know, it's Gundam, so it's gonna do that.
Right.
But yeah, it's still has, like, good dramatic moments here and there. Any other shoutouts?
The Bangjin spinoff was a good drama. It was like ugly, like things should be. It was good. It was raw. U149 was surprisingly good, even despite they all being kids. I think they did great character development and drama for them, especially the main group. Like I said, Idol Master is a thing with episode 11s, and this one was no different.
I guess also shout out to Hoshikuzu no Telepath.
I would consider that to be a slice of life. Don't
It's a life, but like it had that drama.
It had
arc.
drama in it, but relax.
The slice of life.
No,
but
let's
got
relax.
A little bit more drama.
I'll say
I wouldn't
Watashi
say
no.
it's a good
I'll say Watashi no Shiwase na Kekkon as a drama as well.
Which one's that?
That's the Cinderella one.
My Happy Marriage.
My Happy Marriage.
There we go.
I think that the art in this one is gorgeous, and that the writing is a little bit mid, but I had a fun time with it.
I think the drama was a little bit cliche.
Anyway, I feel like we're going to be talking about Vinland Saga all night, and we've already talked about it a lot. But I do, as far as shows that focus on narrative drama, it really is hard to go wrong with this one.
Yeah, like just the whole progression of like I said earlier, like Thorfinn's character arc of like him like processing the trauma and like just dealing with it, and
also introducing Einar as a new character who I think is able to stand on his own as a co-lead as well.
Yeah.
Really, really impressive stuff. There's so many iconic moments.
Yeah, and I'm just excited to see where it goes from here.
Anything else? Anyone else? Again, we're probably going to talk about Vinland more as the night goes on.
Exactly.
We can move on.
Okay. Love a little sweep. Love a little solidarity. All right, adventure fantasy, the most dubious category in the whole list.
Demon Slayer counts as adventure fantasy.
Yeah, sure.
It does.
I would say
Yeah,
I would say
Slayer.
some Demon Slayer categories or seasons would be more action oriented.
I'm
But
just talking about like the
whoops.
Crunchyroll.
There we
It's
go.
like it like one of that and action, I think.
Yeah. Which
Oh,
is,
weird.
I forgot that it did both. I fucking hate. We haven't even ranted about Crunchyroll yet, and we won't. Tune in.
not-
Yep.
Tune
We're
in.
all going to keep everything nice and oh my gosh,
That's
that
best
was not what I
insert.
meant to do. Yeah, that was in fact the best insert. I look the copy and paste failures. We do it live.
Logan.
That counts.
It's a comedy.
It's adventure.
It's
It
comedy
travels
adventure.
It is
all the time.
categorically an adventure.
It counts. It
Whatever.
100% counts.
It's a comedy.
Anyway, I went
It's an
with fantasy
adventure
on this one.
comedy.
Okay.
Yeah. True, it's fantasy. It's definitely not adventure this season.
Yeah. Hell yeah,
Nice.
brother.
Cool.
That's not a comedy.
Hulk is definitely. I will give
We
you
were
that.
talking about
Hulk.
this being
Hulk is 100% like a comedy adventure fantasy.
No,
It's
it's
hard
healthy.
adventure. It gets pretty dark in the back half.
does.
There is comedy elements,
Yeah.
but it's definitely
Yeah.
adventure.
I mean, I think that
Stops
first half is
being
like
funny
nothing
after
but
a while.
Yeah. Okay. We haven't really talked about Tengoku that much, and I think that that's a shame because I think it's one of the most unique and cool shows of the year. It's definitely one of those low key, like some people might not have watched it. I
It
really
keeps getting,
enjoyed
like,
it.
lost.
Yeah, it keeps getting slightly beaten out by other stuff. I love this show. I think it was such a neat watch. It's a very good production. It's got incredible visuals, like really, really tight animation, great character writing. It is such an interesting, like, core mystery of the way it has two timelines and are kind of happening at the same time, and you don't really know how they relate. And by the end of season 1, you're starting to get how they connect.
Yeah, I think it really like deals out the mystery in like very, very like good amounts. Like you kind of learn just enough to keep you interested.
It's really cool world building. I had a great time watching it. I think that the very end stumbles just a little bit for me, which is why I don't think it's maybe as high and beating out some of the other more impactful shows this year. But I did want to give it an award here because it is one of my favorites, and I don't want it to like get lost on the wayside. I think it's really cool, especially just for the production. I can't stress, like, this is one of the best looking shows in 2023. Really, really cool.
All right, Logan, why'd you put Zom in adventure?
Because it's an adventure, because they travel across places and do exciting things. I don't know what to tell you, man. You could even argue that it's a fantasy because there's zombies if you wanted to be impossibly pedantic. But that's something, yes, Zom is funny. But to me, the core of the appeal of Zom is not just that it's funny, it's that it's like vibrant and explosive and there's lots of cool stuff happening. Like the shark episode. Remember that?
Yeah, of
Yeah.
course.
And I don't know, like there are genuine fight scenes in it and things like that. And I think that it's more consistently about the feeling of adventure, about getting out of your comfort zone and doing things that you've always wanted to do, but you never could because the weight of the world is just crashing down on you. And to me, that is the pure soul of the adventure. And also, I kind of considered Tengoku the thriller mystery. So
Wait, what?
My thriller
Thriller
mysteries.
mystery?
No, I am fine putting Tengoku
fine.
as a thriller
That's fine.
mystery. My thriller mystery category was way too stacked. I
Yeah,
had to spread out the love a little
this
bit.
was a remarkably good year for thriller mysteries.
So I was like, I want to give awards out to other shows. All right, Juan.
So Mushoku Tensei, this was a more chill season. Like it definitely focused more on the fantasy than the adventure side, because considering that he just like stayed at the school for the entirety of the season. But like it's still delivered. Like I still had a fun time with it. Yeah, I mean like it's the grandfather of Isekai, and like you can really tell that like the love and care that's put into this world. And every time I was watching it, I was glad to be like reabsorbed into the world. Tim, you also put Tengoku.
Yeah, Chris kind of took everything I want to say, but it's pretty weird that we get this like post-apocalyptic, like urban fantasy kind of show, and I think they kind of nailed it with not just like the animation, but like the mystery and the show to keep you like interested in what's coming next and what's the unknown of the show. I would say I do think the show has a little bit of issue, especially the non-existent ending is one thing, but also I think them going back and forth between the two main character perspectives is kind of, it doesn't feel like it fit. It kind of flows kind of weirdly, and I kind of wish they kind of handled that a bit better. But overall, it's a very rare thing to get like an urban fantasy that's truly like feels like a different world like this one. So.
I love urban fantasy. It's one of my low-key favorite genres. And then,
Mark, you want to talk about Hulk?
Mark with Hulk.
I think Hulk is a pretty cool guy.
Hulk is a pretty cool guy.
He punches humans and he doesn't afraid of anything. I mean, Hulk is a
Not
I
expecting
mean,
that
it's a
reference.
very straightforward adventure.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's an adventure. He he and Anne are warped across the land, and then go across the land. And I think that it's an incredibly straightforward fantasy.
Mm-hmm.
It's straightforward, and yet it's really inventive in its fantastical elements,
I will
as
admit,
we saw with Pee-wee.
my favorite part of Hulk was definitely when they were traveling together, and I kind of wanted more of that. That was
Right,
definitely
exactly.
the peak of the show for me.
Yeah.
All right.
Any other shoutouts?
Yeah, To Your Eternity season 2, which we haven't talked about at all yet.
Oh God, we have not talked about that.
So
at all.
because
it's so sad that To Your Eternity kind of got buried.
But I am excited for season 3, and again, I think if the anime production was a little bit tighter, I think it would be genuine anime of the year potential, because narratively it was incredible. I loved
A+ stuff, yeah.
I loved the writing. It is one of the most unique stories I've ever read or seen before. It's so cool. Also shout outs to Gundam, which I have in this category as well.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And Dr. Stone. And Dr. Stone. I love New World.
That's what I was about to say. Yeah, New World
Mhm.
is probably like my favorite arc so far, besides the beginning.
Yeah, it's been fun.
Mm-hmm. Also, just a quick shout out to Iramakun for like the third year running.
Yeah, I
it
haven't
feels
been. It's
like.
in comedy, but sure for me. But yes, sure,
Same
it's a
difference.
fantasy.
Whatever. This is the anyway.
Categories are fake. Speaking of best
Exactly.
comedy,
We make them up.
talking about funny shows, funny haha. Mine is Scott Pilgrim, because I mentioned it earlier that I put it in this one.
Spy
Hell
Family.
yeah.
All right. Hyakano, the 100 Girlfriends that really, 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 really love you.
That's
oh yeah,
not- No,
what?
it's not. It's not.
It is. I
No,
know,
it's
Boo Boo,
not.
it is.
The last episode aired this year.
Tim, I'm not gonna say you can't put it on yours, but I had it ranked in my list last year. I don't think it
And you're not
counts.
supposed to, because it
I don't
wasn't done
agree.
anyway when we aired it.
It was-
It's in the rule book that
it was-
incomplete
it was-
shows.
I don't
are
think
eligible.
one episode at the very end makes it
Hey
a
guys,
2023
shut
show.
up.
Okay.
Yeah, Mark, do you have a best comedy? B.
Be the begin. Oh,
Hell
buddy.
yeah.
There we
There
go.
it is. There it is. I thought
was-
that was it. I thought that was the joke. Just B.
Yeah, B.
All right. Let's start with
BD.
Logan this time.
All right. So, like I said, I think that this is like I said on the podcast. I mean, I think that this is the season of Spy Family that finally kind of delivered on the promise of the first few episodes in terms of it being like a really, really funny action show. Because it can be really funny and it can be a solid action show, but I feel like this is the first time since Lloyd put the grenade pin on Yor's finger that I've been like, there's a lot of really strong fight scenes and action going on here, and they're all really funny. Like we were watching the other night as a refresher, the scene where Yor's just like mincing through all these assassins, and then like 3 of them just show up and like, I'm the guy who fights with wires, and then she just gets him. And
Yeah.
the other one's like, I'm the guy who fights with, and they do that like 3 or 4 times, and it just keeps getting funnier. And yeah, I think that there is a certain tightness, especially to Crew's arc of this particular season of Spy Family, that I just really appreciate, and it feels like I'm finally watching the same show as Chris when we watch Spy
Hell
Family
yeah.
this time around.
Yeah. I put Hyakano in best comedy because, man, as I've said on the podcast, like this really like perfected the harem formula. Because like it's very much made with love and distaste of the harem genre, and like it's just so fun. It really, wow, what's the word? Not undermine, but like surprise. What's that word? Whatever. It really takes your expectations and like surprises you with their comedy. It's great. I love the show. It's funny. All right, Tim. Isekai Oji-san.
Now tell us a bit.
Because I don't think we talked too much about it last year, much anyway.
I don't think we talked about it at all because it wasn't eligible.
It was. We had it.
It was in your guys' ranking list and nowhere else.
Yeah. All right. We'll talk about it.
Isekai Oji-san is the dark comedy. It's very kind of like blunt with its jokes. The guy's like gag with the whole Sega thing is a great bit that continues throughout the show as a highlight. I kind of also like how they take the whole isekai trope and turn it upside down the head in a creative, fun way. His ham is great as well. All the characters made in between Maple and Elf and whatnot, all hilarious and different in their own way. Overall, definitely had a lot of laughs for this one.
I think that Isekai Oji-san shouldn't work as far as a repetitive comedy goes, but it does, and they nail it. I don't know. It's really funny. Genuinely. They have a good handle of how to escalate the joke, in my opinion.
Yeah,
Mark
is just that good at telling the joke.
Real quick, actually. Sorry. I want one, but Isekai Oji-san. The whole Sega bit is so funny because like I'm the Sega head of the group, and like just getting every single reference every time is so good. And I just remember that one joke of what's it called, the one girl started to sing not Starlight Zone, it was one of the zones from Sonic 1, and I was just like immediately able to get it. It was so funny. Now you can talk about Buddy Daddy's it wasn't Starlight, was it?
One, if you're going, if you are in your manga arc, and as it seems you are, you should read Isekai Oji-san.
Oh,
we've come to a head in the Sega arc.
That's true.
In the Sega jokes. Anyway, as far as Buddy Daddies go, it's very nice. It's very wholesome. It's I mean, it consistently makes you laugh. I think that, well, I will have to say, I have to admit, I'm putting Buddy Daddies here because it's the best one that counts for me.
Right.
Since I didn't watch too many. Now Hyakano, I enjoyed Hyakano, but I think the primary reason I enjoyed Hyakano was for Juan's reactions to it.
Yeah. That's the real reason why we watch Edgy Bros. To see my
best
reaction.
comedy
Yes,
anime.
exactly.
Juan.
You fucking know it, baby.
Exactly.
All right, Chris. Why did you choose?
So as far as the
Oh,
comedy
shut up.
itself, it's Buddy Daddies.
Yeah.
But yeah, go ahead.
We haven't talked about Buddy Daddies that much. I love Buddy Daddies. I think I like it more than some of the rest of y'all do. I really think that it's a great show. I hope you have more opportunities to talk about it later. Yeah, I picked Scott Pilgrim. We've talked about it a lot so far. Logan picked it for his best action, but I think at its core, it's definitely a comedy. I think that is one of the funniest shows that I watched this year, hands down. I just was like busting my gut pretty much every single episode at some point. I think that they were able to escalate a lot of jokes and also subvert expectations and surprise me in a lot of ways I was not expecting. It was a delight. I just loved it the whole way through. Honorable Minchies. Spy Family Season 2 is obviously my number 2, and the only reason that I didn't pick it as the resident Spy Family stan is because I have Scott Pilgrim higher on my list. Also Zom I have in this category. Incredible. Yeah.
Comedy, yeah.
And then Buddy Daddies is the other one, which Mark talked about too.
Yep, me too. Any
other
other shoutouts? Great.
All right, moving on. Slice of Life. This was a little scant this year. For me, I didn't end up. I think because a lot of the Slice of Lives that I watched were romances. Really, if I really looked at them. which made my winner extremely easy. So.
All right, this is your yearly reminder that slice of life is not a genre.
I hate Logan. I really wanted to just like dox you, but I'm like, you know what? We're in a public forum right
I feel
now.
like you could have
I
think you could have made something work, man.
Yeah, if I went digging around in
God,
my
what do
6
I
out
do?
of 10s, I'm sure.
Come on. You can
So I'm
just-
suffering
yeah.
here, but
Oh,
Only my counts. Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
No,
100%
counts as a slice
counts.
of life.
there you go.
All right,
There you
Logan. Tell us why you protest vote.
I don't want to. We don't. Why are you giving him attention? Just ignore him. It's not his category.
Go
Okay.
ahead.
So I am so excited. We have talked a little bit about Skip to Loafer, but let's talk a little bit more about Skip to Loafer. I was kind of blown away by this show when we watched it in spring. It has got to be one of the best, maybe one of the best high school like slice of life shows I've ever seen in years. This really goes to show that like as saturated of a genre as this is, it like kind of in the same way that Frieren is like another fantasy, like Tolkienian fantasy, which is something that's really oversaturated. And if you just make it right, like you just do it good and have good writing, it can really be all the difference in the world. Skip to Loafer is brilliantly written character drama just the whole way through. It is able to develop a wide cast of characters. It's extremely grounded. It's funny. It's endearing and charming. I love basically every character that we're introduced to. It is able to resolve the interpersonal conflicts the characters have with each other in a very like good and satisfying way. It doesn't have a lot of like the classic miscommunication issues other anime have. I have so much praise for this show. I was so deeply impressed. It is incredibly endearing.
Yeah, I gotta give. I'm sure we did when during the category, but like big shout out to the cast of this
Yeah.
show because like they really make this show. Tim, anything else to add to Skip to Loafer?
I think Chris went like nailed it down. To
Yeah.
the nail.
All right, Mark, tell us about Onimai.
It's shockingly wholesome. Although I mean, it's shockingly wholesome considering.
Considering
That's what I'll say.
the contents, because like
That's
man,
what I'll
those,
say.
those first 3 episodes are. I'm sure it gets more wholesome as it goes on.
The Tim. You saw the Christmas episode.
The last episode?
Yeah.
Yeah. Pure Kino.
It was there was now I will say that I didn't see Skip to Loafer.
Oh, you should. Mark. It's good.
I'm that's the next thing that I'm gonna buy on Amazon.
Nice.
You can get manga for rather cheap.
In Japan, I'm sure.
Only
Alright,
my last episode is probably a contender for like best episode of the year. It is a beautifully animated and executed show that truly encompasses the meaning
Right.
of the show.
And it was a while ago, so my memory is unfortunately hazy as it often is.
Right. Any other shout outs for
but it left
Slice
me
of
a
Life?
really, really good impression.
The only shout out I got is Hoshikuzu no Telepath, with the girls doing the rocket bottle rocket science. It's very nice, and like I was saying earlier, how like it had like a whole drama arc.
That is also my only slice of life shout out aside from Skip to Loafer.
I mean, also Spy Family on here, but like yeah,
Sure, I guess.
just like fill it out. All right.
I want to say real quick about Onimai. I wish I have heard tons of great things about this. I don't know. Maybe
It's
someday.
a high barrier of entry.
I know it's one of those shows. I think I as a Monogatari fan, I don't think it's fair for me to write shows like this off because I feel like it's in that same category of like look, it's a little problematic, but it's worth it if you can stick with it, that kind of thing. So, all right, moving on to a category that Logan I'm sure has an answer for that's genuine as well. For the record, 2023, I'm just going to say it now, the year of the romances. This has got to be the strongest romance year I've, in the history of me watching anime. I'm pretty sure. We got a lot of incredibly good romances in this year. Because I think if you squint a little bit, Skip to Loafer is a developing romance. That's why I didn't cut it. We're not there yet. At the end of the season, we're starting to trend in that direction. But
we'll see.
Anyway.
All right, Chris, put in your...
Hold on. Where's my mouse? There it is. I feel like, though, for the people that watched this, it's going to be a clean sweep. Yeah. If I had to guess.
Logan, are you doing a protest vote as well?
Yes. No, I'm not doing a protest vote. I have a legitimate vote for an anime about the purest form of love between mankind and cats.
God, you couldn't come up with anything else better.
Respect.
No.
Yeah.
I think that one is perfectly suitable.
I get to give Kawaii Suki Crisis an award, man. What am I going to do?
Yeah.
Looking at Kokodo?
Yeah. I'm not surprised. I'm really surprised Tim put Kubo over Insomnia and Bokuyama. But
I kind of want to hear Tim.
Talk about Kubo.
I would put Insomnia over Yabai. I think it's Kubo 1, Insomnia 2, and Yabai 3 for me.
Mm-hmm.
Kubo does the whole, I think Insomnia's objectively probably a better romance because it kind of, does the whole romance. It does the entire romance in that season where we get them as a couple and it's satisfying. They don't, No,
you're right.
But it's a very conclusive, complete romance. But Kubo does that kind of more more wholesome, pure, when you're in middle school or something and you're doing your first romance and it's the dating and it's adorable, and that's kind of more my vibe, so that's why it kind of edges it out for me.
Interesting.
As it kind of it's just the same thing that Takagi-san does, but it feels more like a balanced thing than a one-sided.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Mark with the Boku no Kokodo.
Have you read the Takagi spinoff?
No, but I.
Were they adults?
Yeah, when she has
being a married couple.
Yeah, and they have a kid.
That's cute.
That one's amazing.
I've
been keeping up with that.
I've been meaning to buy the manga for that one.
Right. I mean, as far as Bokuyaba goes, it's I think that it's a masterfully done middle school romance sort of thing. I mean, as Tim said with the covering that sort of subject, I feel like Bokuyaba beats out Kubo. But although I mean I do quite like Kubo. It's a manga I like quite a bit. But as far as Bokuyaba goes, for the manga and the anime, I think it's like a masterclass on leaving things unsaid. Just being subtle.
Yeah, I agree. I think the direction really helps. I think it is an incredibly well directed and visually styled show. The camera work is really impressive. It does a lot to give a lot of meaning to these little moments. Bokuyaba is definitely my number 2 slot. It would be my biggest runner up. But I'm going to talk a little bit about Insomnia because we haven't had a huge opportunity to talk about this show yet. This is maybe one of the best, most grounded romances I've ever seen in my entire life. It reminds me a lot of Tsukiga Kirei, which is funny that you mentioned it. I think it's probably my favorite romance since that. I think me and Juan both said that when we were watching it.
Exactly. I have the exact same sentiment.
Yeah. And it's just an incredibly well written, like naturally developing romance. You really feel for these characters. It is so fun to watch them interact. They are very sweet. It's very cute. To see them kind of warm up to each other, and like they have this really interesting relationship with not being able to sleep well, and so they're napping together in the club room. There is an inherent intimacy at the beginning of their relationship that just kind of builds as they kind of push the boundaries of what they can get away with together, because they both are clearly into each other from like episode 1 or 2. It's just such a well told story. And it works. There is a good club show happening in the background of an amazing romance show too, which I think helps a lot. It's cool to see them do the photography. It's beautiful. Like the photography that they end up doing is really pretty. There's some great scenes. But I think that those scenes help fuel the romance more so than anything else too. It's just, you get in your feelings watching it. You're like, oh my God, I just want them to be together. Also, the end when she kind of like they run away from home together and camp out in the countryside, that's just great.
Yeah,
it's
dude,
so sick.
they live. They're like an entire like fantasy of just living together, like as a couple, and like you don't see that in a lot of shows.
Yeah.
So that was great to see. And, their chemistry is just so great, and it just makes you want to cheer for the two of them. Like just get together already. And like I don't think they're like official by the end of the show.
They totally are. What are you talking about? They like
they
kiss
kissed,
and yeah,
for sure. But like I don't think they specifically said like
I'm
we're boyfriend
pretty
girlfriend now.
They're dating by the end of the show. I'm pretty sure.
They haven't like labeled it, I guess. But like I need to read the manga because like I know
I would
that
like to read the manga
finished.
too. Yeah.
All right, Logan. Cowboy Sugi.
We
Crisis.
don't have to take him seriously. We don't.
No, he wrote it down.
I don't have an actual spiel to give here.
The show about cats.
Yeah, it's a show about cats. They're cute cats.
He
Loves the cat.
2 out of 10.
All right. Any shout outs? The only shout outs I got are my love story with Yamada-kun at level 9,
that was really. I think Yamada is also another great one, and y'all should check if you like rom-coms.
I prefer MMO Junkie.
Yeah, I think MMO Junkie is a better version of the same story, but it's got a bigger ensemble cast and it's cute. I think it does.
Yamada doesn't focus so much on the video game like MMO Junkie does. Yeah. So I don't think it's a good comparison.
Yeah, it's more of a rom-com.
Yeah. And then also Tensei Ojo to Tensei Reijo no Maho Kakume. The
Yuri?
The Yuri Isekai.
I had that in my my fantasy one.
I mean their whole romance of like, them like getting together is
I had that in best drama. Yeah, but yeah, good solid Yuri with some interesting world building in the background.
And they got married and they kissed. And they had sex. Like
they fucked.
Yuri sex on my anime? Damn.
Anyway,
any other shoutouts?
More like
Nagatoro was this season, and that was actually a surprisingly good romance.
Oh, I forgot that Nagatoro did air this year. Yeah, season 2,
right?
Yeah,
yeah.
It was like at the beginning of the year.
Better than season 1.
Hell yeah.
Much better.
Because you got all the introductions already, and like it's very clear that they like each other at this point.
Right.
Technically, Tomo-chan was this year too.
Who fucking cares? This is Skip.
Tomo-chan? Oh my God, Tomo-chan.
One was going.
You don't have to bring up mid. This is an awards show.
Hey, Taylor was great.
It's like a step above mid.
All right, whatever.
I think the main couple.
I really didn't like that manga. Okay. All right. This is a really competitive category this year. An extremely competitive. Yeah, for me it was.
I think it was pretty competitive.
But my vote at the end of the day is this.
Yeah, so throughout the year, the progress for this category with me was like, wow, Tengoku Daimakyo might not win Anime of the Year, but it's probably gonna win, Best Thriller Mystery. And then it's like, oh, Undead Girl Murder Farce, that's not gonna win Anime of the Year, but it might win Best Thriller Mystery. And then Pluto shows up like the meteor that killed the dinosaurs.
Yeah. Unfortunate.
Big dick.
Yeah, it's a clear cut. There's no competition.
I mean, I think Link Click is a little close.
Link Click is
I would
definitely a very close number 2.
That's my number 2. It's not very close, but it's
number
up
2,
there.
but it's not that close. Like, it was pretty easy for me to be like Pluto.
And then number 3 is Undead Girl, and I have to say that because I love that show so much. But like, yeah, what a stacked fucking category this year.
Well, I mean, we could talk about Link Click and Undergirl.
Well, yeah, just as a quick, I think that Undead Girl has one of the best aesthetics of any show this year. I think that it has got one of the best screenplays that I probably would have given it best script if it was a category we still had. But I think that it's got a very cool sense of style, and I think it does the Sherlock Holmes mystery thing better than most anime that I've seen try to do that as well.
Mm-hmm.
The vampire segment in particular is pretty excellent.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And then Link Click season 2. If
We might end up talking about that more later, but yeah.
In case not many people know about Link Click, it's a Chinese anime. It's time travel. It's a very interesting take on the time travel genre.
Yes.
And this season like focuses on like one case. And,
Yeah.
like,
it was
so
very
interesting.
it was an episodic based season. In the season 1 they had multiple different clients and they helped a bunch of different people, so it was a little bit more episodic, which I think worked really well. And this one, like Juan said, is a continual narrative. They are fighting a single villain, and it's really about unraveling the mystery of who they are and what their background is, and that I think was extremely compelling. I think season 2 was better than season 1 in my opinion.
Wow.
Do you not agree? How do you feel, Juan?
What was the question?
Season 2 versus season 1 of Link Click.
Which one's better?
It's hard.
It's
'cause,
tough.
like,
It genuinely is. I think season 1 has more emotionally impactful moments, but I think season 2 is more cohesive, and I had a great time with it all the way through.
Season 2 advanced the narrative a lot more than season 1 did, and it was a lot more like I wouldn't say character focused, but like I think some parts dragged on and other aspects could have been improved on. It didn't feel. First of all, it is a very like complete like style directional narrative shift from season 1,
it's
so that's
different.
difficult to get used to. But I like the fact that season 1 was like short, concise narrative that had its own endpoint, but also connected to an overarching macro plot as well. And that all paid off, and you didn't know they were connected until the docs connected, and that was like a cool thing compared to this, where it was just like one long narrative, and then instead of like trying to connect, having amount of stories to connect them, they just did a flashback, or it felt a little more cheaper and less like less cohesive. But I think this is just like the intermission season to build up to the next season.
I am extremely excited for season 3. I think season 3 is going to be really cool.
Yeah.
I think season 3.
Hey Logan, I know you're terrible at watching. It would be neat if you watched this show and could watch it with us. It's pretty good.
I said that last time, and then I didn't watch season 2, but
I mean, hey Logan, it's not too late to fulfill your promises.
True. And now there's actually like good subs out. Like we switched subgroups in the middle of season 2, and the second subgroup we found was like so much better than the first one, and it made the show way more watchable.
People took the Japanese subs, but with the Chinese audio.
Yeah.
And the subs were better.
Yeah.
Because the Chinese subs are bad, but the Japanese.
The Crunchyroll official subs are fucking terrible.
Yeah, that's what you go to Crunchyroll, you make the subtitles the subtitle for the Japanese version, but you put the Chinese audio on.
Yeah. Anyway,
season 2 is definitely like better, like if you binge it than watching it week to week.
Week to week,
it was very painful.
Dude, there were a lot of. It's one of those shows that has cliffhangers at the end of like every fucking episode. You're just like, what's gonna happen? Anyway, we've talked a lot about Pluto already, and I'm sure we'll talk more about it. But Pluto's cheating. It's like watching a movie every episode, basically, and every episode is a self-contained movie that I think works on its own almost. It's brilliant storytelling, and it also does the best job, I think, out of any show this year of delaying the mystery, because you really don't fully understand what's happening until the finale, and then once everything clicks into place, you're like, oh shit, man, it is so crazy.
Yeah, I could not figure it out until the finale. Any other shout outs or anything else about Pluto? All right, let's go.
I think we'll come back to it. All right, the favorite category of everyone every single year. And I think that everyone knows what everyone's answer is going to be here for the most part.
Yeah.
I actually haven't answered this year. This would normally be my focus vote.
Ready?
Oh.
Penis line, penis line.
No. Tim, what do you got for sports?
What do I want to do?
You didn't make a decision yet?
I'm on a
You didn't make a
50-50.
call.
Hey,
It's fine.
up to
Let's all
you.
do this one.
Sure. Yeah.
Boost.
Little racing. Overtake? I thought you liked that one more.
No. Overtake is a better show objectively and every but like as far as like the actual sports aspect about it, MF Ghost
Is better.
Overtake is a character-driven show taking place during
Sports, yeah.
during sports. It's not an actual
Much
about
like
the sport.
Gamers is not actually about anything to do with
About
video games.
Yeah, and MF Ghost is actually about the racing, which is why I picked this over Overtake. I was like
Sure.
on the fence.
That
till,
makes
like,
sense.
now about if I want to do the actual sports.
Damn,
show,
a little bit of a different selection across the board. Let's have everyone talk about their shows. Logan, talk about Moepod, which I also liked. I thought it was good.
Yeah, I actually like when they got down and actually started doing some judo in this show. I was really pleased with it. I think that the matches were well constructed, and there was just a lot of good fights, and there were definitely a lot of like still frames of anime. This was not like an extremely high spec production or anything, but I think that they used their animation. They made it count. And they made it work, and I think that they did a really solid job with this. I was pleased with it.
Me too. I thought it was nice. It was very sweet. It's kind of a club show, but it does a good job. Juan.
All right. Blue Lock. I am notorious that I don't really like sports anime, just because it's just kind of boring for me most of the time. But this one, I actually watched like the first couple episodes, and I'm like, I remember watching episode 1. I'm like, oh wow, I'm really into this. Episode 2 and 3, oh, I'm not really into this. And then like I took like a bit of a break.
Well, it's because we dropped it. Me and Logan were kind of like,
I dropped it first, and you guys were like, okay, I guess we'll drop it too.
Oh, that's right. I forgot one. I forgot one dropped it and came back.
I dropped it, and then I came back to it because it got popular on TikTok because of the World Series or because of the World Cup.
Right.
And I picked it up again. I'm like, oh shit, it got really hype actually, and it got so hype that it got me interested in reading the manga. And like, I think this was like the first one in my manga arc technically, because like I read this like in March of last year.
I will agree. Blue Lock does get better second half, and there are some really like hype scenes for the like the 3v3s and 2v2s and stuff like that. Still don't think it's that worth going back to though.
Dude, when season 2 gets animated, oh, it's gonna be so fucking cool. I might pull in Kristen Logan into it, like just blindly into it, maybe.
Okay, I have to do this now. Birdie Wing is the greatest sports anime of all time, and I will not elaborate. I thought Birdie Wing season 1. A lot of us picked it last year because it was the only sports anime we watched, and I loved it. I had a lot. It's very campy, and I had a great time watching it, even if it was a little stupid at times. Season 2 is genuinely so much better. It takes the ridiculous elements that season 1 does, and it just cranks the dial up from like normal anime to like telenovela level of relationship drama. I think I told y'all a little bit about this, but the beginning of the season is about like Eve finding out who her real dad is, and it's like the same. I don't want to get into all the spoilers, but it is fucking silly.
Birdie Wing season 1 turned to like over the top crazy nonsense bazooka, shooting an RPG randomly, to like this like Spanish soap opera where it's like you're the father, no, you're the it's a very
so
different
fucking
kind of
funny.
crazy.
There is a scene in the beginning of the season where Eve, the one of the two girls, is like, oh no, because she thinks that is Eve the blonde? Hold on. Yeah, Aoi
Eva's
is
the
the yeah.
Aoi is the black
Yeah,
kid.
where she's worried that Eve is her sister, and that they can't, like, maybe that the feelings that she had were not good, but it turns out it's okay. They're not really siblings. It's like that level of shit, and they're also playing golf throughout this the whole time, and the golf gets sillier too. And then there's a really good tournament arc in the back half too. It gets a little. I think it loses. Me and Tim talked about this on the podcast this season that it came out. I think it gets a little dumb at the very, very end. Because it really tries to like go all the way to the top, and can't quite maintain the drama that it's going to. But at the same time, I had so much fun watching this show the whole way through. I was much more impressed with season 2 than season 1. And I just wish all sports anime were like this. I would watch more of them. That's my take on Birdie Wing. I love this show.
Does it ever reach the point of a rocket launcher out of a
No.
limo?
No, but it does reach
Then
similar
do
highs
I
in different.
care?
It does reach similar highs in different contexts.
There's no more guns. I don't think there's any guns. There's no mafia.
Well, she kind of ends up beating the mob a little bit, but then they comes back at the very. Anyway, it's a whole thing.
Yeah, but there's no like, guns. It's just, they play golf against the mafia again, but it's not the same as like.
Yeah.
There's no distinct.
Doesn't
crazy.
quite reach the height of the mob executing that one girl fucking point blank. It's
crazy in a different sense, and I think Chris vibed with that more. I do think the golf started a little bit tame in the first half because it was the like school tournament arc thing.
Yeah.
And that was kind of like boring. But then they had the drama to like fill the back half.
the golf tournament at the end is much better. I think they do a
Yeah,
better
except for the
job.
very very end. because-
We talked
yeah.
about that.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
a little
yeah.
stupid, but yeah. Still
It was
easily.
fun.
It does edge out Moe Pom, which I think is quite solid. But I thought Birdie Wing it's so much fun.
I don't think we have any more.
Yeah, it's
shout-outs?
because there aren't that many actual shout outs.
Sports. But where does MF Ghost fit into the MF Doom timeline?
Shut up. All right, we are moving on to best production. So we are done with genre finally. We're gonna shout out some of the qualities of anime, starting with best animation. A lot of good contenders this year. A lot of great Sakuga. Kind of hard to nail down, but I think there was one that stood up above the rest for me, which is JJK season 2.
Speaking of the meteor that killed the dinosaurs.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's go. Mark. Okay.
Okay.
I didn't watch
Damn,
the
that's
music,
totally
guys.
I would have given you
Mark,
Bokuyama.
he does
Bokuyama
not
looks really
chase
nice.
us.
Mark, you could have
Yeah.
put an Onimai.
Yeah, Onimai actually has really good animation. I've seen some cuts.
I mean, yeah.
I would take Onimai.
But yeah,
I'll go
before we
with Oda
go
Manga.
off on Jujutsu Kaisen, should we put up some shoutouts?
Yes, Tengoku Daimyokyo has some incredible animation. Particularly episode 10, I think, has some of the better animation.
Which one
this
is
year.
10?
It's the one where they find that one guy and there's a baby and it's like an ice monster that they're fighting. And
Is that the episode that looks like Trigger did it?
yes, it's the one I was gonna say. It's like the Gurren Lagann episode 4, where it looks like a different animation studio did it. Yes, that's the one I'm
Right,
thinking
I
of.
forgot
That
about
one's
that.
so cool. I was doing a review for the other awards.
Yeah.
Pluto has incredible animation cuts at times throughout the year.
I got Oshinoko as one of my nominees.
I
here.
like Gurren Lagann episode
Mhm.
4. Shut up, whoever's typing in the notes. Oshinoko has good animation. Link Click has some really cool animation cuts
Zom
in it.
100.
Scott Pilgrim takes off,
Pilgrim,
has
yeah.
great Sakuga.
That's all my nominees.
What else?
I just have Tengoku and Oshi. That's my runner
no,
up.
there's other ones. Hold on, let me think. Y'all keep going. I'm gonna.
Did somebody already say Scott Pilgrim?
I said
like
Scott
Scott
Pilgrim.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
All right. We can just get going on Jujutsu Kaisen, and who
let's
better
just
off
get
to
to-
start than the Dick writer himself?
Yeah, Dick Ride.
Indeed.
I love Dick writing Daddy Toji's Dick. So does Gege. Jujutsu Kaisen season 2. It's widely known that the animators were put on massive crunch for the show, but god damn it, did they deliver. God bless those animators. I hope every single one of the animators that worked on this show got their dicks sucked. I hope they got the night of their life after finishing the show, and then they slave away at the Chainsaw movie that's coming out later this year. Because this is some of the best animation, not just fight animation, but like just moment to moment animation as well. It's so good. And like especially shout out to episode 17 where it's Sukuna versus Mahoraga. Fuck, dude, that animation is so good. It's movie level quality on a TV show. Like, it's insane.
Yeah, for sure. There's plenty of cuts throughout. You could pick and choose across most of the production, both in hidden inventory and in the Shibuya incident arc. There's incredible cuts of animation in basically every episode. And some are obviously better than others, but I think that just as far as animation per episode goes, there are so many incredible Sakuga cuts in this season alone that are pretty incredible. And there will be other shows that I would talk about, but they are not eligible for this category this year.
Indeed. What could he be referencing?
Honestly, more than one. I would say 3 of the shows.
Tune in next year.
Yeah. Like even Kusaria has some good animation cuts as well.
Spoilers.
Mark, you want to talk about Onimai? Because I know that one's got some pretty good production values too.
It's the director
the production of
Mushoku Tensei, right?
Onimai is just unreal.
Yeah.
They picked this comic and manga and turned it into a labor of love. Although I wasn't a big fan of like the art style, which is why it's not getting best art style. But it's clear there was a lot of intentionality and effort into it.
Absolutely. Agreed. All right. Also, just because the guy's in chat and I love some interaction. One Piece I've heard had some really good animation this year.
It's coming.
You think so?
I think for like best fight scene, that's probably what he has in mind.
I am not a One Piece enjoyer, but I will shout out.
Weak.
Okay, best art style is next up.
Different from animation.
Very different. This one I think was kind of a gimme, and I'll be honest, maybe it's just because it's an art style I've loved for a long time. But I'm giving this to Scott Pilgrim. I think it was inspired to go based off of the comic books, and it looks great the whole way through.
I think Logan might still be out, so I'll just go next because I also pick Scott Pilgrim Takes Off.
Yeah, makes sense.
Damn.
Tim?
I don't mind you.
Oh.
For the art style, yeah, no, the art
Onimai has
style
a great
pretty-
art style. I will give you that.
I would have
It's
put it
very
in
nice.
design,
I think
but
I would have liked it to be a bit more faithful to the manga in art style.
as an anime only, I think.
Right. It's very like visually quite nice. You might think I'm crazy.
You know, it looks pretty. It totally does.
I'm a
like the
sucker
aesthetic
for the fluffy visuals, and these are the fluffiest visuals.
It is. It's extremely
Yeah,
pretty.
well.
Just don't talk to Juan about the hair.
What do you mean?
The blue hair.
The hair?
Oh my god, the blue hair. It bothered me so much.
Anyway, do we have any shout outs that are just gonna... I would say my main shout out is Zom, which was my easy runner up for this category.
Yeah.
I think that Zom has an incredible art style, and that making the zombies' blood be paint colors is inspired, and more shows should do that.
Oh, you should watch Danganronpa.
Incredible visual production the entire way through. Really
Should
impressive.
play Danganronpa.
I will play. I
Danganronpa,
play
sorry.
Danganronpa. Yeah.
Don't watch Danganronpa. Play it.
Yeah.
Definitely don't watch it.
Yeah. I also got Trigun Stampede as a great art style.
Yeah.
The Studio
Yeah,
Orange is,
for sure.
is always
I
really
like
good.
how they updated it for sure.
Also Buddy Daddies. Like,
Yeah, I love the Buddy Daddies
the
visual.
color palette is awesome. It's so bright and vibrant. But yeah, Scott Pilgrim takes off. Like it just perfectly encapsulates the original comic art style and like turns it into an anime, and like it's great. Like
Yeah, watching
Now-
it in motion is
it's
some
so
childhood
nice.
fulfillment shit. It really feels like the beat 'em up game, honestly, the most out of anything else.
It
It's
does,
so
yeah.
it's so cool.
I love that art style. It's great. Now I'm sure, as you've heard, that like it's very much its own thing. So I'm still a little bit hung up on it that like it's not a true adaptation.
And that's okay. It's a rebuild.
It's a rebuild.
But yeah, I just thought this was the most obvious answer in the world for this category for me. It just works so fucking well. It's so peak. Anybody else for this one?
Any other shout outs or Tim, did you talk about Onimai's art style?
I could. I think Mark talked about it a little bit in the last
In the animation.
direct, yeah.
All right, let's keep
All right.
moving.
Keep it schmoving. Next up is Best Director. I thought this was a pretty cool list. I actually have a top 5, and I'm probably going to highlight some more later. But I am going to pick my number 1, my GOAT. And I'm so glad that I get to do this because I think this category is what matters the most, which is, for me, Mamoru Hatakeyama, who both worked on Undead Girl Murder Farce and also Kaguya, The Kiss That Lasts Forever.
I mean, Kaguya is like his baby, right?
Yeah.
But that's what he worked on this year. Anyway, I'm giving it to Toshio Kawaguchi for Pluto.
Fair.
I'm gonna give it to Goshusonzo Shuta.
Also fair.
Jujutsu Kaisen.
Give me a second. I don't have this name pulled up.
Do you not write it down?
Do you know the show? Because there's if
Yeah,
it's one of my
I
top
have the
5, I
show.
can tell you.
It's not in your top 5.
Damn.
Shingo Fuji?
Oh, it's Onimai.
Onimai.
it's,
Well,
not,
it's not your top
it's
5.
not. It's not. You're
Yeah.
right. Okay.
There you go.
Interesting. Okay, I'm gonna splurge a little bit.
I mean, it's
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, okay, Mark's got me.
no, go ahead.
I
have to turn off the boy.
I am such a big fan of Mamoru Hatakeyama. I love his work on Kaguya, and before that, I love his work on Rakugo Shinju. He is one of my favorite directors working right now in the industry, and that is one of the main reasons I was so excited for Undead Girl. And I think he really delivered because regardless of what you think about Undead Girl, maybe you think some of the back half is a little clunky. At no point in Undead Girl are the visuals bad. All of the shot composition is killer. The way that they cut between scenes, the way that they do transitions, the way that they do that shitty green screen effect, it kills me every time. There are so many little tiny details about the visual presentation that makes even the episodes in which on screen some of the narrative is maybe a little clunkier, it is all gas. And none of that is to say or has anything to do with how good the Kaguya series is and the fact that I also get to talk about the movie, which was just an incredible continuation of the show as well, and it was incredible on top of that as well. So I get to have a twofer, and it makes it him the easy winner this year because I think he got to do 2 of my favorite productions.
All right, Logan.
All right, I am not as technically minded as Chris, and so I just kind of. I was kind of spreading the love around in the production categories, and Pluto, I do really like the way the show, despite being, a sci-fi anime, it still has a very naturalistic feel to it. And that has to do with a lot of different things, but I think that the directing is a big part of it, and it really helps ground the narrative in a certain way. It just doesn't feel like a lot of other anime, and in a good way. It feels like it's serving the story, and so I was very happy that this got the adaptation that it did, and I think that Kaguchi did an incredible job with it.
Yeah, vouch. I think that they assembled a team to make Pluto, Like this studio and the team that was assembled to make Pluto, and they did a good job for sure.
All right, yeah. Goshizono Shota, he took over the reins of director for Sungwoo Park, and like I said earlier, like there was like some worry that like he wouldn't be able to deliver since he did such a great job with the choreography, but he did a great job. Like this felt a lot more like cinematic. And I'm sure he had like a more like kind of like a hands-off kind of reign, because like I know like each episode like had like its own director, but like he's credited as like the main director.
Yeah, he's the head.
And like yeah, so I'm definitely giving it to him. All right, Shingo Fuji fans.
Yeah, talk us about
up.
Onimai.
Him?
Mark, you can go since you don't get to talk much.
Damn.
Mark,
He wasn't
There
ready
really
for that.
is nothing to say.
I mean, and I'll be honest, it's this is a vote on direction. Yeah, right. This is a vote on it. As only my goes. It's I'm pretty sure I said what I would say here. I just said
Whoa.
Uh-oh. Mark, you're in the robot zone.
Just a little bit.
I think
then testing.
Yeah, still a little bit robot-y.
Little robot.
Testing.
Whoa, are you like far away from the internet right now? Far away from the Wi-Fi?
Huh? No,
you moving
my
There you go.
You're back,
my
you're
router
back.
Now you
has
sound normal.
my
you're
ra-
good. You're good.
okay. My router is sitting where it has been sitting.
I think you're
Okay,
good.
you want to go back to
but-
my?
As far as Onimai goes, yeah, I mean, like the direction is just phenomenal. They really knew what they were doing. And well, a lot of love went into it, but I said that.
Mhm.
Hello?
Yeah,
We
we hear you.
Okay.
Okay, so
okay, go ahead.
yeah, Mark.
No, go ahead.
Okay, so to inject a bit on what Mark was saying, this is the guy's, I think, debut director role.
Oh,
as
really?
a director.
He
Yeah.
didn't work on.
Wasn't he the director on Mushoku
I thought he
Tensei?
did
I thought that was, like,
Mashoko.
his-
Yeah.
No, that was a different, same studio,
Yeah, I
different.
mean, it's
director.
not. Yeah, but.
Yeah.
no, it's bind. Sorry.
Yeah, Studio
Yeah,
Bind.
yeah, it's fine. Who did the Mushoku?
Pretty
What was his name
sure.
again? Mushoku, director.
I'm pretty sure it was Shingo Fuji.
I don't.
Yes,
Either
he's
way.
credited for stars on my.
No, it was
Animation.
Okamoto Manbu who did director for Mushoku.
Oh.
But either way.
Yeah,
But
so
yeah,
this is his first.
like a key animator before.
Yeah. So this is debut role, and as his debut, I think he nailed the execution of the show. Like we was, we were talking earlier. Like there's some very questionable things in the show, and I think it's very delicate hand to navigate through those questionable things to like get to like a film shonen. I think he really navigated the fine line to nail the execution of the show.
Yeah.
He was also the storyboard and episode director for the first and last episode. Specifically, the last episode stands out to me because the last episode is a contender for one of the best episodes of the year for me. It was, and Mark can like back me up on the last episode as well.
Oh, yeah.
So, as a debut role, I think he was given a very tricky project, and I think he nailed the execution for it for sure.
Nice. Okay, shout outs. I also really have to shout out Hirotaka Mori for Tengoku Daimyako, which I think has incredible visual direction the whole way through. I I think it was clearly a passion project. I'm glad that this manga got to get adapted in the way that it did. It has such a unique visual sense of style. It's very deliberate, really hard hitting. And then also shout outs to Abel Gongara, who is, I believe, a French man that works at, or maybe he's Portuguese, but he works at Science Saru. He's one of their directors and just fucking killing it over there. He's done great stuff on other projects as well, but he did Scott Pilgrim Takes Off. Just phenomenal as well. And then also Shuhei Yabuta, who did Vinland Saga Season 2. Those are my biggest shout outs.
I also got a shout out for Kawage Kazuki for Zom 100. Great job. I don't know if he's done stuff before, but he did a good job with Zom. And Muso Kenji for Trigun Stampede. Mm-hmm. Oh, some of the 3D
stuff, actual so really impressive, because that takes a level of talent that I think a lot of regular 2D animation directors probably don't have. So
yeah.
Okay, can we take a small break real quick in between, because Ellie is home and I need to go. She's got my dinner, so I'm gonna go grab that. So quick
Imagine having dinner.
All right, like 2-3 minute break.
Yeah, just a quick 2-3 minute break, and then we will continue on with our next production category.
Yeah, we're almost there.
Anyone who's still on the call? Done? Yeah, we're over halfway, I would say. Yeah, I'd say we're well over halfway.
Yeah.
All right. Be back soon. Anyone who's still on the call, feel free to entertain the chat, but this will take like less than 3 minutes, I think.
I mean, I'm also gonna take advantage of this break.
I just want to let the chat know that I've pissed 3 times during this stream already, so skill issue.
But like, you and I are like right next to the bathroom.
True.
Like we're like 10 steps away from going to the bathroom.
All right.
Oh, I guess I should pull up chat. What is this? Dumb Twitch chat. What's going on in here? Unacceptable. I need my anime review now. Rie Matsumoto. Rie Matsumoto was good. I don't think she's done anything this year, so she doesn't qualify for anything. But yes, she's the GOAT. Actually, no, she has. No, she hasn't. Has she? No. Yeah, she hasn't done anything for a few years. I'm not crazy. One Piece. One Piece has a lot of great singular episodes, but the problem with One Piece is that there's like 52 episodes a year. So when you compare, the like, I don't know, 6 like 10 out of 10 animated episodes to 52 episodes that's aired, it's like, it's hard to compete with like the short running shows that like all 12 episodes are like phenomenal.
Yeah, I haven't really seen any One Piece, but I did watch some of the Gear 5 fight when that was like going around, and that did look really nice. I liked it.
Yeah, One Piece.
Is there a way for me to? Sorry.
Go ahead, Mark.
Is there a way for me to see the chat if I haven't had Twitch up?
Yeah. Well, no. You have to pull Twitch up.
Chat, probably not. Yeah, I don't think Twitch saves. Or well, it does, but whatever.
It doesn't show them.
You have to go through a lot to hit those highs.
One Piece.
Yeah, that's what happens when you just don't stop making an anime.
For an awards show, One Piece is probably best preserved for the Moments Awards, and also if we ever have a Best Continuing Series Awards, which will never happen because these fuckers are allergic to anything over 24 episodes.
Damn straight. Make your point and get out.
That will never happen. But if there was a Best Continuing show, I think One Piece would definitely be a contender for like 2 years running now. The whole Wano arc in general has been great. Last year there was the Zoro fight.
Episode of it. It was like the episode right before Luffy comes back. And has that, what is it called, the drums of freedom or something like that.
Yes, that's Gear 5.
Right.
Gear 5. Well,
that was pretty cool.
I'll save my commentary for Gear 5 for later. But yes, I was very happy about.
Oh, is
Gear
it going to
5.
come up in best fight scene?
Maybe.
You can tell me. I won't share.
Maybe spoilers. Is either that or a JJK fight, and I don't think a JJK fight really spoke to me. They were cool though.
Yeah.
I also don't necessarily
we'll be
like
able to
giving
get into
JJK a lot of screen time. I wasn't actually a fan of the first Gear 5 episode. I mean, Gear 5, I think someone did a master cut of just Gear 5, and it's like 10 to 12 minutes of just straight fighting. Compared to, I think the, what's his name? Volcano Head dude in JJK. That fight was, I think, 5 minutes. So it's easily like double the length of a JJK fight. So there's got to be some low moments.
Did you get spoiled on Gear 5, Tim?
No, not at all.
No? That was all natural for you?
Yeah.
That's crazy, dude. I've known about Gear 5 for like a year because of fucking Twitter went crazy over it, like when it was out in the manga.
My Twitter is so good about avoiding spoilers for me. I never see a single spoiler. I see spoilers from you more than my actual Twitter.
It's crazy. All right, is Chris back yet?
No.
I saw him go back into the room.
Not yet.
No, I totally
trying
am.
to see if I'm gonna have any action shows for 2024.
The sound effects were part of the fun, Logan. Fucking.
No. I'm not saying that all the sound effects were bad. I said they were excessive. That there were too many of them, and that there was also the same sound effect over and over again.
It's the fucking Looney Tune effect.
What are we talking about?
Yeah, but Looney Tunes don't do the same thing over and over again.
Oh, okay, sure.
Anyway, yeah, Gear 5.
Yeah,
we just kind of got
Wado
completely
gets it.
distracted.
We just skipped to a different category while you were gone. Don't worry about it.
Incredible.
I am not saying, to be clear, that you should get rid of the cartoon sound effects, just that you should get some more of them, because it felt like they just were using the same ones over and over again. That's my only criticism. I like the sound effects.
I'm glad y'all are having a One Piece discussion, because that's something that has been completely absent from all 6 years of our awards shows.
I've been watching One Piece for the last 6 years. It's just hard to bring it up because none of you guys watch it. So I'm just having a one-man podcast.
Juan reads it, right?
I read it. I haven't read it in
up to
years.
what point?
One day I'll get there.
Hey guys, I just all of us are back. Maybe we should talk about the best male voice actor in a role.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah.
Just to get back on track here.
My favorite voice actor is when Luffy
actually
eats the gum fruit. Okay.
Thank you, Chris.
All right.
Dude, are we gonna watch the Studio Wit version though?
Yeah, probably for content.
Unless it's 50 episodes, then you guys will probably pussy out.
I'm gonna keep watching it.
I'll at least start it.
Studio Wit, baby.
Okay.
All right, let's go.
My pick is obvious.
Junior
My
Noki,
pick
yeah,
is also obvious.
I actually did not pick.
That's really?
Noki.
Oh my gosh!
Damn, I'm surprised. You were the
But,
one sucking his dick.
I think for a good, good voice actor here.
You did a good job
as well.
I'm not complaining. I'm just surprised.
Me too.
You're the dick writer.
I'll put last mark.
Oh, hey, he's back.
Mark, do you have a voice actor? Takeuchi Shinsuke as Onimai.
I don't think that's
Onimai's
a male
not a
actor.
character.
Oh, dude,
I mean-
that's a good performance.
Oh!
Sure. I'll
Good
give
call.
What?
Good call.
Sure.
that.
That's,
Okay.
I mean, I heard that, and I was thinking, yeah, he's winning this award this year.
It was pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
All right, who wants to go first?
I guess I'll go first since I'm the odd one out here, as well as Mark. So Thorfinn, man, like I've said many times tonight, like this whole season being him, like fully processing the trauma of war, like the voice actor like really like has a handle on that, and it's so good. And obviously, the scene that like fully like got my attention was the "I have no enemies" scene. That performance, oh, it's so good. And also shout out to Alex Lee, the dub voice actor for him. He also did a great job with Thorfinn. Like it's so good. I love the voice acting in both the English and Japanese. Who exactly was Dr. Usami in Tengoku?
He's the one who, like, he was the doctor of the encampment there, and he had a lady whose disease he was unable to cure, and
It's
so,
a pretty impactful
so
moment in
they cut-
Goku. Yeah.
they cut their life.
It was the one that they had. The girl was like, "I want to see the sky" the last time, and then the main boy character kills her, and then he shoots himself.
Yeah.
One of the more
right.
impactful moments of that show. Yeah, I agree. Incredible performance.
All right, and then the
Yep.
Junior Inoki stands.
Yeah, like you, bitch.
Apparently, all of them are away from their keyboard.
No, I'm
except for
saying-
me. So remember the part where he screams.
Dude,
It's easy to point to like that scene when Itadori comes out of the
Yeah.
Sukuna trance as like, and that is his big moment
That
of
I
the
agree,
year.
yeah.
But he spends the whole season, that he's in anyway, doing like yeoman's work, even with the more like low key scenes. Like I was not joking about liking that episode where Itadori just hangs out with that
yeah,
childhood friend.
it's
of his.
nice.
And I think that he does a good job with Itadori's kind of like laid back pleasantness. And I think that all of that comes together in that scene to make this seem like such a big event, because Itadori just doesn't sound like that. Even when he's in danger, he just doesn't sound like that. And yeah, I think that he did a great job all around. I don't think I'm just giving him this award because he screamed really loudly.
No,
he did
but
scream really loudly. It's hard to complain about that.
There, like, Juan talked about like the videos of him performing that one scene and him being on the ground like heaving. You can really hear it is some serious effort, and it's just a very good love of the craft that went into performing this role. And despite my hangups at the end of JJK, which I'm sure we'll talk about more later, I could not give him this. I thought it was such a compelling, gripping performance, particularly the moments we talked about, particularly the scene of him coming out after Sukuna. But even after that, later on through the rest of the season as well, and his performance earlier, I was pretty floored. I thought that he had earned it the most out of everyone. I have a couple of runner-ups that I want to talk about too, but I think he deserves this pretty
That
clearly.
scene when he is chasing after Mahito, saying like "I'm you," that dude,
It's so
like,
insane.
him going like every time you reincarnate, I will kill you, like Bukuros. Like he says it in such a like dark tone. Like Junya Inoki is great. He is 100% like my second place.
Yeah. Just an incredible, like, memorable performance.
Anything else to add on about him? I think that's good.
Not for him. My runner up was actually Tako Yashiro, who plays Suguru in a Ned Girl murder farce. I just think that is a stellar performance. What a unique sounding voice. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I was gonna compliment him because I think that his like specific vocal delivery is a big part of why I like the fight scenes and that character so much. He's got this kind of little like kind of lilting thing to his voice that makes him feel like a stage performer.
Yeah, he's just doing Rakugo the whole show. When me and Ellie, I started watching the show with my wife a couple of days ago just because we were talking about it. I wanted to show it to her. And like I had to explain to her what Rakugo was because I'm like, basically this guy is kind of doing a Rakugo performance at all times. That's like his character, and it's so cool to watch. He just has this like kind of lighthearted, goofy attitude, but there is this serious underbite to it. It's great voice acting. My other shout outs are, and I love that I get to do this. Number 3 on my list is Kieran Culkin, who plays Wallace Wells, because I think he fucking kills
my
it.
man.
And then obviously number 4 is my best boy pick, Chris Evans as Lucas Lee, who I think obliterates his role as well.
Yeah. My shout outs are Matsuoka Yoshitsugu as Vash in Dragon Stem B. Like, he's already like a great voice actor, but like he really brings out the Vash. Like he's awesome. And also from JJK, Shimazaki Nobunaga, who voices Mahito, like he does the crazy really good.
He does.
And what's funny is that the voice actor, he normally does like very stoic characters, like Haruka from Free and Yuki in Fruits Basket.
Interesting.
So for him to like go for this like really crazy performance is awesome.
Yeah, it's fun to see the range.
That one scene where like Yuji's like raging at him and Mahito's like, "You don't have to yell at me, Yuji Todori." Like, oh, it's so good.
Yeah.
I love that. All right, any other shout outs?
Juan, did you watch the JK dub?
I have not, but I've seen like clips here and there.
Also, someone in the chat is saying that Adam MacArthur killed it.
I mean, obviously, shout outs to the Nanami guy. That's the giraffe. We all stand. He won I think he won our collective male voice actor award last year for a villain in whatever that's just Saibikui Bisco.
Yeah.
Yes, he also killed it. All the VA work was amazing.
Part of the show.
In JJK, Gojo's voice actor was one of my runner-ups as well. I think he's incredible. The Toji actor is really good too.
Yeah, the Dio voice actor. The Ghetto voice actor. I love that like in an interview he said that like in the voice direction when he plays Ghetto and when he's talking to Gojo that like he says his name like in a very soft voice. But then when he plays as Kenjaku, like it's just like there's like no softness to the voice.
No love, no intimacy. Damn, brutal. That's good voice acting.
Like you can like tell it's fake. So like that's incredible voice acting that he was able to like actually like pull that off.
Damn.
All
right. Wait, this is not a belt.
No, this is not.
Okay.
No, neither of these are belts.
No more belts until the end of the thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Next up is female voice actor in a role. This one was tricky. I had a lot of really good picks for this one, but I think I had to go with my favorite vocal performance for the year, at least, which is Tomio Kurosawa as Ayarindo in Undead Girl.
At least part of this award is the novelty of being able to give it to an English VA, like at least some small part of it, because I don't watch dubs.
She was on my list.
She's
She's so good.
She does such a good job. Juan, go ahead.
Yeah. I also have Tomio Kurosawa, but not only did she voice Ayarindo, she also voiced Mitsumi and Skip to Loafer.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Damn, what a year.
That's on my short list.
Well, then easily she's my
Reminded,
number one.
this is voice actor in a role, so you have to pick one.
We do have to pick one.
Do we really?
Then Ayarindo. But like, you know, gotta give it a shout out to the range, you know?
Both are great performances, so.
All right, Tim.
I didn't really have a role pick out for this one.
That's fine.
Just Ray Takahashi.
Man,
as
fuck
a
you.
Takahashi.
Who could have predicted such a tragedy?
I know, right? Who would have guessed that Takahashi stand with a pick Takahashi?
What's her best performance this year? Is it fucking Megumi?
She has so many main roles this year. She was the Ninja Go in Jikoraku. She was obviously Megumi. She was in Oshinoko.
That's probably her best then in that case.
Probably her best. She was Kaoru in Kenshin.
Right.
She was Shino in Kanjuma Kanajo. Sumi, of course. She was Ririha and Kaina, which you guys didn't watch. She's just had a lot of like main roles this year, and she such a wide range, and she killed it in all of them. Oh, she's Tomo-chan, I guess, as well.
I would say
that's like about mine with her.
Oh yeah.
I would say in that case, Oshinoko is probably her best, and then I would say Jigoku Rockers are second, because I think she was easily the best in that show.
Mark, you got any voice actor?
I didn't really have that much, but
she's really good.
Oh.
Yeah, I think she did a great job.
Sure.
A+ stuff.
Okay, I must give a shout out because none of y'all mentioned her, and I wanted to give it to her last year, and I almost gave it to her this year. Kana Ichinose as Suletta Mercury. I think
did I not give it to her last year?
You might have.
I think I did. I think
I gave it.
I could check.
I mean, let me double check the VODs. because I know I double checked. I was like, oh, did I give it to her last year? But I think I gave it to I Froze for Power, maybe.
I think you.
Well,
I think that's
you
part
gave
of
it
what you
to
did.
Fapita.
Oh yeah, which makes sense
yeah.
because she was very good.
She also
So,
killed it. Yeah.
I know I gave it to Bochi. I gave it to Yoshino Aomi for Bochi, which is understandable.
But no, yeah, Solana, 100%. She deserves a shout out.
I almost gave it to her this year, but I thought what was my favorite part of Undead Girl, and it was the monologues from her. Like she just what a good character. I really can't emphasize how good her voice acting was.
Yeah.
Anyone else?
All right. And, are we still doing shout outs? I got Kino Hina, who plays Miri in Buddy Daddies.
Yes, she's on mine
the little
as
girl.
well. Mm-hmm.
She's really great. Iwami Manaka, who voices Akane in Oshinoko.
Also on my short list. Yes.
Yeah. Gotta give a shout out to good old Kana Hanazawa as Eiko in Dark Gathering, the most normal girl ever.
Is that some kind of Hanazawa?
I'm sure Mark will like this. I'm gonna give a shout out to Hina Yomiya, who plays Ana Yamada in Bokiyaba, who I think does a phenomenal job in that role.
Oh,
We have Tenazaki Asumi, who did Anya and Frieren.
Well, Freeman is a little bit, yeah. I get that it counts, but yeah, for sure. Maybe next year.
You know, just a range, good range.
Also, I'll give credit when credit is due. My favorite performance out of this, Aimi Terakawa as Blue in Magical Destroyers. She was my number 5.
Oh yeah.
I thought she was the best out of everyone there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she has the distinction of having to talk for both her and for Pink, so that's fun.
Yeah. All right, good spread. Okay, and that does it for our production categories. We're going to move on to our miscellaneous, our sort of bits and bobs. A wide array of different categories, including some personal categories that we're going to do. Our first up is best fight scene. For those big action set pieces, I have a feeling like this one is going to be mostly unanimous. Mine is Maharaga versus Sukuna.
Well, mine is from the show that Maharaga versus
Oh, you
Sukuna
went
is
a
in.
different direction after we watched all those together. Interesting.
Mm-hmm. Juan's not here, Tim. Give it.
I don't know what Gear 5 means. I'm going to be real with you.
That's
It's
One
a
Piece.
big
One
fight
Piece.
from
I think
One Piece
everyone
that we
here
were
but you
talking about
understood
earlier.
Oh, sure.
I watched the episode.
Mark, did you watch?
I happened to catch the episode before that. I was in a hotel lobby and it was there.
You love that.
Yeah, I figured that was gonna be Mark's pick.
All right, I'm back, and yes, it is also Maharaga versus Sukuna.
Congratulations.
That is probably the
Let's
best.
talk
thing.
about
Logan picked the Choso fight? Dude, that fight was
sure
good
did.
too, though.
See, I think I would put the
I'll
Jogo
explain
fight
myself in
over
a
it.
second.
But yeah, you go first.
Okay, yeah. So, what's it called? Like I was saying when we were watching it, there is a very simple and easy way to my heart, and that's to have like two dudes who are doing a big superpower fight, and then you just turn off the superpowers for 5 minutes, and they just start going at it with their fists, and that is approximately, not exactly, but it's a lot of what the Choso fight feels like. When they get into the bathroom, especially, and it's
Right.
cool beforehand. There's a certain physicality to it that I appreciate. Like when you get into the like special grade curse fights, it almost stops feeling like, you know, I mean, obviously none of this is a real thing that could happen, but it starts feeling more unreal than some of these fights with the lower ranked jujutsu sorcerers, and that's a part of it. It feels like a physical thing, like they are having a fist fight, especially there at the end when they're having a fist fight. And I think the physicality of it is what really drew me to it. That is not to say that the Sukuna versus Maharaga fight or even the Jogo and Sukuna fight were bad. I love those both too. Those are both on the list, but
I get it.
Go ahead,
I get
Bob.
if you are focused on dudes punching each other in a more direct way, I think it achieves that more than the other two are. But I think as far as the visuals go, I was really impressed by the Jogo fight. I think they have a lot of signifiers of how like heat as a concept is utilized, the way like the glass starts to melt as it's falling down, or the thermometer in the background starts to rise really quickly. There's just a lot of really cool visual elements in that fight, which is why I would rate it above the Choso fight. But as far as pure visual spectacle, I really don't think you can beat Maharaga versus Sukuna this year. That was just kind of the peak of shonen animation that I've seen in a really long time. It was the peak of the show. I can't, like, it was just incredible to watch. Like, kind of the whole way through.
Logan, to go back to Itadori versus Choso, I wish I had the movie name on deck, but like it is that fight is based on a kung fu fight, like a very famous like movie kung fu fight, and like
really?
Yeah, and like they do like the exact same poses for, like from that movie too, like, and I think it's like specifically a bathroom fight as well.
Oh, very
so
sick.
that's probably
I'll
why
look
you
that
like
up.
it a lot.
You do something else.
Yeah. But yeah, it's, Sukuna versus Maharaga. God damn, what a visual spectacle that fight was! Because holy shit, the one cut of Sukuna, summoning his domain, and then Maharaga walking through it, seeing like the pre-production of that, like with just so many insane colors, like frame by frame, everything is moving, every single frame. It is so crazy good. Like, what a fucking spectacle that was. Holy shit. But yeah, like, you could really pick any fight from Jujutsu Kaisen. Like, I could make a top 5 JJK fights. And it would like fill out my whole nominee list, but I just went with the one. I also have like a bunch of other nominees, but I'll save it for later. Tim, tell us about Gear 5.
We actually had like a 6-minute discussion about Gear 5 while you guys were gone. So I kind of already said my piece. But like, Gear 5 has been hyped up for a long time. I think the word, even like before the manga people knew about it, like Oda's been like hinting at like Joy Boy and Gear 5 for a good while. And I think the fight lived up to expectation. It's just like a Looney Tune fight with like Shonen Sakuga behind it. It was just like a lot of fun. But like we had like a whole like discussion about it already, so I don't want to repeat myself. I'm sure we can probably point it at the VOD later.
Yeah.
If you want to point to it.
Either way.
All right, Chris, yeah, you want to do some shoutouts?
My main shoutouts is the Jogo fight, which I think is really sweet. And then my other main shoutout, because I'm not going to get fucking talking about the action sequences in this show until next year. The Fern versus the Demon fight in Frieren is one of the best pieces of animation I've ever seen in my life. And it's the fact that it's also a dual fight with Stark and the other demon. It's so Kino. It's so fucking good. Oh, I had such a great time revisiting that one.
Up for sure. That was good. The Fate fight was also there, but I thought it was a bit cheating.
My runner-ups are Pickle versus Jack Hanma in the Baki anime. That like Pickle is a caveman.
Yeah.
And Jack Hanma is like the 5th strongest man in the world. So seeing them fight is insane. And then they have like a whole biting contest.
Oh, that is the dumbest, one of the most insane things I've ever seen in my life. I've seen that scene.
It's insane. I fucking love that fight. Vash versus Million Knives, like the final episode.
The final one, yeah.
Of in Dragon Stampede was very good. And Deku versus Lady Nagant in My Hero Academia season 6. Yeah, those are great.
My other runner-ups are Roxy versus Ramona and Scott Pilgrim. The sequence where they go through all the different movies, I think, is just, maybe if it's not the best fight visually, it's just a very cool sequence. And then Yor versus the Hodgepodge Assassins at the end of the cruise arc is extremely funny and also extremely entertaining to watch Yor and her boss dispatch all of the assassins. It's a great fight. Anything else?
Let's move on.
Yeah, JJK, sweeping category. All right, funniest scene. The one that made us bust a gut the most.
40 seconds.
40
40
seconds.
seconds. Which one is 40 seconds exactly?
I'm so glad you asked.
She asks. Go ahead, Chris.
Oh, I'll
It's
explain
yours.
it. Okay. So Kaguya asks,
We don't-
I can't remember her name. It's the friend that has the
maid?
boyfriend.
Kashiwagi.
Yeah,
Oh,
Kashiwagi.
and that one.
And she asks, how long did it take them to have sex? And she says 3 months. And then she asks, how long after you French kissed for the first time? And then she says 40 seconds. And the face that Kaguya makes after. And then it leads to a sequence where the maid says she's like a fucking sex pest or something. It's good. You should go rewatch it.
It's a really good scene. But a
It's
scene
one of my
that I thought
favorite
was
jokes from the
funnier.
manga. Anyway,
I
Naked
just
building
love
jumping.
the naked building jump
it's
from
peak.
Zob
We
100.
rewatched it.
It's
Like
so
episode
funny.
2
We
or
were
3?
rewatching it,
It was
last night. Yeah,
3 or 4. One of the
3,
two.
right? Yeah. But the funniest thing about it is that there is absolutely zero indication before this guy is like halfway across that gap that he's going to rip all of his clothes off for no reason. And it's just extremely funny. It's also funny that he like barely misses and he almost dies because
Yeah.
he makes the main character start laughing. Like he wanted to be a comedian and he succeeded. What about you, Juan?
All right. I'm surprised. Well, actually, I'm not that surprised because Chris is a huge Kaguya stan. But the Todd and Wallace romance.
Oh,
is
it was up
definitely
there.
big. Just the whole,
We
like,
considered it in the
Just
vibe
lines in the
review.
trailer. And then just they're just fucking. And we never knew Todd was gay, but you know what? It makes sense.
It does.
You broke my boyfriend.
There were sparks.
There were sparks, like, and so he sounded so hurt with that. Oh, it's so
He
good.
got a tattoo of
love the
Wallace's
part-
face.
I love the part when like he's like sitting there unable to tell Wallace something and Wallace is just like, oh, he's in love with me, isn't it? Like completely nonchalant.
Tim
He's
with the
dealt with it
face
before.
take.
Yeah.
Mark, you got a
Vote
funny
for
scene?
something I read. Can I vote for something I read?
You know what? Give it to us.
Yes, of
There you
course. Oh,
Okay.
I mean,
Kaguya
I have to
three.
think to the stuff that I watched, and I have to say that this moment in the manga beats it.
it's peak.
Watching this live with like hundreds of different people was like peak.
My other favorite joke in the Kaguya movie is when they are Kaguya is in her like tiny innocent mode, and Shirogane needs to talk to her, so he devolves into his tiny innocent mode, and they're having that conversation, and then walks in on them, and they're just going like, Kaicho, and they're just baby talking at each other like demons, and she's like, what hell? What fresh hell is this? That scene is also very good. That was my runner-up.
Yeah, I also have the blindfold kissing scene from Hyakano, where he's trying to fairly give out a first kiss to the two girls that he's dating at the same time. So he comes up with an idea to have everyone blindfolded, and then he walks to them blindfolded. And he's that way no one knows who got the actual first kiss. It's insane.
It's kind of like when people execute in a firing squad. You don't know who's got the
Fake
blank and who's got the bullet.
That way everyone has the blame.
That's a great. Yeah,
What an insane comparison. And then there's also the Paeon boot dance.
That is also
Oshinoko.
peak.
Mm-hmm.
That one's very good.
I want to go ahead and just toss out Wet Bond.
Wet
from Spy
Bond is
Family.
peak. Also,
Wet Bond is great. The underwater reindeer from Hulk. Just that sequence.
Oh, right.
Also an incredible moment.
Yeah. All right. I don't think we pretty much like went into them already, like as we were
Yeah,
describing.
we had
the
a we,
scene.
we,
Yeah.
we
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think we got it covered.
All right. Let's move on.
Okay. Next up is most emotional scene to pivot.
Not necessarily made you cry, but just like
It
what
could have.
hits you hard in the feels. It could have.
What was
So
your
totally.
most emotional
It just
anime
feels
scene?
Square in the feels.
I'll answer when I come back from the bathroom.
Okay. Sorry, Ellie just walked in and I asked her what her most emotional scene was. She's going to think about it and give it to me when she comes back from the bathroom. Okay.
The best place to think.
Logan, I want to apologize because the scene I'm about to
Yeah.
put down is not one we VOD reviewed, but is one that I thought about later.
Oh, and
May?
That was a really strong scene from Tengoku.
It's the end
Okay,
of episode
Tengoku.
8 of Tengoku.
Yeah, Tengoku. Okay.
We've
we
mentioned.
gotta
it
put the
before.
names.
All right, I'll go ahead and put the name on this one. This is specifically referring to the context you find out for this continuous flashback that Gayest is having in the last episode.
Yep.
Oh, right.
Describe it a little bit to me. I'm kind of drawing a blank.
It's the
We'll go
junkyard
over it
scene.
when we just go over it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I mean, I said it earlier. I have no enemies.
Of course.
in Vinland Saga.
It's iconic. It's what the whole
Dude.
season's built around.
It changed my whole outlook in life.
Juan
Sure.
had all kinds of
Juan did
enemies.
say he cried 3
Yeah.
times or whatever.
He did quite
Yeah.
3 times.
Ah, Mark's with me. This one destroyed me, dude. I was like thinking about it, and then I was like, it just comes out of left field, and you're just not ready for it. And then this is a little bit of speculation. It's not that much speculation. I think it's pretty obvious, but it's got a little bit of spoilers towards the end of the season. Once you figure out who they are, it just hits so much worse. You're like,
I don't know if everyone here.
Do y'all know what I'm talking about?
What'd you say?
Yeah.
Who
the
the
doctor
doctor
is.
and the girl is in that
Yeah.
episode?
Yeah, I remember who they are.
Yeah. It really makes the end of the show. That's why I like that's where they ended it, because it really emphasizes it. You figure it out and you're like, oh my god. It just makes a relationship that you've been watching develop so much more tragic to see the end of it. I went back and rewatched this earlier today for this award, and one of the most potent and impactful episodes of anime that made me feel the most feelings this year for sure. That one's gonna stick with me for a long time, I think.
So for mine, I'm cheating because this is an emotional scene, but I love it for how much it is set up across the course of the entire show. Like from the very beginning, the Robbie dying, the like mostly completely pointless, well, not pointless, but like mostly disconnected scene of Gayest like comforting the robot widow and being like, would you like to erase your memories? And then she's like, no. And that all comes back around, and all of the stuff with Adolf and his brother comes back around, and all the stuff with the little kid comes back around, and even the way he's been interacting with Adam this entire time kind of comes back around in this scene. And it feels like such a strong conclusion to a character arc for a character who's kind of been dead for 2 episodes. And I'm really impressed with how well the whole thing got tied up, especially considering like there's some dark stuff buried in Gazish's memories, but the actual I'll give you the whole thing for 500 Zays, that memory that he keeps having is actually like completely like wholesome and kind of sweet. And I like that was kind of the punchline of the whole thing, is that he had something horrible taken from him, but something very nice as well, and that he got to have all of that again at the very end.
Yeah. Strong agree. It's incredibly impactful.
Yeah. No, I have no enemies. Like, I guess for the people in the chat or future VOD watchers who have not watched Vinland Saga, let me set the scene for you. Thorfinn is trying to talk to Canute, who he traveled with in season 1, but his gang won't let him see him. So the trade offer is that he has to fight the biggest man of his army, and Thorfinn refuses to fight because he's a pacifist now. So they beat the absolute living shit out of Thorfinn, and he still refuses to fight back. He takes 100 punches to the face, to his whole body. That man is beaten close to death, and people are asking him, why won't you fight back? And Thorfinn, he answers, because I have no enemies. And everyone's just like in awe, like, fuck.
Yeah.
He's right. Why are we fighting? There's no reason to. Fuck, dude. Ah, what a man.
It's so Vinland Saga is so incredible. Like the fact that it flips the plot of season 1 on its head, which is so much about war and conquering and death, and it's incredible.
And what hits even harder is that's what his dad told him as a kid. Thor's his dad in episode 1. Thorfinn says hey, well, I want to take a sword so I can fight my enemies. And Thor's is like, you have no enemies. No one in this world has enemies. So he it finally took him until that moment to finally realize that lesson that his own dad taught him in episode 1. Oh, it's so good. And then Ai's death in Oshinoko, which was my number 2 because it did make me cry.
Gonna go out with Julia
Is there?
Okay, have fun.
How much did it impact you,
Okay.
Tim?
It hit pretty hard. Like, Ai is a pretty tragic character from start to end.
Yeah.
You know, when you first get her, she's just this very hollow, fake character who doesn't really know what it means to love someone or how emotion feels. And then it takes her having her kids, and before she kind of learns what love is, and then the moment she makes a connection, she just that's when they decide to be okay, well, we're just gonna end it there. You're not gonna, once when you get it, that's when your time is over. So it's the whole first episode 90 minutes thing was a beautifully executed thing that kind of accumulate the build her up off of that one finale scene. And they did their job. They built her up and they toppled her down. All the feelings we were building for her.
It is such a tragedy.
That
she deserves better.
Scenes, definitely. That scenes when Aqua's on the other side of the door and she's speaking to him about her future and the dreams and stuff. That was
it's yeah, for sure.
It hits. It hurts so much. Mark, did you have anything else to add about the Tengoku Damaki?
No,
scene?
not really.
Okay. Shoutouts? Oh
no.
Okay.
Yeah, I also want to shout out the scene where Frieren goes and finds the flowers that they mentioned for Himmel. Yeah, the blue flowers at the top of the tower. I think that is an incredibly moving scene. And then I want to shout out the beach episode in Insomniacs where they fall asleep together. I thought that was one of the more moving episodes of anime I watched this year as well.
Mm-hmm. I got the Akane attempted suicide.
Yep.
In Oshinoko.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
North number 2. His sacrifice.
Yep. Me and Logan watched that last night.
Mine.
Yeah.
That was on mine.
Dude. And
it's so sad. Come back
a bit
home.
of a spoiler, but Fushi reuniting with his past friends at the
Dude.
end
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
seeing March again.
We haven't talked about. I think Fumetsu is getting the aired in 2022 debuff a little bit this year, but yeah, when March came back from the first time, oh, dude,
I
Mhm.
missed her so much, and then she grew up a little bit.
Anyway,
Any other shoutouts?
think that's it.
I wanted to give a shout out to the one-handed piano performance from the end of Blue Giant.
Oh yeah,
I think
that's
I think
good
that it could have felt like kind of forced drama there at the end, like
It could
big
have.
car
Not for
accident at the
me.
highest, but especially the performance of it, I think really sells the tragedy of the moment. You know, I really liked it.
all right. And then next up, a slight change from previous years. This has just been boiled down to best episode, so the best single episode of anime that we watched this year. And I am so very excited to type this into the screen where everyone can read it. I have
Go fuck yourself.
Oh man.
Low tier god.
Don't worry about it.
When she
You'll
tells
explain
Aura
it.
to-
I'll explain it. I'll explain it.
Oh,
right.
like all fights. Okay, sure.
All right. I'm gonna go ahead and put down the answer that I think Mark is also going to put down.
That was very high on my list.
That's the when he like goes to hell, basically.
I think it's episode 9.
Oh, that one. Yeah, that's a great episode.
I can double check. I think it's episode 9.
I thought that was 8, but if you go double check, Juan,
It's
what's
episode.
it?
It's episode
Episode
9.
8. Oh,
Oh, I see.
there's an episode where he falls unconscious and
Yes.
And
No,
then
but
the
like
next episode, it's
just
when he's
saying
when
hell,
he's there.
I immediately remembered what it was. Okay, mine is also from Fryren, but it's not episode 10. It's episode 1.
Also an incredible episode of anime.
I think that was the episode where me and Chris were just completely silent in a good way.
I think that was Pluto episode 1. I think it was both.
I
But
think it was both. Which I also have. Episode 1 of Pluto is one of my runner-ups. Episode 12 of Onimai, yeah. You've mentioned it a couple times now. Slash?
No.
Okay.
Hypo.
Mark, you got a best episode?
I think Mark is
That-
also going to do Vinland.
Okay.
I'm just guessing.
I mean, let him cook.
Well, let's go ahead and start talking about them, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
I will say the nightmare arc scene in Vinland was the scene I was looking forward to most
It was so
from the
cool.
anime, having read the manga, even more so than the I Have No Enemies. Because, like, just trying to imagine how they were going to adapt that.
Was what?
We're losing you a bit, Mark.
Yeah, you're a little robot mode.
So bad. We
They're losing
ended
you.
up-
Oh man, now
Oh, man.
Mark is in
Go
hell.
on. Oh no. Mark is also seeing the horrible surrogate father talking to him.
Now. But yeah, the I Have No Enemy is a great scene, don't get me wrong, but like from an animation point, there's not much there. It's more about the Seiyu delivery than anything. But like
Yeah.
the nightmare scene, I was very curious about how they're going to pit the hell that Thorfinn was going through. So I was very much looking forward to that episode.
Yeah. And for
Low
something that was a
tier-
dream, it felt very physical. Like he was getting buried. He had to drag himself out. It was so good.
Yeah, it was such a raw scene in the manga.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta talk about mine a little bit because it lets me talk about Fryren before next year, which is always a joy. I have not been blown away more by an episode of anime in recent memory than I have been by episode 10 of Fryren. I think that it's plotting, the way that it develops throughout by introducing the stakes of the fight. This is an extremely powerful demon, etc., etc. And then it goes through the history of Fryren with her mentor, who I'm forgetting the name of, who we learn the context. We learn a little bit more about her because we've been hinting at her for a couple of episodes before this. We learn why Frieren has learned to conserve her like mana and not show it off is to have this one trick. And it is just the best payoff I've seen in a long time. And then the final actual payout, like watching it happen, watching the emotions on the demon's face as she realizes her one trick is like not going to work against Frieren. It is, I think if we had a most hype moment, I would have voted this as my most hype moment, but it was just overall front to back, one of the best episodes of television I've ever seen in my entire life. I cannot stress. Also, just because it's hilarious and you like kill yourself right now.
The emotions on
Christmas
her face right before she dies was like,
it's haunting. It's crazy. I know.
yeah, it's so good.
Well, because she knows she has no control of her.
Yeah, but like
she got beat.
The last few moments where like you could see the fear.
Yeah, finally.
in her eyes.
So good.
I mean, like I'm sure she's also done that to her enemies too, right? Like,
yeah, but
telling her enemies
you
to
know,
kill herself.
She's never thought it could happen to her because she's, you know.
It's a little bit like Code Geass way back in the day when when he uses it on people and tells them to kill themselves. It's brutal. But you're like, oh shit!
Don't feel fear because
they're all in. I know, but it's a similar.
I think there was a time when they were like holding back.
Yeah.
But
yeah, it was just so impactful. And I'm taking my opportunity to talk about Frieren when I can right now, but show up in a calendar year from now. I'm sure we'll talk about it again.
Oh, for sure. But man, episode 1 of Frieren, where just watching it from start to finish, like watching it for the first time, you could really tell that this was like something special. Like it really like set itself apart from like all other like fantasy shows from before, and then I think it also like ends with Himmel's funeral, and like that scene hits.
It's insane.
Because like
one of the more emotional scenes as well for me.
Because like Frieren like finally realizes her feelings, like oh shit, my friend's dead.
Doesn't the show start with that?
No, yeah. I mean, like that's episode 1.
It's at the end of episode 1.
Yeah, like because you're thinking of like the whole like movie part of it. So like I'm sure it happened like in the first 20 minutes for you.
Didn't the manga start with that?
I don't know.
Maybe I'm crazy.
Hell if I know. But like it was at the end of episode 1. What was Himmel's funeral? But yeah, like that whole episode. Me and Chris, like, we talked through anime the entire time of any show we're watching. In this one episode, we were just quiet the entire time. We were just completely absorbed in it. It was crazy. All right, what's so special about the Christmas episode in Onimai, Tim?
I mean, I've talked about it a lot. Do you want me to talk about it some more?
A little bit. Like, what makes about this episode so good? I think you've talked about the episode being good, but
it's just the. Mark, do you want to do it actually? So you can talk a bit more.
If he's alive.
I was like, no.
It's just the pure accumulation of like what the show encompasses, and also
I don't have anything prepared. I don't have anything prepared, and my internet is bad.
That's okay.
Oh, I don't have anything prepared ever. I'm bringing it all
Hell
the way.
yeah, same.
But yeah, this the care that they took in that episode. I feel like every scene in that show was just like a 10 out of 10 kilo, which is part of the reason why I gave the guy the best director, because he personally oversaw and did the storyboard for this episode, and you could see the care and thought they put into it. But yeah, do you want to do runner-ups?
Yeah.
Zom 100 episode 1 for sure.
That is also on my list.
I'm actually surprised somebody talked about that. Ocean 1 was disqualified, but I still think it's worth giving a shout out.
Yeah, we didn't count Oshinoko 1. It was kind of a movie, so but if it was allowed to count, it would have probably won. It was pretty impactful.
Anything else with you guys?
Yeah.
On my list was episode 8 of Tengoku Daimakyo, which we already kind of covered in most emotional moments. That's the one with the doctor.
Yes.
I just thought, the episode was a full package.
I have the Pluto finale episode, which I think is one of the best episodes of anime of the year by far. Everything is kind of, they bring it all and tie it into this little bow and then have a great finale. I also want to shout out Tengoku episode 10, which is the one that has the really cool custom animation. I think it's also a really good self-contained story. I think you could just watch this as its own like little short film.
Is that the ice being?
Yeah, the ice being one. Yeah.
Okay, the ice ball. Okay, yeah, I remember that.
I think that's one of the best episodes of the whole show, and really encapsulates what Tengoku does well. I thought that was a great episode. I also have the Vinland episode that y'all have on here too.
Yeah, I have episode 17 of Jujutsu Kaisen season 2, the entirety of Sukuna versus Mahoraga fight. But like the way the episode opens as well, where it's like a flashback of Yuji talking with his grandpa, and then it just cuts directly to Sukuna and the destruction after Jogo. So fucking cool. Like just the whole episode in general is really cool. Episode 17 of Vinland Saga season 2, which is Arnheid and Gardar's escape. And like you get the whole backstory of the two couple, and then the episode ends with Gardar's death. Like, oh,
yeah,
that hits. That one sucks. And I think the episode beforehand too, or 15, I can't remember exactly, but where the slave owner like becomes strict. Dude, I remember at the end of that episode, I'm like, that episode sucked. And Chris, like, what are you talking about? Like,
it was hard to watch.
I'm like, no, Chris, it's great, but it sucked. It sucked in a good way.
Small shout out to the last episode of Buddy Daddies also.
Oh yeah, dude, when I fucking called the ending.
Yeah, you did. The time skip.
Yeah, I did. Episode 1 of Pluto, where
also fucking an incredible episode of anime.
Mm-hmm. A+ stuff.
It's setting up the plot with what the main character, the Gaziked, and then just halfway
hard
cuts to North number 2.
I just want him to play piano with his dad, bro. Come on.
And we mentioned episode 1 of Oshinoko, but also episode 6 of
yes,
Oshinoko,
episode 6 is also highly memorable, incredible episode.
Which one was 6? Was
that the one with Arakane where she gets cyberbullied?
Yeah, okay.
Hashtag turn off your computer,
the episode's
bro.
called Ego Surfing, and that's a fitting episode title.
The ending of that one is also incredible. Just
dude, I remember I'm like clutching my heart, like, oh thank God, oh she didn't jump.
It was so rough, but yeah, great stuff. Okay, finally done with this one. Moving on to a time-honored classic, truly.
Mm-hmm.
This is
a belt category.
This is a belt category. The Darling in the Franxx Memorial Award for the biggest train wreck. This is, in some ways, it's not necessarily the worst anime of the year, but maybe it is for you, depending on how you feel.
Biggest gap between like expectations versus reality.
Yeah, versus reality. And for me, that could not have been encompassed better than one single anime, which is both of the seasons of Tokyo Revengers that I had to watch this year. It's not even close for me.
Mm-hmm. For me, this is something that like seemed very promising, and I think it is the hardest I have ever, not the hardest cratering I've ever seen, but the fastest cratering I've ever seen.
True.
Oh, he kind of.
Yeah. Episode 1 to episode 2 difference was insane.
Enormous.
Yeah.
I also had very high expectations from episode 1, and then was very quickly downhill from there. High card. Fuck, man. I wish the show was actually good instead of.
I just don't think it's quite on the Trainwreck level, but I agree with you. Episode 1 to the rest of it was
a thing, Chris. It's not bad. It's just so mediocre, and that's kind of worse.
this is a show that could have easily been like a 9 or 10 for me, but it ended up just being falling short from like a little bit short of average. So I'm gonna give it to Destroyers.
No, it was good.
Destroyers is too
Okay,
good to
it was
win
not
this
a
award.
bad show. It's just it was man, and it could
I
have been
can't.
just like
I cannot
one of the best
accept
shows this
having
year.
it as a train wreck award.
I'm
It-
sorry. That's the biggest gap between expectation was reality. It was
sure.
It fell so short.
I don't know.
I guess
Does Mark
from
even have one?
the opening.
Yeah, it was not. It was by
I-
far like not even close to being the show I've watched. It was like way more shows I watched. Just like it could have been so. It could have been
Of
like one of the best
course,
animes
but
ever.
I
And
don't
it
know
just-
if that qualifies as train wreck material.
I think it's Trainwreck for me. I really
yeah.
didn't like
You
the
got an
show.
answer?
'Cause-
Can I give a single episode as an answer?
Sure.
Sure.
Why not?
The best episode.
Girlfriend.
You know what? I'll accept it. Okay.
We take
So-
What was the best
Most of the episode, the one where with Chihiru's grandma.
Yes, you're right. That was the best episode.
Yes. So, I mean, these are spoilers. I mean, this has been all of the spoilers.
Fucking cares? Yeah.
So in Red Girlfriend, like they both have both the male lead and the female lead have grandparents who feature prominently, and in this season, Chizuru's grandmother, well, before she gets to see like Chizuru's dream is to show her
movie.
grandmother herself on the silver screen, and the whole this whole season is about her grandmother's health failing and that being an impossibility until Kazuya decides to crowdfund and produce a movie, which is genuinely sweet. It's a pretty nice thing. It's a uniquely nice thing of him to do. So, you know, this is a decent enough season, although it has many of the problems I've had with the past seasons as well. And this is the season where shortly before before this movie actually gets put on in a theater, Chizuru's grandmother collapses and is in the hospital, and they think that she's not going to make it. So, this is the coolest moment that Kazuya has, which is not a high bar, but it is a decently cool moment, especially because he doesn't say anything and leaves as quickly as possible. So he walks into the hospital room, where her grandmother is, like carries the equipment, sets it up, and starts the movie, and then leaves without saying a word. And it's genuinely sweet. It's very nice. And then we get, and you know, we've got the emotional scene where her grandmother passes away, and before the episode ends, we get the lady who is up until this point the best part of the season, like for being comedic relief, being incredibly inappropriately comedic relief right after her grandmother passed away. She's like sobbing very comedically at the hearing about the passing. I think it encapsulates the clunkiness and of the comedy. I think it was pretty bad how that episode ended. It nosedived.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You guys want to watch the the best episode of Rent a Girlfriend to see what I'm talking about.
Not really.
I think we're good.
I think
So
I'm good.
we are split 5 ways on a belt category here. So
Yes.
we need to make a.
We
Can
are.
I
I
make
think
an
the vote-
impassioned argument about Tokyo Revengers?
No,
By all
I think
means.
I want to go gut.
What's your gut?
Huh? Everyone just vote with their guts.
I mean, it's gonna be this, but that's boring.
For me, it's gonna
That was
be
gonna
this.
be my
You don't have
answer
to. You don't have to
if
defend
I
it
couldn't
for
do
me.
Rent a Girlfriend.
I was gonna do
I
this.
mean,
Let's go! Good.
Fellas,
I think it deserves
your
it.
2023 contender for the Darling in the Franxx Memorial Award
Thank
for
God.
biggest train wreck, Tokyo Revengers.
Remember when Kisaki was like, I did everything for a girl who I haven't talked to in years because I want to propose to her. Ugh. Anyway. All right. Thank you. That's all I wanted. I don't think it's going to win, but I wanted it to be the contender for this year because I think it deserves it. Okay. We are moving on to our miscellaneous awards. These are our individual awards for everyone is going to get their own. So I've changed mine. Mine last year was biggest Yuri bait. I hope this works. I guess if y'all are not tuned into my stream, you're not going to hear this. So here we go.
You can just
So this is the But Not Kiss award, in which it's similar to the Yuri Bait award, but I am choosing the moment of which 2 women were portrayed in a romantic relationship on screen and never kissed. And you might think, what examples do I have? Actually, in the Tensei, no, not Tensei Yojo. Wait, Tensei, is that right? The one,
the isekai one.
Yeah, the isekai one. They do kiss. They make out. It's great. So
Yeah,
that
they
one
do.
does not apply. Maybe you're thinking of Gundam, in which they actually get married. They have rings, but there is no kiss. But no, in fact, my winner of this award is Hoshikuzu Telepath, in which these 2 fucking bitches rub their foreheads together 24/7, and there is, look, maybe it's completely platonic forehead rubbing, but they gaze into each other's eyes longingly. That finale episode, I'm sure Juan knows what I'm talking about. It really feels like they should be kissing, but no, they're just doing their forehead telepathy.
Yeah.
Anyway,
There's a lot of blushing that last episode. For
it's
like, no
pretty.
kissing.
So Hoshikuzu Telepath is somehow gayer than multiple Yuri anime that aired this year, in which, again, one of the couples gets married, and the other one also, like, I mean, I guess they kind of get married too, but they're like,
they kiss on screen.
they make out on screen.
I would say the other one's more.
And yet
Telepath.
Hoshikuzu Telepath somehow feels gayer at the end of all of that because of all the forehead rubbing. So Hoshikuzu Telepath is my winner of the But Not Kiss award this year, and I'll play the funny stinger again.
But not kiss.
Oh, thank you. There we go.
Totally not kissing.
They're rubbing their foreheads together. It's not kissing. I promise, it's completely unrelated. It's platonic.
Mm-hmm.
All right, giving it over to Logan.
All right, badass. So as the Nutbar's manga correspondent, in the sense that I go through and I try to read at least the first chapter of every manga or every manga that is getting adapted to anime in a season, which gives me a unique perspective on a lot of manga that maybe get a lot better by an anime adaptation. That doesn't happen most of the time, so I think it's important to celebrate it when it does. And this was a tough year because a lot of the good stuff was good manga in the first place. So it was kind of hard to find something that like really seriously improved. This is a manga that I think is very good when I read it, but I'm still going to talk about it Zom 100. And the specific thing that I want to talk about is the use of color in the anime, because that's something that you don't get in manga. They're always in black and white. And you can see just from this poster the like vibrance of all of the colors in Zom 100. And I think it contributes a lot to the feel of like, yeah, this is a bad situation, but we're all making the best of it. You know, all the zombies are covered in paint, not blood really. And the you know, everything is neon and bright. And it adds a sense of like happiness that even the manga doesn't have, to you know, contribute to that whole feel of like, yeah, it's the apocalypse, we're making the most of it.
What do you got?
Yeah, that's kind of all I got. A lot of other stuff, like, you know, something like Pluto, that was just a really good manga. Vinland Saga, that was probably better as a manga. Just a lot of good stuff that was already good in the first place. So that's what I got.
All right. Next up, Chris, if you could so kindly move the slide, if he's here.
Chris is
I was
gone
expecting me to
with his
breeze
wife.
through mine.
Oh man, that man went to go take a piss and he took the gamble and he lost. All right. So my award is the loudest Juan scream, the loudest I screamed at a show. Now I got a couple runner-ups here. The first one, technically not with an anime. I mean it is, but like when I first read the Shibuya incident back in 2020, spoilers by the way, I fully screamed during the deaths of Nanami and Nobara. Like I read that back to back. So I'm surprised Chris doesn't remember that, because like I very much screamed like from my room. And like I remember I think Jamie commented on it, because like this was back when we lived in Plano. Dude, I fucking lost it. I was baffled. Next, I got the Connect jump scare in 16-bit Sensation. And what I mean by the Connect jump scare is they've been dropping hints of other shows within 16-bit Sensation, and one of which was Madoka Magica. And I guess just randomly, the main girl just has Connect, the opening to Madoka Magica, as a ringtone. So that, for some reason, counts as an insert song for the year. I'm glad none of us decided to use it as the insert song of the year.
Doesn't count.
But god damn it, what a jump scare that was. Because I was not ready for that. But no, my actual choice here is the last 3 episodes of Inukai-san's Dog that I had to watch
Yes.
at work before the podcast, and I had to hold in my screams because it was insane. But they got so fucking close to fucking that dog. It is crazy. And I had to watch it at
when you were
work.
watching with us.
Well, because we were
imagine.
busy. Like we just
I know,
couldn't
but
have
I'm
to-
saying like even when you're watching with us, you screamed a lot.
yeah.
So I can't even imagine what you were screaming at the car.
No, yeah, now
good
granted, like, I
job
was watching
watching
this
the
like,
dog
in my car, like during lunch. But because I was in my car, I was able to do a lot of screaming. But yeah, that's it for mine.
Cool.
I think. All right. So Logan likes to read the first chapter of every manga that comes out every year. I did something similar, except instead of reading the first chapter of every manga, I just watch every anime of every season, which gives me a unique perspective on all the shows that we get every year. That being said, that means I watch a lot more garbage than the rest of them. But that also means that I get to watch a couple of hidden little gems that these guys just overlook and don't get to. So my award is The Biggest Miss, which is pretty much the show that none of the people here watch, but they should watch. And if they didn't watch it, then likely many other people in the audience didn't watch it as well. I talked about the show a lot, so it might not be a big surprise, but I'm, of course, going to do Onimai. Also, because I know Onimai is a little bit of a question to get into, I'm also going to do a runner-up of Overtake. Onimai...
Was that other...
it's the racing one.
Racing? Yeah.
Yeah. Overtake is tremendously well-directed character drama about this photographer who's getting over his like past trauma and he can't take pictures of people anymore. And he's trying to cover this like youthful race car driver who's trying to finally get first place to like catch up to his dad, who was also a race car driver. A very compelling character-driven story. And they, I think, directly and writing wise, they do a great job at the whole show. The whole package is great as well. Onimai, we talked about a lot on the show, a lot more than I would have thought we were going to talk about, mostly because Mark is here and Mark has seen it as well. Yeah. Otherwise, I don't think I'd be talking as much. But we talked about that. There is like a hurdle you have to jump through to get to the show, but I think Chris's comparison to Monogatari is a good thing. Like it is worth getting over the initial 3-episode hump because there are some really, the show's great because it's Bind and Bind DC Mystery Tensei season 1, so it's better animated than season 2, and there's some really and good wholesome moments in Onimai, but it probably isn't a show for everyone, which is why I had Overtake as a follow-up. But yes, that is my award for biggest miss.
All right.
As far
Mark.
as Onimai goes, huh?
No, go ahead.
Huh? Am I coming in through? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're good.
I mean, as far as Onimai goes, I'm always really happy when a manga gets when a manga that I've read gets an adaptation by people who like it. Now, I say that to contrast with this one. Here you go. Do you know what this is?
It hasn't loaded.
You haven't
You guys know
posted
what this is
anything.
yet.
Nothing's on screen.
It's right here.
Oh.
Mm.
God, Megan A.
Come on.
We watched.
I actually think it's.
What are you gonna say, you little?
I think the anime was actually totally fine.
The writing in this is such ass, bro.
It was.
The only thing that got me about the show was
in the anime. Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, Mark.
Go ahead.
It's your category.
What are you talking?
Yeah, go ahead, Mark.
I've read this. No, I'm curious whether my internet is acting up or not.
It's acting up a little bit, but you're mostly good.
So I watched the first episode, and I knew that I was going to die. I knew I was going into a death trap, and I wasn't coming out alive. This is how it's like for many of the manga that I read, and like as far as now for what was it? Now for Dear Moon, like we survived that one. It ended up being alright, although I'm not fond of that adaptation at all. I am also not fond of this adaptation. I mean, of course, I'm not going to say that the writing is entirely on the studio. No one's impression of it was very good. I insist that the manga is deserves a fair shake and in fact a most improved award. the art is incredibly fluffy. It's incredibly it's very nice, and the Gohan style did not capture it at all. Did not capture any of its charm. The plot at the start is a bit sparse. I don't tend to mind that sort of easy reading. Gohan's tended overstated all of the understated bits and turned them and overstressed them and made them especially obnoxious. I would say that the writing in this is slow paced. It really elevates, and you don't realize how far you've come until you get there. And I honestly think that the author's skill at writing, at painting the subtle interactions between I'm talking about the manga, not the anime. I think the author's skill improves dramatically, like over the course of it. Like manga is a very long form project, and the start of the manga is often very different from its ending, as we often see with bad endings and good starts. I'd say that this one, it was really the opposite. It's coming, like the manga is wrapping up now. It's coming to a sort of gentle sort of landing after the emotional climax. I think that the mangaka's other manga is an absolute masterpiece. Basically, over the course of this manga, the mangaka his art's the mangaka's other work starts. What I'm saying is it gets good 50 chapters in.
Okay. Well, my only complaint about the show, like Gohan writing, basically all that aside, is my suspension of disbelief that she doesn't realize that her glasses are missing the first step she takes outside her door, and it takes her all the way till she gets to school before she realizes she doesn't have her glasses. Like, she's blind as hell. I don't think she could make it out of her bed without her glasses, and that she somehow makes it to school without glasses, and then she notices that she's completely blind. That's my only gripe with the show. But I know the manga is highly rated on Mal, so I'm sure Mark is not alone in this sentiment.
Right.
All right.
I'd say that it's sort of in that what was it? The Mabu. The one that Tim seems to care
Kubo-san
quite a bit for in the romance. Kubo-san. Yeah.
I don't think it's
in that sort of area.
I don't want
I can see in the same.
I don't want to be a hater.
I think it's way better.
I don't want to be a hater, but man, I did not like the concept of this one.
Go ahead.
No, it's okay. It's just that I think the concept is dumb. That's really it. And obviously the Gohan's adaptation is a hell. So, I don't know.
All right, let's just go.
Okay.
All right.
That's okay.
I'm
We're
at
good.
that chapter.
You died on your hill. It's fine. Okay, next up is best in season. So we're going to go through all the seasons and we're going to pick the best. This is kind of the start of the finale as we start to wrap up and get all of the best shows, compile them for your viewing pleasure. First up is going to be the best winter anime.
We could probably do these pretty quick. So we can talk about all these shows already.
Yeah. Well, let's just knock these out.
Hold on. I'm trying to get there.
Maybe Logan starts.
Where the hell is this category?
Sure. I'm giving this a Trigun Stampede.
Oh,
Really?
I have my season above my miscellaneous. Wait, really?
Oh, wait, hold on. Was Vin? Hold on.
Yeah. Vinland is eligible. What are you talking about?
I did not realize that Vinland. Hold on. I have Vinland as a spring show.
It's a winter. It's
Spring,
better
it
than winter.
ended in spring, but it's not in winter. We always do start in season.
Oh crap!
We've
I got 'em
established
mixed up
this.
Yeah, no,
I know that
got
we've
mixed up on it
established this.
too.
I think that it looked wrong when okay, let me go figure out what the spring show is.
Let's do spring while Logan figures that out.
But yeah, we talked plenty about Vinland Saga.
I do not think we need to say any more about Vinland.
Oh, sorry. That was, there was a lot of
Chris,
Juan, do you
Chris is
wanna-
distracted.
Oh,
Chris is distracted with Ellie.
fucking.
So
Sorry, what's up?
we are unfortunately under his whims.
Yes, we got it. What's the deal?
Next slide.
Next
Next
slide.
slide.
We don't want to talk about this at all.
We talked about this so
we
much
talked about
already.
Vinland Saga
Fine.
a lot already.
All right. Moving on to spring, which I think is the most stacked season of the year, TBH.
Yeah.
Oh, whoops. There we go.
Oh, really?
Logan? Wasn't to skip
I
Logan.
think
He's got to
it's-
get out. Was that
Goku. Yes, it's spring.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, no, I think it's the correct show.
Mark?
Wow, Tim also picking Skip to Love over Oshinoko. Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Bokuyaba's spring show. All right. Getting a good spread. Getting a good spread.
Summertime.
All right. Summertime rendering.
All right, let's go.
Skip me, my thing's all screwed up.
All right, Juan.
This is emphatic.
Coming.
Yep, Sure.
Yeah, Hulk is a summer show.
I think.
I think. How did you have this prepared?
Here,
I
Screwed
thought I
up.
had this prepared, and then all my shows are off by a season, so I don't know
Logan,
what
Logan.
gives.
Zom
Yeah.
100, Undergirl Murder Farce, and Link Season 2, but Mushoku Tensei Season 2, which you haven't seen that either.
Hold on, I can tell you exactly.
Is this Scott Pilgrim, or was Scott Pilgrim next?
Fall.
Pilgrim's
Pilgrim's
next.
Fall.
This is Jujutsu, Zom, Undead Girl, Hell, Cling Click, which you didn't watch, but yeah.
Okay,
That's-
yes, it is going to JJK then.
Okay,
Okay.
and then Fall as our last one for me is.
I know this one's correct.
yeah.
I don't know.
This one should probably be a sweep. Whoops. Whoops.
Comic Sans.
What is going on?
Little
I
Comic
fixed it.
Sans.
There
moment.
you go.
Oh, little Pluto Suite for the fall season.
Damn it,
Sheesh.
stop messing with my thing.
All right, got a
Okay, and
good
best
variety.
sequel
Well,
show?
sweeps in fall and winter, and then a bunch of mix-ups in between.
I bet you this one's gonna be a sweep.
Best
sequel
sequel?
show?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
Put
Is
it
it gonna be
down.
a sequel?
Put it down. Oh, actually no, because one.
Yeah, I was saying
Yeah,
one's gonna
yeah,
say
yeah.
JJK.
Oh,
Yeah.
I forgot one existed.
One's here to snipe us.
Okay.
All right.
best
Well, it's
movie?
getting a little juicy.
Well, I think we could do like shout outs for sequels. I guess.
I mean, only
Not really,
thing else
actually.
is Link Click, and that's
the
it.
Spy Family?
Spy
Link
Family
Click,
season 3 is or season 2 is my favorite of the show so far. Yeah.
Scott Pilgrim is
Western Mercury
arguably a
Season
sequel
2,
to a
Mushoku
movie.
Tensei Season 2, Fumetsu Season 2.
I don't know about
I don't know. Yeah.
I
We're
think
running
that we
out.
should
All
just move on.
best movie. Let's
All
move on.
right, we're going into overall. These are the big ones, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
And the first one of those is best movie, which is, I think, a pretty spicy one.
This one we can definitely talk about for a little bit.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah. We don't.
We
talk
haven't.
about
We
movies that
barely
much.
talked
Anyway.
about these movies at all. Oh,
Ooh.
really?
Ooh.
I assumed I was auxiliary Chris again.
Hey,
Oh.
because of our rules, this counts as a movie.
Whatever. I counted it as a TV show because of Tim. But
It's a TV show.
Yes, you were the one that argued for movie first.
I thought I lost. I thought I lost that argument.
No.
One
You're
can be
allowed to
done
change one
wrong.
if you want to.
No.
Okay. Yeah, I Logan, it's a little lame, but when it boiled down to it,
Chris, I don't want to alarm you, but you are not streaming right now.
I'm not streaming.
What are you talking about? The
says
shoe's
I
still
ain't-
up on
I'm-
my
Okay, no. Now it showed up. I think. There was
Okay,
a
I was gonna be
problem
like,
on
I
my end,
totally
so
am. Yeah.
It disappeared and then it came back.
Okay.
Anyway,
so
sorry, what were you saying?
so it really, I would love to get into the nuances, but when it really boiled down to it, I have Boy and the Heron as an 8 on my Mal, and I have Blue Giant as a 9, and I really can't argue with that at the end of the day. It has the higher score. I liked it a little bit more. It feels fucked up not to give Miyazaki after coming back 10 years later, because it's fucking Miyazaki, but I think at the end of the day, I liked Blue Giant a little bit more, which is insane, but it's true.
Mm-hmm.
I can't
think the
believe
thing that-
Logan, the music guy, didn't pick the music movie.
Yeah,
He's not into jazz as much.
I liked Blue Giant. I really liked Blue Giant. It was number 2. It was just in some ways it just kind of felt like the narrative of it was just kind of I don't want to say stock precisely, but there were it was playing the hits in a number of ways.
I agree with you. Logan.
Sure.
Yeah,
But I would also
like,
argue
cocky-
Born to Heron is
Let me
just-
finish, please. But
Okay.
he was just, and I think that the strength of Blue Giant is in the performance scenes. And especially I gave it an OST award. I gave it an OST award over The Boy and the Heron. Because the soundtrack is very strong, and the performance scenes are mostly very good. But I do think they kind of start to rely on certain pieces of imagery a little too much. Like we get that sweat drop a lot, and other things. And The Boy and the Heron, I also have some issues with it. It's not Miyazaki's best work, but I think that it was it didn't feel at any point like it was really that much like other movies I had already seen, except I guess for some of the ones by Miyazaki. It didn't feel like I was, it was him playing the hits in the same way that Blue Giant was. I liked a lot of the visual design. I liked the just viscerally disgusting design of the heron in the beginning when like you can't even tell if that's a nose or a tongue popping out of the mouth. And yeah, there's a lot of narrative weirdness, and I didn't come out of the theater like madly in love with it, but I think that I liked it more than Blue Giant in the cold light of morning.
Yeah, so I went with the Attack on Titan specials because it's Attack on Titan. Fuck, dude, like it was the end, and like I said in the conversation leading up to it, like it was intended as a movie, so that's why I'm counting it as a movie. But also like what put it over Blue Giant for me is like because I love Blue Giant, especially the soundtrack, but some of the 3D animation really threw me off. Like,
Yeah, there are some shots.
There's some very like. I wish Studio Orange would share some of that talent to the rest of the anime industry, because some of the anime industry is still like so behind.
I feel like it was an intentional decision, and I'm not
kind of bad and silly.
really
sometimes.
sure why they did that, because yeah, the 2D sequences are way better. But I just want to stress, despite me thinking that most of the 3D shots were pretty bad, I still pick Blue Giant as my movie of the year because of the rest of it. It was that much better.
It just took me out of it too often than not. But like when it did pop off, it popped off. Like I'll 100% give it that. But yeah, so Attack on Titan. I've already went into it like in the podcast episode about like how much this means to me, and yeah, it's Attack on Titan. Attack on Titan, good.
All right, Blue Giant Coalition, give it to us.
No one wants to talk.
I like jazz.
Yeah.
You like jazz?
That's what I was talking about. I will agree that Blue Giant is far from perfect. I think they reused that like visual trippy scene like twice or maybe 3 times, which is like way more than it should be for a movie. The story's like not the most original, but I think what really just sold me on the show, not just like the OST and performance, which is obviously the highlight of the show, is just like the passion that all these characters were trying to bring forward, and just like also I think they had a surprisingly good amount of character development to each of them. Like I think each guy had this moment. The drummer guy from becoming an actual drummer, I know he's like a darling in the group. Everyone loves a drummer in this group, but just even the piano guy, when he became humble and learned to not be so like cocky about himself, becoming group. I think the show, like, it did what it needed to, and it did it well. It wasn't like the most original thing, but I think it found its strong suit and stuck with it, and it did well. Blue and the Heron, like, it was visually very cool. I'm sure there's a lot of metaphor and critically, things that if I was looking at it as like a critic, I would be like, there's so many things better in Blue and the Heron over Blue Giant. But like, a lot of it just really feels like I'm in like high school again in my like AP English class, reading this book and trying to write a 30-page analysis about what the intention behind Miyazaki's like intention of having a single, like a wooden block instead of a circle block or something like that. It just felt like it was trying, it wasn't a movie that you watch to enjoy. It felt more like here's just like a critic's movie. And it is cool to watch this movie sometimes and to see, to see people's analysis and read them, because I found that to be the most fascinating part about after watching the show was going online and seeing people's theory about what everything meant in the movie. But like, that's not part of the core enjoyment of a movie for me, even though I do enjoy it at times. So I think Blue Giant edges it out for me. And like Logan said, it's definitely not the best Miyazaki film out there.
No,
it's kind of
not
like
my favorite by far.
The best hits of each of Miyazaki's film all like somehow like smushed together into one movie, because you can see influence from a bunch of movies into here, and it kind of felt like didn't really flow that well as like a normal story to me. So yeah, Blue Giant tops it for me, and Attack on Titan is not a movie, so Juan can fuck off with that.
I was very impressed with Blue Giant. That's just where I land. But an interesting variety. We have to pick a winner for this, and I guess it's Blue Giant by majority.
Blue Giant is, it's 3 out of 5.
It is.
So
Juan.
Yeah,
I'm fine with
Blue
that.
Giant wins.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm fine with it. Blue Giant was my number 2 regardless.
I mean, Born in Heron you haven't seen, so like
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, everybody make fun of Juan for not watching Boy and
Wait.
the Heron yet.
Where's our best adaptation slide? Hold on. Let me.
Haven't
We
watched
got rid of
Boy and the
that.
Heron yet.
No, we didn't.
We did.
Best adaptation? I thought that we did get rid of that.
We did get rid of it. You were gonna hop on Logan's personal award.
Dick.
Yeah. And Dick write it.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's what we agreed on.
We're running low on time.
Silly.
Anyway.
It feels silly that we have a best original and no best adaptation, but sure.
We had this argument. I'm not getting this argument on the podcast. right
Okay,
now.
that's fine. I
yeah.
think this year is a particularly low year for best
Adaptations?
original. There's like so few.
Oh.
Okay.
That's the
All
highest rated
right.
one.
Yeah.
It happens. Sometimes there's low years, sometimes there's high years.
Yeah, all the good shows this year were were adaptations.
Original quote unquote for Scott Pilgrim.
Scott Pilgrim is not.
I'm cheating a bit.
Fuck off.
Yeah. But it's also kind of like not an adaptation. That's the thing.
Every single place label is an adaptation.
Buddy Daddies.
Every
an original
single
story.
place is wrong.
It is.
Yeah.
Nice.
I Link Click is the best show on my list that was an original, so yeah.
Yeah.
That's
I mean,
just
it was a
kinda-
generally good show, so
yeah.
it's
Shout
not
outs
like
to
we're
Buddy
putting like,
Daddies.
yep,
Okay,
Shout out to the fellow fathers.
we're rolling up.
it's not haiku.
It's time.
All right.
We're approaching. All right, here's our predictions. Okay, I guess we're gonna individually go through.
I'm sorry. I didn't watch.
Marcus is not prediction.
Didn't
That's
enough
fine.
of them.
Okay, that's fine. Do you have an answer for your anime of the year?
Yes.
Then that's all
Okay,
that matters.
that's fine.
Okay.
We can run it.
That's all that you need.
My predictions are as follows: Logan, Pluto, Juan, Jujutsu Kaisen, Tim, Vinland Saga, and Mark, Pluto, and I have Orboki in quotes. I don't actually have to get credit if that's what you picked. I'm gonna stick with Pluto.
All right. This is the hardest category every year because I don't actually know you people at all. For Chris, I took a stab at Vinland Saga. Juan was pretty trivially Jujutsu Kaisen Season 2. Tim, I had no clue on, so I took a shot on Oshinoko. And Mark should have been easier because he only watched a couple anime, and I guessed Vinland Saga for him too.
Yeah, so with Chris, I went with Undergirl Murder Farce because he's very much the biggest dick writer for that show. Logan, I went with Pluto because he's also the biggest dick writer for that show. Tim, I went with Link Click because he's the biggest dick writer for that show. And Mark, I went with Tengoku Daimakyu because I forgot what other shows he watched. It was probably Onimai though.
I don't think I dick write season 2 that much.
Not season 2, but
Season
Link Click in
1 I dick
general.
write a lot.
Yes.
All right. For Chris, I went with Pluto. For Juan, JJK.
Because I
Logan-
dick write that one a lot.
Yeah, Juan's probably the biggest dick writer of us all. Logan for Pluto, and Mark went with Onimai.
All right, I'm excited to see who has got the most accurate prediction. I don't know. I think Tim has a pretty good read personally. All right, here it is. It's the big one. It's the final answer. It's time for everyone. I want them all at the same time. I'm going to count it
Everyone
down.
has their copy and
Is
paste
every-
ready.
Is everyone ready? All right.
Yep.
Yeah.
Three,
Countdown.
2,
3, 2, 1.
1. Put it in. Oh,
What?
Tim!
Whoa!
Tim is based. Okay.
What?
Roku Yaiba.
I was right. My parentheses were right. I should have gone with my gut. Okay. I have to get at least some credit. I'm almost perfect if I have the parentheses. Ooh.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you click on mine.
Who was the most right?
I think I
I can
was.
tell you who was the most wrong.
I got 3.
I got 3 if you squint a little bit.
You got 2.5. I'll give you 2.5.
That was a free space.
Boy, I didn't vote,
True.
so you were only
Yeah.
second. West.
Chris got 2.5 once. I'll take the 3.
That was.
Okay. I want to talk to y'all about my struggle this year. Mein Kampf, if you will. I
Okay.
I don't want to hear that from a white man with blue eyes and blonde hair.
my
No.
bad. I really
Chris, are you in prison?
what?
Are you in prison right now, Chris?
No, I'm actually not.
I mean,
Are you in
I mean,
prison? Were you an art student?
School
Oh, I see.
is a prison if you really think about it. But I'm not in school. I'm 27. So I really, there was a part of me that wanted to make Skip to Low for my anime of the year also, just because I thought that
Really?
none of y'all would ever pick it. And it was very, you'll see when we get to the overall list, it was pretty high on my list. So I think it's so sick that Tim picked. I had a feeling that there was at least that Tim might also rate it pretty high, especially over the course of like us actually going through the awards. So that's kind of sick. But at the end of the day, I had to go with Pluto.
Are you like cupping your hands?
I don't think so.
Yeah, your mic sounds a little different.
Wait a
He was
second.
stepping away from it, I think.
Wait a second on the Scott Pilgrim rep. I think it's going to be high on our list when we actually get into the full lists, but that's later. Yeah. Anyone else
No
got any?
Scottish rep? Like Scotland
Yeah.
represents in the chat.
Yeah, so I usually when we're done with anime, we'll rate them on Mal and we'll send each other our ratings. Chris and I usually do that in our group DM. I never sent it for Pluto until now because it would have been very obvious what my anime of the year is when you saw that I gave it a 9 out of 10.
9. That's a
The
rare
incredibly
Logan
rare
9.
Logan 9. Like I said, I just love a potboiler with heart. It's just it's a very tight thriller. It's got a lot of really strong characters. It's handsomely adapted. I just love this so much. I'm so glad it exists.
Honestly,
You're-
Logan and Juan are very easy for me. Like I had no
Yeah.
doubt about it.
I
had
was
a slight
pretty
doubt when
confident
Logan
in
was going
both.
to rewatch Vinland, but because I knew he's a pretty big villain head, but I know he's just such a big Pluto head. So Chris was the only one I was kind of unsure about. But
I was
luckily-
unsure too. Vinland was not a bad guess. That's also I was considering it. I am really surprised about. I'm not surprised, but Skip to Lover is based. I can't deny it. All right, we'll get back to these anime of the year picks very soon. But first, Logan, we got some.
Hold on. So Pluto is our consensus anime of the year.
Yeah, looks like it.
Yes, by technically it's 2 votes. Yeah.
Is that okay with everyone else?
Hold on.
Yeah,
I mean, spoilers.
Yeah,
it's my
more
number
than
2.
fine
No, it's
by
my number
me.
3.
Yeah, I was gonna say as long as
Yeah,
it's high
okay.
enough on everyone else's list, then that's fine. Yeah.
I think it's a little low on my list.
Zam. How about you, Mark? Are you okay with it?
Shoddy, okay.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, cool. If it's number 2 on Juan's and high
4.
enough on Mark, yeah, I was gonna say I think it's high enough on
I think
everyone's.
it's high enough on mine.
Okay.
We can run it.
Okay, all right. So we are moving in to the Nut Bar Anime Awards Grand Championship. I've got a little thing written up to alert you to some happenings. So the Nut Bar Anime Awards has always searched for greatness, true greatness, the kind that can survive the seasonal hype and the monthly flavor. And so in 2018, 5 champions were chosen to stand for the past against the crashing waves of the future, and today only one remains. Shoujo Kageki Revue Starlight's beautiful music, compelling cast of characters, and striking visual imagery built a tower in the desert that none could conquer. Which is why I'm saddened to announce that Revue Starlight has elected to retire from Unified Grand Championship contention this year to focus on its competition in the World Heavyweight Kino Championship. I am, however, honored to announce its immediate induction into the Nut Bar Anime Awards Hall of Fame as the first 5-time champion in Nut Bar history. It's a triumph of seasonal anime. It has accomplished a feat that may never be matched again in our sport. Tonight, the 2020.
No, let him cook.
No.
Oh,
They
yeah.
moved it up. The Nut Bar Hall of Fame.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, go down to the Hall of Fame slide.
Yeah, I didn't
Yeah,
realize.
and if you play it, you can play it if you want to. It's just Wild Screen Baroque again. But tonight, the 2022
so loud.
Unified Grand Champion contender Bochi the Rock will be allowed a chance at redemption, as it will compete with Pluto for the Unified Grand Champion. In addition, for too long, the music of this medium has been neglected by our federation, and as such, I am excited to announce the creation of 2 new championship belts, the World Cruiserweight Opening Championship and the World Cruiserweight Ending Championship. This is a big step forward, both for the sport and our federation, and these belts are an enormous honor and an enormous responsibility. Chosen to carry them are, for openings, Haraka no Yusha by Vondi, the 2nd opening from Osama Ranking, and Hawatari Nico Senti by Maximum the Hormone, the 3rd ending from Chainsaw Man. But they have no time to bask in their glory, because tonight they will take their first challengers right here, right now. Introducing first. You can go to the next slide. For the World Cruiserweight Opening Championship. Introducing first your challenger, Magical Destroyers by Aimi. And the reigning champion, Haraka no Yusha by Vondi.
Which is what's playing
Those are
right
your
now.
two choices?
I'm not gonna, yeah.
Yes, which is what's playing. I gave the. I didn't know if you were playing it or not. I gave them their own song because it felt weird to give them a different song.
All right, this is a juicer for sure.
This is a pot boiler of an opening match. These are two really well drawn and well sung, I suppose, well written songs. So,
All right, is everyone ready?
once everybody's ready, I'm ready.
Yeah, I'm good.
All
Steve,
at
Juan, and
once?
Mark.
All right.
Yep, we're doing it all at once.
Oh, wait, I'm in
Alright.
the wrong tab. There we
Yeah,
go.
you are.
Okay.
3, 2, 1. Oops.
Yes.
That looks like a 3 out of 5 to me, baby.
Yep. And
All
that
right,
means
new
that-
crown.
Oh, I have to. Yeah, we have to. 1 second. I have to order. Bring it backwards. There we go. Ah, no, that was not what I meant to grab.
All right.
Why is what?
Only on pink.
I sent to the. I swear I hit the sent to back button. There we go. Yeah,
Excellent.
we got one on pink. We got one on anarchy. That's enough for now. I'm sick of this.
Yeah.
All right.
All right,
Congratulations
congratulations.
to Haruka no Yusha for getting to bask in its victory for about 5 minutes. Magical Destroyers, congratulations. So
All
moving
right.
on. For the World Cruiserweight Ending Championship, introducing first the challenger Totome no Ichigeki by Vondi, the ending for Spy Family Season 2, and then Hawatari Nyoku Senti, series of words that I pronounced like 2 different times already, by Maximum the Hormone, the 3rd ending of Chainsaw Man. So that's... I'm sending it back.
Ready to paste.
Yep, get ready. I am ready to paste. Wannabes to be ready to paste.
Is Mark? Oh, Mark's not loading. I guess.
Okay.
Well, he's gonna have
Alright.
to tie break if we have to.
Yeah,
Okay.
he'll talk.
All right.
All right,
3,
starting countdown.
2.
3,
Oh, go ahead, Juan.
3, 2,
Go ahead.
1.
Okay.
All right.
Wow.
It's not
Another
even
one
close,
lasted
baby.
5 minutes.
Fucking give it to Spy Family. That ED is peak. I don't even care. Also, shoutouts to Vondi for having multiple spots in this competition.
Yeah, Vondi is a heavy hitter.
Bond,
I really
Bond
need
doesn't play the bongos in the Maximum the Hormone ED.
why is this? Okay.
All right, there we go.
Whatever, good enough. All right. And those are our new music champions. They will be competing next year for their hard-won championships. But now we have a storied champion, currently a 3-time champion in the running, Ryu Ishigami, versus the new, well, hardly a newcomer, I would say, Thorfinn Karlsefini from Vinland Saga Season 2.
You contender.
And remember that we are rating what has been done in the anime as far as Ishigami goes. Well,
Yeah.
and I suppose for anybody
Everything that's
who's
been
read
adapted.
Vinland Saga.
Up to everything that's been adapted. That's what we're ending on.
Yes,
All right. Everybody ready?
Yeah.
I'm ready.
Starting countdown. 3, 2, 1.
I don't see Chris. Oh, that's Chris.
Oh,
Oh my
I had a feeling it would be like this.
Oh my god.
I had a feeling it would be like this. Look,
The king has been dethroned.
He'll have
with
his
nary a
chance.
punch thrown.
he'll have his chance again. I believe it.
I was like,
Yeah,
Ishigami. There's a very real chance that Ishigami is our first ever like comeback champion. But for now, Thorfinn takes the crown.
I love
Coming
that
up
face for this
next. All right,
Huge
coming
crown.
up next, it is the world.
I can't
Heavyweight
pick this. I don't
Girls
want to pick
Champion.
this, man. I don't want to
I-
vote.
Seen here with the best photos taken of each of them.
That's a good screenshot for you all.
Mm-hmm. All right. So this is the challenger, your forger, versus Hitori Bochi Goto from Bochi the Rock. I am ready whenever everybody else is.
I am ready.
All right, Chris.
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm just playing the
you're
song.
ready? Yeah. All right.
All right.
Starting countdown. 3, 2, 1.
Chris isn't. Don't bother.
Whatever, man.
It's fine. Give it to her.
I think
She
she's gonna win this
deserves it.
crown for a while.
She's
Uh,
passed out from the excitement. Hitori Goto is a 2-time world heavyweight girls champion, and later tonight she has a chance to become the unified grand champion. But first,
Oh, we have to hit.
we have the return.
Oh,
we have the
baby.
return of an old friend, because while Revue Starlight did retire from Unified Grand Championship contention, it did not retire from World Heavyweight Kino Champion.
Can't
This
load
is
this audio right
believe,
now.
There we go.
This is already a 2-time champion. Revue Starlight, the movie. Revue Starlight Wildscreen Baroque. Coming up against a different music movie, The Challenger Blue Giant. So it's a question of song. Gentlemen, are you ready?
Ready.
All right. Starting
Right.
countdown. 3, 2, 1.
That's right, baby.
Whatever, man.
Look.
My turn.
See, this is what I'm talking about. Revue Starlight retired from Universal Contention so that
It
it could
doesn't
kick
even
Blue
matter.
Giant's ass. It spent its
I like
time
Blue Giant
training.
had a couple of problems.
It's
I
goat
just-
season.
yeah,
That's all I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't matter.
Yep. So Revue Starlight becoming a 3-time champion, in addition to already being a 5-time champion in an even more competitive category. Oh, I forgot to fix that apparently.
I got
So
you.
this, and I have to, thank you.
I got
Thank
you,
you.
baby boy.
All right. So this is our World Featherweight Championship, for the biggest
Oh,
train
please
wreck
let me play the song.
of
There
all
we go.
time. Please
Hold
let
on.
Chris play the song. I like that song.
What's the
It's-
song?
Uh,
I mean, you can play it on your device. Can't
there
you?
we go.
Oh, god damn it.
All right. This is a long-standing record for the Promised Neverland. This is actually a big deal for the Promised Neverland, specifically because it was at one point a unified grand champion contender, and it has fallen so low. It's received the nickname the Fallen Titan, but it's up against a show that I think a lot of us have a lot of feelings about. Tokyo Revengers. There is more than enough room for this young up-and-comer to take the crown, the what's it called? Ignominious honor of World Featherweight Champion. So I'm ready to go whenever everybody else is.
All right. Starting countdown. The promise never. Oh, whoops. Starting countdown. 3, 2, 1.
Yeah. It wasn't even close.
This time it even has the benefit of, like, I've read The Promised Neverland, so I know what the good version of the bad ending is, and I can actually vote for it.
Oh, I was not
Promised
ready
Neverland.
for.
What happened to
I was
you?
not ready for
This-
Garunge recorder version.
I'm glad that you liked it. I'm glad that you derived so much joy
I
out of
forgot
it,
that's what it
Christopher.
was last year. I wasn't ready for
Yes. Mm-hmm.
My prediction
yeah, so
is
that makes-
Neverland's going to retire in a couple of years.
Yeah, Neverland may be our next retiree.
Look,
It's simply
Maybe
that
this is the Darling in the
That-
Franks
it falls
Memorial
that
Award,
far.
but yeah, I think that Neverland has a stranglehold on this category that will be long-lived, I believe.
Immortal. Yes, we will remember that for years. All right. And moving on to the final category, the most prestigious championship in our entire federation, the Unified Grand Champion. We do not have a Unified Grand Champion right now because Review Starlight retired, but tonight we will determine who this is. Both are challengers, but our older challenger is Bouts the Rock, who now stands a chance of becoming both Unified Grand Champion and Best World Heavyweight Girls Champion, in addition to the newcomer Pluto. Gentlemen, are you ready?
God, Chris is upping the drinking. All right, y'all ready?
Yeah.
All right. Starting countdown. 3, 2, 1. Oh,
Thank you, Tim and Mark. Should have been last year, baby. Let's fucking go.
Awards.
Logan, I tried.
I appreciate you.
I
all.
knew
Thank
it!
you for trying.
Don't run,
unfortunate-
Logan.
It should have been last year, you motherfuckers.
A lot of
Oh,
heated
fuck.
remarks here in the Nut Bar universe.
In the Nut Bar universe.
We shouldn't have had to have
that's what the
Review
WWE
retire.
calls their
Bouts
fans
should have
for
won
some
normal
reason,
style last year, you fucking assholes.
And Bouts becomes now a first-time Unified Grand Champion and a long-standing champion to the Women's Heavyweight or the World Heavyweight Girls Championship. This is a big day for Cringe Fail Girls.
Look, I'm not saying
right.
she's gonna keep it that long. We'll see what next year brings, but I'm happy.
We'll see if next year can keep
Oh shit! Yeah, you're right.
Next
Look,
year's gonna be hard.
let her enjoy the crown she should have had last year. That's all I'm saying. She should have had this shit before. All right. I think that's it for our grand championship bouts. Big update this year. I'm glad we got OP and ED in there. That's going to be a fun one in future years for sure.
It sure is. I'm glad. I'm so glad.
All right. We did it. Yeah, I don't have my list on here yet, so give me a second.
Yeah, let me go ahead and get my list.
This is why we do them ahead of time.
I did mine
Well, we
ahead of
don't do
time.
this one ahead of time.
I
Because-
decisively waited on this one because I didn't want to.
Oil.
Yeah, I didn't want to spoil.
I took out my top 20 and put everything else in. Just
I'm just gonna hold, or well, I guess the stream is gonna have to
Jesus Christ,
watch my horse
Chris.
shit.
yeah. Gotta go fast, Chris. Do you see mine one? Is that why you said that?
Yeah, Tim's takes up like 17 different slides.
Yeah.
I wonder if anyone in the chat has been here since the beginning of the stream. at least.
We got
Ethan,
some
are we in the
hitters.
stream? I doubt it.
Not yes.
Okay. Sorry in advance. This is not good audio content. I'm almost done.
Oh my God, Chris, why do you rate every single show?
Hey, Juan, shut the fuck up. No one
Just do
asked.
top tens. Just do
Okay.
top 10.
Okay.
That's all we
All
care about.
right. All right. I'm ready. Okay. I'm gonna go a little deeper than top 10 for the record.
Fast.
and we're gonna get there. Hey Juan, we're fine on time. Relax.
No, we're not, because we take forever on this part anyway.
We're fine on time. I want you to relax. I'm gonna give you a big kiss.
Oh man, drunk Chris is out.
Okay. I want to recognize, I think, my top 15 or so. So number 15, Gundam Season 2. Maybe didn't quite stick the ending, but I really enjoyed what it did the whole way through. Number 14, Boku Yaba Season 1. I really enjoyed this story. I thought it was a really sweet romance for middle school. I thought that the characters were great. I really enjoyed this one. I think that Season 2 is going to be even better. Number 13 is Jujutsu Kaisen Season 2. It is only ranked this low because I have some issues with the narrative in the back half. I think it's some of the best shonen spectacle I've ever seen. Number 12 is Tengoku. Also incredible animation, great story. I really thoroughly enjoyed it. Actually, I think I would maybe reverse these. I think I would have Tengoku here and Buddy Daddies here. Buddy Daddies is a great show. I don't think we've talked about it nearly enough. I think it's one of the better original shows this year. I thoroughly enjoyed the dynamic between the two daddies and their child Miri. I think it was really cute. Number 10 is Kimi wa Hogako Insomnia, one of the best, most grounded romances I've seen in a long time. Number 9 is Oshi no Ko. Aka Akasaka's doing a more serious work, and I think it really pays off in this instance. Number 8 is Undead Girl Murder Farce, a great mystery, Victorian action thriller. I love this show. It is exactly my shit aesthetically. Incredible direction, great characters. Number 7 is Zom 100. Phenomenal cast, phenomenal color palette, character design. It's such a great show about living your life and doing what you want to do. Number 6 is Link Click Season 2. I loved this follow-up. I thought it was great. A great thriller mystery the whole way through. Incredibly good aesthetically. Number 5, Spy Family Season 2. Best Spy Family season so far. I'm a huge fan of the manga. I think this adaptation's been brilliant. Number 4 is Scott Pilgrim. I cannot believe this happened. I can't believe Science Saru made an adaptation of one of my favorite comics of my childhood. This was a delight. I am enthralled this got made. Number 3, Skip to Loafer. I genuinely considered putting this as my anime of the year. I really did. I thought it would be a spicy meatball. I thought y'all would have never guessed it. But at the end of the day, I thought maybe it didn't quite get there. Still one of my favorite anime of this year. I think it is one of the most grounded and incredibly written character studies as far as like good high school slice of life goes. I cannot praise this one enough. I think that Tim is actually cooking for making it his number 1. Number 2 is Vinland Saga. We've all talked about it all night. It is incredible and deserves all the praise. And number 1 is Pluto. I'm sure other people will talk about it. We've talked about it plenty, and it deserves every ounce of praise. I am happy that they made an entire team to make this a real thing and come to light eventually. An adaptation of one of the greatest manga of all time, and they really killed it. So I'm happy with it. And that's me.
All right. So coming around to my list, everything you see here is color coded. Everything has the same score that is the same color, and I'm just going to start with the 2 7s that made my top 10. Fumetsu almost won Most Improved this year just because of how much faster this arc felt. In my memory of the manga, it was very like slow, and it kind of felt like it dragged on, and I was just kind of happy once the whole siege thing was over. That was not how I felt in the manga. I think that things, or in the anime, that I think that things actually went really well there. Trigun Stampede is a unique and interesting adaptation of a manga that I'm very excited got made. I've got quibbles. I've naturally got all sorts of quibbles, and that's why it didn't quite reach the upper echelon. But I think that I'm very glad that they're making this, and I'm very happy to see it get adapted in at least high fidelity. At least Studio Orange got a hold of it. Coming in at number 8, Zom 100, it's very funny. It's got solid action scenes. It is an adventure. I'm gonna die on that particular hill. The color palette is really like wonderfully vibrant. I cannot stress enough how nice that feels. Undead Girl Murder Farce, another thing that I have some quibbles about and so forth. But I think at the end of the day, it's got some compelling mysteries. It's got some interesting fight scenes. I'm very happy that we watched this. I'm glad that stuff like this gets made. Speaking of stuff I'm glad gets made, words, Tengoku Daimakyo. Again, I feel like the ending was a bit weaker than the beginning and even the middle. But the way that it felt like they very masterfully like kept a grasp on the two different plot lines, just doling out information in exactly the right amounts. And I think that was a huge strength of it. Jujutsu Kaisen coming in at number 5 off the strength of some very beautiful fight scenes and an extremely emotionally compelling first like 75%. I started to get a little tired of the Shibuya incident, a little ways into the Shibuya incident. But even then, you know, the fights, the animation, that all speaks for themselves. I am what's it called? I'm pleased with this, even if I'm not 100% pleased with this. As I said before, Spy Family season 2 feels like Spy Family is finally congealed into the thing that I was really hoping Spy Family was going to be this entire time. It's elevated to a different level. The action is solid. It meshes well with the comedy. It feels like the entire main cast has stuff to do instead of it mostly being about either Anya or Lloyd. And it doesn't feel as separated either. It doesn't feel like, oh, this is an Anya episode and we're not going to see the parents much at all. But yeah, I think that this was a really strong arc, and I hope that we get to see more of arcs like this in the future. It is absolutely crazy that Scott Pilgrim Takes Off exists. It's the kind of thing I would have dreamed about in middle school, like Chris said, and it's also kind of nuts that it's not really an adaptation of the Scott Pilgrim story. Like, this is like the fourth Scott Pilgrim narrative that exists, depending on how you argue these things. And I think they did a really solid job with it. I think that they have springboarded off a lot of stuff that's great about the original. I think that it was really funny without just rehashing a bunch of stuff that I thought was really funny about the original. Vinland Saga was a solid adaptation of one of my favorite arcs in manga history. I really love Farmland Saga. I'm really glad that they managed to do it justice. I think the bit where he goes to hell, the bit where he's getting beaten up, we talk about all that stuff. But even in the smaller things, that episode where they were like just farming for most of it, and then the farm gets like torn up by those jackasses that work on the farm, and then it all congeals and comes together really well. And I'm very glad that an arc of manga this important to me got an adaptation this good. But Pluto is something else. It's very targeted to me, as I've said, Potboiler with Heart like 16 times. I think that it feels surprisingly well connected for something. Like, the more I think about it, the more I realize, oh, that was kind of foreshadowed or alluded to a little bit earlier. And, you know, there's more and more of not only this mystery, but also kind of the characters and the things that they're going through that get built on over time. And it has a very, very handsome adaptation too. They managed to do a kind of strange anime realist style. Even with the sci-fi future, it feels very naturalist and very realist. And I think that this is something special, and I'm glad that they made something special out of it. And that is my top 10 anime of 2023.
Hell yeah.
All right. All right. I'm way more concise. if it's not in the top 10, it doesn't really matter. Except for number 11, which is Scott Pilgrim. I feel bad that I couldn't fit it into my top 10, but that's fine. So, well, what are you doing, Chris? Well,
I'm
okay.
looking.
All right. So, my number 10, Zom 100. This show is fun. Like, sure, the zombie genre has been like pretty worn down, but this is a nice, fun take on it. Number 9, Trigun Stampede. This show is so good that it made me go rewatch the original. So that's how you know. Like I was fiending for more. You know. Number 8, Hyakano, the 100 girlfriends that really, 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 really love you. Man, this show was so fun. Like I said before, like it is a harem anime made by a longtime fan that loves and hates this genre. So I'm very much with them. Number 7, Skip to Loafer. Like Chris said, like this is a great coming of age story. It's so refreshing to see like an actual good high school story in this day and age, and like especially like a modern one too. Like it's just really good. Number 6, Kimi wa Hokago Insomnia. This is maybe my favorite romance since fuck, why am I blanking on the name already? Skigakure, yeah. Skigakure was like my favorite like modern romance because like it was like, you know, like two middle schoolers with phones texting each other, and like this I don't think any romance show has like met up to that quality since until this show. Man, this show is so pretty. It's just a great romance in general. Number 5, Link Click season 2. I wish I could rate this higher, but like we were saying earlier about like season 1 versus season 2, I think the emotional highs of season 1 is better than season 2 IMO, but like I mean, Link Click season 2 is still great. Like it's still a fun time. Absolutely go look up good subs of it afterwards and binge it all within like 2 days, because like, oh boy, what a great mystery that show is. Number 4, Oshinoko. After watching episode 1, like I was hooked into watching this show, and I think after the whole Akane arc, it kind of like dips in quality a little bit, but I know it's gonna get back up when she's like reintroduced into the plot, because like that's how season 1 ended off. So I'm very much excited to see more of it. Number 3, Pluto. I've said on the podcast before that Pluto was kind of like handmade for me, as in I just love stories about robots and like the true meaning of humanity, and like it's also like, you know, like a mystery, so like that's always a great plus. But there's just something about the other two shows that like got really like got my attention. But not to understate Pluto by itself. Like Pluto is still really fucking good. It's such a great mystery. Go watch it on Netflix. It's great. Number 2, Vinland Saga season 2. When I say that Thorfinn's character arc affected me on a personal level, like it, the whole point of season 2 was like realizing like how not to be like generic about it, but like, you know, war is bad, blah blah blah, but like the whole kindness and humanity, you know, that's what like really got me. And I was really flip-flopping between back and forth between Vinland Saga and Jujutsu Kaisen, but at the end of the day, I had to go Jujutsu Kaisen because I've been dick writing Jujutsu Kaisen, the Shibuya incident in particular, since I read the manga, which I did not read the manga for most anime for a while, And then like this, when season 1 finished, I went to go read the manga and read the entire Shibuya Incident. I knew this was going to be anime of the year for me, so I had to keep that promise to myself. And you may think I'm done, but I almost always do a number 0 because sometimes there's always continuing shows. Fucking So no Frieren.
Not allowed. It's shut up. Next year, baby. Next year, Return of the King.
I'm not letting you know right now that it will probably win next year because I highly doubt there will be another show.
Don't spoil the content
for next year.
Don't
I've
spoil
been doing
the
this
content.
every single year, Chris, and I will keep doing it every single year because I can predict myself.
I don't want to confirm nothing. All right, Mark, you're up next.
All right. So, this is just kind of a personal list of things that I want to list as particularly notable. Now Buddy Days, I just felt like it needs to be up there. I didn't watch too much anime this season, but Buddy Days stuck out as particularly just like a good old time. And Iruma, I had to put this up here because I fear that I've cheated it by having forgotten it from 2022, the long ago, the ancient times.
Mm-hmm.
We must not forget the lessons of the past. Now, Pluto, I feel, was incredibly solid. That's the upper 4 ones are they're all really good really good adaptations. And well, Onimai being that sort of adaptation. And Vinland, we've talked about it, but this is my favorite arc from Vinland Saga. And guys, do you remember how poor the quality got to in season 1?
Yes, unfortunately.
Thank God.
Thank God.
Thank
indeed.
God they stuck the landing for the best arc of Vinland Saga. And for number 1, I just have to this is one of my favorite manga. And they adapted it really quite well. Now Chris, this was a show watched by me and Chris. And when that happens, that usually means that's a show we're not watching. But we watched this one. We watched this one for a very good reason. All right, that's it for me.
It's a unique honor.
Yep.
Truly unique. God, I'm gonna do my list. Is Chris even here? I think Chris died.
Ah, crap! They killed Chris.
I just want to say, look, I'm drinking constantly. I just want to say that I had a great time watching Bokiyaba, and I am excited for season 2 because I think it's going to be better. All right, Tim.
Right?
There's 181 is the number I'm seeing here. So why don't we go to the next slide?
I want to do a quick shout out for number 181. The fucking Kizuna Eye anime and bottom left place. Well deserved garbage. Okay, we can move up. I guess we'll start at 20 and work my way up. Sure. Actually, we'll do 23, and I'll skip around a lot because you guys said a lot. For number 23, Isekai Nombu Noka. I didn't get to mention it earlier because we had a lot to talk about, but it is just like, it's an isekai, yes, but it's not like anything. There's no, it's a very relaxed, casual, like Stardew Valley / Minecraft thing, building simulator where this guy is like stranded in a forest building a farm and that's all he wants to do. It's super chill, very fun. Overrated. Mushoku talked about JJK. We've talked about in podcasts before. Overtakes at 20, like I said, really well directed, character driven show. Highly recommend people check it out. Gundam, this is season 2 specifically, and season 2 specifically is started when it started to fall apart a bit, especially towards the end. There are some really high moments and character moments in the action scene, which is why it's this high up, but like it stumbled a lot to get to that process. Zom 100 was a lot of fun. I liked it a lot. I think the last 3 episodes kind of hurt a little bit more than I would have liked. But I think overall it is a great life lesson about just pursuing your dreams. And I think the cast is great for that. It was a Yatsura. I didn't think a show from like, I don't know, the 80s comedy gag would still be relevant this day and age, but it does. It has a great large cast for a variety of gags, and the show really shines in these like very small, like intimate moments that the main two have that like stands out as like the highlights of the show. Ataracha Joshi was a show that everyone here joked off as like, here's the BL bait show, but it was actually a very like comfy yashike healing anime about a guy being supported by a senpai. Not everyone's cup of tea, but it was actually very enjoyable and a surprise for me. Idolmaster 149, it is the better Idolmaster this year because Million Idols fell apart. I think I talked about this quite a bit in the podcast. I was surprisingly surprised at how well they were able to develop a bunch of like actual little kids, and especially the main girl with the like episode 11 turnover. I'll say that a lot, but Idolmaster has a tendency to do episode 11 like bangers, and this one is no exception. Tengoku we talked about, I'll skip that. Spy Family, I will say that Spy Family is this low and not high up, mainly because I think Chris and everyone that was hyped up this season, the cruise arc specifically for me a lot, and I really feel like the parts that were not the cruise arc felt were much more stale and let down, even compared to like stuff in the first season. There was some good gags like Naked Bond and like the butt scenes, but like most of the gags, like I don't know, the grabbing the last cookie in the kitchen episode, or the best friend going hardy for Lloyd, lots of those gags just did not like, they were probably the lowest point of the series so far, so that kind of like canceled each other out to be a slightly above, still a highlight, but it definitely lowered down quite a bit. Insomnia, we talked about Insomnia a lot. I do think it was a very genuine, complete romance, and generally it would be a lot higher for me, but there's a lot this year. Talk about Kuba a lot. Skip that. Golden Kamuy was technically last year. It just didn't finish it this year, so I'm just going to skip that. Isekai was last year technically. Going to skip that. Kage for number 6 is my personal darling. I fully admit that this show was probably nowhere near as good as like most of the shows on this top 20, but I really love the show and I have a lot of enjoyment out of it. So that bias has raised it up quite a bit, and I have tried selling Chris and Juan to watch the show, and maybe one day they will. Well, Chris more likely will watch it. Maybe, hopefully.
I'll try.
Pluto. I love a really good suspense mystery show, and Pluto does all of that. I think after I mentioned this with main character, but I think after Gush leaves and is about Adam, the show feels like a little more, at least where it shines the best, kind of, and it tries to divert itself back to the main Adam timeline, so it feels a little forced and I feel a little clunky, and there's some things I don't necessarily like about how they wrapped up the last like 3-4 episodes. I think I talked to Logan and other people about it on the podcast, but that's why it lost a little bit of points for me. But otherwise I really loved like the upper Tugish's death essentially was phenomenal. Only-chan we talked a lot about. Vinland Saga is amazing purely because of the source material. like there's so much is carried by Thorfinn and his growth as a character this season, and I feel like a lot of, while I don't think like the animation necessarily hurt it or anything, I don't think it really exceeded my like expectation or like value of it while reading the manga. So that's why it's phenomenal, but I think most of that is due to the source material and not the anime. Oshinoko. I love Oshinoko. I love Akagisaka. I love Ritakashi. Even back in 2022, Chris wasn't here, but for another podcast I did like the most excited for anticipated show, and I put Oshinoko because I love Kaguya. Kaguya won many awards for me in the last couple of years, so I had a high expectation for that, and I love Ritakashi. So and I think the show does a really interesting and good social commentary on a lot of different aspects of the entertainment district. Akane's like social bullying for aspect, child star, and then just like idols, cultures. There's a lot of like things that he massively is able to put together and execute on. And coming from something like Kaguya, which is a much more comedic, lighthearted romance, to something like a more serious kind of mystery commentary show, I think I really, I think it hit. I do agree that it does. I feel like it's still growing. All the characters aren't really fleshed out. I'm not a huge particular fan of like any one of them in particular, and I think some of the arcs do fall a little flat. But I think this is just like the prologue to more to come. So, seeing that number 2 for now. And skip to Loafer is like Chris has like, gone on about before. Just like phenomenal cast growth and development, and I'm a huge sucker for those kind of things, and I think the show does it flawlessly to build all this very rich in cast and building them in a natural and in-depthful way. So I mean, we talked about it a lot already, so I'm just gonna end it there, but I definitely want to give it a quick shout out since it's number 1.
Survived.
Huh? One survived.
One
Well, we have 2
lives.
minutes. Hold on, let me talk for one more minute. Then
No, we're good.
JK, season 2.
Juan just
No.
barely lives.
Hey,
Hold
I
on.
live. We did it. We finished under 6 hours. We did it, guys.
I need
Good
to do
job.
quick shout outs. No. I gotta do quick shout
No,
outs.
we did 7.5
No.
hours last year. We cut it down to 6.
No. Let me do a quick shout outs.
No,
Don
you're
Machi.
done.
I forgot
done. You
to bring it up.
finished.
No. Don Machi. Forgot to bring up the
Who the
fantasy.
fuck cares about Don Machi?
No, it is actually legitimately a good season. I would say this is the first time I would say it. Don Machi is good, and I highly recommend it. It
took 4 fucking seasons for it to get good.
It did, and I will fully admit.
Anyway,
but it actually got good. Okay, the fact that we do
Tune
these
in.
fantasy shows with dungeon shows, and they just come down and
thanks
go out.
to everyone so much for watching this year. Tune in next time. I believe our next up is the mid-season check-in on Winter. Thank you so much for stopping by. I am very excited to keep this going next year when I give Fryren every single award it's eligible for.
It will most likely win Anime of the Year next year. Unless something insane happens next year.
But we're early, so who fucking knows?
Except Juan, who has already declared it his Anime of the Year of 2024.
Exactly. And it might be Chris's as well, knowing me and Chris, how much we suck each other off whenever it comes to Fryren.
I don't know, man. Me and Logan had the same pick this year. But either way, that was the Nut Bar Anime Awards for 2023. Thank you, everyone, for stopping by. Thank you for watching. And we will see you guys later. We are signing off.
I get to